The guy was in a big hurry to go somewhere. At that instant, he was shouted to Hen to wait. He disliked his brother, who always seemed to be trying to get ahead. As soon as he got close, he still couldn't keep up with him. The boy said they were almost there. He didn't like that his brother was always ahead of him, being too friendly and caring towards him, considering it his duty as a brother. The guy asked Rood to hold on and held out his hand. That's what he thought. He turned out to be a real bastard when he was told that he had a terrible temper and that he thought he was superior to others because of his abilities. He didn't deny those words, even if they were said in jest. Now he admits that he is indeed terrible. He only realized it when his brother died. How could he hate his only family man? He did not hate his brother. On the contrary, he longed to be his equal. But his brother died protecting him. His brother died because of him. He tried to stay ahead until the end. Now he's the only one left alive. A bastard like him got to live. The flying dragons probably smelled blood. Rood said they were cursed by those things. He'll be finished soon, with his leg and arm torn off. He won't be able to run far anyway, and eventually die. Better kill a few more of these things before you die. After that, the protagonist realized that he would fight to the end. He said they were coming at him, and called them bastards. After that, he saw a bright yellow glow in front of him. Then Rood noticed that someone began to approach him. Some kind of angel appeared in front of him. All the dragons immediately turned their heads toward him. Of course, Rood was very surprised at this turn of events. His hand was shaking, and with it his sword. He didn't realize what this creature was. From the looks of it, it was the Dragon King. But after all, he had already killed everyone, lost his comrades and even his own brother. He was sure that he had destroyed all the dragons of royal blood. However, he didn't feel any power emanating from him. It was something strange, like a mirage. Rood looked at him in surprise. The creature asked if he was the only one left. The others seemed to be dead, and that was a problem. His whole gut screamed danger. Perhaps this enemy was even more terrifying than the terrifying 7 Dragon Kings. Who is he? Anyway, it didn't matter now, though. Rood knew that if he didn't kill him now, he would have to do it at any cost. Rood Denethos firmly gripped his weapon. After these thoughts, at this point, the king began to talk about what they could do. Rood realized that he only had one chance. One more step, and he can get him with his sword. Rood looked at him with fury at this moment. The king was saying to wait a little longer. At that moment, the boy attacked him. The sound wave pierced his ears, giving a clear sense of flesh pulling away from bone. A white light flashed before my eyes for a moment. At that moment, Rood was somewhere else. He didn't understand how it was possible. That's how he'd gotten back in time. He needed to memorize it by heart. A dragon slayer is one who destroys dragons. They are obliged to live up to that title by killing monsters that take the lives of innocent people. Let this be their calling. The tasks and assignments didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was slaying dragons. Someone welcomed all the new recruits who had become sons and daughters of Erasium Academy. As we know, this academy was founded about 700 years ago. It is considered the best training school for dragon slayers. The victims of many murderers carried death. Who are they? Anyway, this simple appearance was reminiscent of the day he entered Erasium Academy. Where did the battlefield with the dragon disappear to? Was it a dream or something else? The feeling never left Rood. He thought back to his words about the damn royal dragons. He asked his brother not to miss any of them. The guy realized that wasn't going to happen. I mean, he killed them all. Everyone's dead. If everyone's dead, it's going to be a problem. Can't they wait a little longer? That's exactly what the king suggested to him. Rood Denethos pondered whether he had really gone back in time. But such magic doesn't exist. Even if it did, a dragon couldn't use it. So the one he had just killed, was it definitely a dragon, or was it something else? Rood didn't realize what kind of nonsense that was. It didn't matter if it was a demon king or a mutant. To him, it was still a strange lizard that needed to be destroyed. This was his chance, whatever it was. This time he would destroy all the dragons, and prevent the death of his brother and comrades. At that moment, someone turned to him. He turned around to see who it was. A girl stood in front of him, and asked him if he had any pain. It was Hennis. He remembered her words from the past that he should live. Rood turned to her and called her Hennis halfway. The girl asked in surprise if he knew her. Rood began to remember. It didn't seem to be their first meeting. He said he knew her, of course, because she had the highest grades among the freshmen. The girl admitted that it was true. She asked why he was wondering if he was okay. From her point of view, He was talking to himself and swearing, which made her think he might have a mental disorder. Then, with a smile on her face, she said that Aratium rarely admitted crazy people. In her opinion, all the students here are of average level, but this was the first time she was seeing a real lunatic. Rood realized that it remained as poisonous as before. The girl asked if he was laughing and if he was a pervert who liked being insulted. He assured her that it wasn't that at all, and apologized if he made her angry. She was glad he understood that. She said she forgave him, because what else could he do? The admission ceremony began and all freshmen were asked to come forward. They got into this academy. Here they could fulfill all their ambitions and hopes. At this point, the girl yawned and stretched. Then she noticed how long the speeches were being read. She looked at the protagonist, and his face remained unperturbed. He realized he'd have to answer her or she'd start pestering. Rood said that's right, but the girl will be able to endure it, because patience is a basic skill of mages. Rood added that it's very cool. She replied that for the halflay, who are famous mages, it was the easiest thing to do. She then asked what his name was. Rood introduced himself as Rood Denethos. He said he came from Duel, a remote village she had probably never heard of. It was the first time the girl had heard his last name and the name of the area. She wondered how he could get in here if he didn't know anything. Then she realized she had said something wrong again. Her mother always told her to behave honorably, even with the most stupid idiots who would never reach halfley's level. Because of her manner of speaking, they often quarreled. Rood didn't seem to be particularly hurt by her words. She tried to explain what she meant. She said that if there was anything he didn't know, she could help him. She then turned her attention to the people on the second tier, saying that they were leaders of well-known guilds. They look ahead of time and look for the most talented. The Sacred Fire, the Dim Moon, the leader of the Stalker Guild, they were all here. They knew perfectly well what successes who would achieve in the future and how they would die. The girl said it would be possible to get an assignment in her third year, although she had already decided where she would be. The protagonist interrupted her and said that she would definitely be in Sacred Fire, because she was ranked first in the rankings. He was absolutely right, but that wasn't the only reason. The leader of this guild, Lena, is a role model for her. The Empress of White Flame, Lena Chernica, was a top-level fire mage using white flames. After the Dragon King is slain, Hennis will become the leader of the guild. However, she will sacrifice herself to avenge the death of Lena, whom she deeply admired. Rood said that she would certainly go into the Sacred Fire. She thanked him, even though it was obvious enough. Freshman Hennis halfly had to say her vows. Everything was happening exactly the same as before. If his memories are correct, the next one to come out is his brother will be out next. Student Council President Rood Denethos, an exceptionally brilliant and resilient Ravenclaw, was known as the one who died like the last idiot saving his younger brother. Everyone was very pleased to hear him address the dear freshman, introducing himself as the Student Council President. But his name was Jeremy Duel, which surprised Rood, who had expected to see his brother. All over the world, people are suffering great losses from dragon attacks. Many are dying, and some nations are dying out completely. The freshmen could be proud of themselves as they beat their competitors and got into this academy. This place was considered the best educational institution for dragon slaying training. They had to live up to that title. Rood couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. They were reminded that their raison d'etre was to slay dragons. At that moment, Rood remembered his older brother saying that if he blinked, he would grow up faster. Rood couldn't believe what was happening. The student council president was not his brother, but Jeremy Duel, Ash's best friend. At that moment Rood said he had to check what class he was in. The girl didn't understand where he was going. He added for the guy to wait. Rood asked why a different person became president of the council. Didn't Rood Denethos run for president? Maybe Rood is at least on the student council. The guy started to get nervous and asked what he was talking about. He apologized and said it was the first time he had heard the name. Rood was shocked that he wasn't even known. Then where is his brother? A terrible thought flashed through Rood's mind. Rood Denethos was no longer in this world. It's an eerie assumption, as if the best warrior in the world simply doesn't exist. That was the end of the enrollment ceremony and all freshmen were asked to go to their classrooms. This assumption seemed unbelievable. How could it be possible that he had no brother in this world? However, if even a slight possibility exists that it's true that Rood Denethos has either disappeared completely or went back in time, retaining the memories of the future, and just didn't come to the academy. The protagonist realized that two options are possible, and if the second guess is correct, it's all for the best. At that moment the girl noticed him, and asked him what he was thinking so seriously about. There was an awkward silence between them. Rood said that he wanted to find one person, so he was pondering which way to do it. She advised to contact the Information Guild. Perhaps this person was studying at the academy. She then suggested looking at the student rosters in the library. The girl noticed that Rood was going somewhere again. She complained that she had told him all this for nothing, but he said he was going to the library. She said it was only 15 minutes before class started and asked if he was going to be late the first day. Rood replied that he had not asked her to go with him. The girl stopped and stated that she just wanted to see if he was up to something. She noted that he was strange since he started arguing with the council president. Rood said he was just asking a question. The girl inquired if he was an attention deficit psycho. Rood replied that he was not. She asked if he even knew where the library was, because he was going the wrong way. Finally the girl agreed and led him into the library. That was the central library. The girl admitted that she wanted to visit here, although it was the first time she had been here herself. Rood thought it was worth studying the layout of the buildings before enrolling. The girl praised herself, and Rood remembered that he hadn't come in here in his previous life. He started looking for the list. Rood asked if there is a list of former students. At that moment, the girl noticed the book Hennis' Handbook of Herbs. Such books are not sold anymore, and their first edition cannot be bought for any money. Meanwhile, Rood searched carefully for his brother's name. He was trying to find the name Rood Denethos, but then realized his brother's name wasn't there. If a brother is not in this world, it may have something to do with himself. The ancient dragon Sartan, the dragon king who rules time and dimensions. In the last battle before his return here, Sartan disappeared with his brother. If he is not dead, he may have traveled to another dimension. There is a chance that the brother is alive, as is this dragon. The main character told the girl that they were on their way out, but she immediately asked why that wasn't possible. She only wanted to take 17 books. However, she was reminded that she could take a maximum of 3 books at a time. The girl objected, wondering if they should already be in class. Despite this, she picked out 3 books and told the guy to wait for her. They were almost too late. The girl asked if he had found that man. Rood replied that he was not on the list. Then she suggested contacting the Information Guild to find out who he was looking for. At this point, the instructor entered the classroom and said he was happy to meet the students. He introduced himself as Professor Daniel Gould and announced that he would be their classroom teacher for the year. The professor added that those who choose to take weapons or combat courses will be able to see him more often. He explained that in order to become true dragon slayers, they would have to undergo severe tests. In the 3rd year you will have practical classes, and in the 4th year you will have to write a thesis and take exams. It won't be easy, but it is doable. The professor assured the students that if they put in the effort and talent, everything would go relatively smoothly. However, without ability and diligence, it will be impossible to succeed. He talked about how much humiliation and hardship he had to go through to prove his talent, but it is what helped him become the man he is today. The professor concluded by wishing all the students to acquire many good memories during these 4 years. He was then approached and asked where to find out information about dorm rooms. As Rood was about to leave, the girl asked where he was going again, reminding him that the dormitory was in the other direction. Rood replied that he knew where he was going. The girl was surprised. He didn't know where the library was, but he navigated perfectly in the direction of the dormitory. The dragon slayer's main job is to literally kill dragons. Therefore, training halls were located within the academy grounds to develop the physical strength of the students. Rood used to come here a lot in his youth. As he opened the doors, he realized that everything looked just as it had in his memories. Rood took off his outer clothing and decided to test his strength. He started with pull-ups. When he reached 20 times, it became difficult for him. Despite this, he brought the number up to 30. After that, Rood realized that his current strength left much to be desired. It was natural for a 17-year-old, but his level was too low. Starting tomorrow, classes began, including lessons in duels and battles. Rood decided that he must avoid the mistakes of his past life and achieve better results. He needs to strengthen his abilities and build stamina. He considered himself an expert in monotonous workouts. At that moment, he noticed something strange. He saw a familiar figure and did not expect to meet this man so early. It was Balac, his comrade from a past life. In the future, Balac was given the title King Unarmed, but Rood met him later in his past life. Balac was not due to appear in the training room until after the midterm. There may have been some confusion with the timing. Rood decided not to dwell on it and focus on training. However, he began to notice that Balac was constantly around. Eventually Rood couldn't stand it and directly asked if he was doing it on purpose. Balac was surprised and replied that he was just practicing by repeating the exercises after him. He added that he apologized if he made Rood think that way. His movements were so perfect that Balac decided to imitate him, even increasing his weight. Rood clarified what he had just said. Balac explained that his dumbbell lifting technique and forearm movements looked amazing. No one Balac knew could pull off moves like that. He even joked about whether Rood was a sports god. Rood replied that he was simply Rood Denethos, a freshman. Surprisingly, Balac was also a freshman. Balac stated that from now on he wanted to learn from Rood and one day reach the same level. He called him a teacher and asked for permission to be his student. Rood Denethos, irritated, replied that he could not agree to the proposal. He emphasized that the choice of primary weapon is extremely important as it affects the style of combat. At Arathium, Open Stadium number 3, it was usually suggested to use the weapon that was used at enrollment. However, sometimes it's worth trying something new, so students were encouraged to experiment and not be afraid to make choices. They noticed that some of the swords were very light, probably specially adapted for beginner students. After all, this was the best academy on the mainland, and the quality of weapons here was extremely high. Once sharpened, they could be used in real battles. The girl asked if she needed to choose a weapon if she planned to become a mage. It was explained to her that real combat is a series of unpredictable situations, and even a mage needs to know how to use weapons. After that, the girl began to choose a suitable weapon for herself. Rood Denethos suggested she choose a dagger, noting that it could be resized with magic, making it easy to store. In her past life, Hennis had skillfully used a dagger, especially in situations where saving magical energy was required. Hennis agreed and stated that she was choosing this dagger. Afterward, Rood Denethos asked if he planned to use this particular sword. The chief mole said he wanted to take a closer look first. He drew his sword, examined it carefully, and prepared for inspection. After one swing, he noted that the sword suited him. Other students often put on demonstrations, supposedly to try to feel the sword, but in his opinion it was unnecessary, as the sword was only a training sword. The professor wondered if it was a coincidence that Rood's swing was clearly above the level of an ordinary academy student. The chief mole noted that all the swords presented here are of high quality, but it's still worth a closer look. The weapon was indeed suitable for an experienced sword master. Rood Denethos asked the professor if they could only choose one weapon. The professor replied that there is no such rule, but usually students prefer to focus on one thing, as it is much more effective. If, however, Rood wanted to choose an additional weapon, he could do so. Rood Denethos stated that he wanted to pick a few basic weapons, which surprised the professor. The professor was surprised and wondered, either the boy was extremely brave or overconfident. However, he decided to observe him and allowed him to choose. Rood Denethos then decided to choose another weapon besides the sword. The professor was again surprised to see Rood walk over to another booth. Rood chose the spear. He then added a large sword to his selection, deciding to take all 3 weapons. The professor couldn't figure out, was Rood a true genius, or was he just very different from the rest of the students? He still noticed that Rood's movements had a refinement of technique and grace that was rare. The professor decided to ask Rood how he had lived before entering the academy. Rood replied that he had worked as a mercenary to support himself and his family, and had also fought dragons. He then apologized for being blunt, but added that it was in the past. Rood expressed hope that he would be noticed because of that. The professor noted that Rood was doing quite well. Rood, in turn, said that he knew this because of his training with the girl. By the way, Rood mentioned that he had lost his entire family to the dragon. The girl clarified whether both his parents had died. Rood Denethos confirmed that it was correct. His parents were dead. The girl suggested that it was probably very hard for him, and remarked that she had asked such a question in vain. Rood, however, asked her why she was apologizing, for it had happened a long time ago, and there was no reason to feel guilty. At this point, the girl was a little confused. Despite her abruptness, she wasn't mean or bad. The girl wondered why he was looking at her so intently. Rood realized that she had a pretty heavy temper and noticed that she didn't understand what was going on with the B students. Meanwhile, some guy was saying that, as part of their training, all students are required to choose their own weapons. But he, as a fighter, said that he didn't need a weapon. His body was its own weapon. Rood thought that was utter nonsense. Wrestlers fight using their bodies, of course, but they still should have at least used gloves. However, the guy insisted that Balac Steros never used weapons. Balac Steros really didn't use a weapon, and that was a cause for surprise. This approach annoyed and infuriated Rood a great deal. Rood exclaimed who the jerk was and wondered if the guy knew who he was talking about. The guy in charge said he didn't know. The professor asked them to calm down. At that moment, the girl told the guy looking in their direction, and Rood Denethos offered to leave. He pointed out that the guy dares to pretend he doesn't know him. The girl noticed the one coming closer and asked if they were friends. Rood replied that the latter was not a friend. The relationship was deeper. The chief rat added that they were indeed friends. The professor told Balac that even though he is against the use of guns, part of the educational process includes training. If he continues to refuse to choose guns, then you don't have to make up new rules and laws like you did in a past life. At this point, the professor stated that Balac could stay on for a second year, which surprised Rood. He didn't understand how the past could have changed. These changes left him puzzled. If he kept refusing weapons like this, he might be left for a second year. Rood didn't understand if the past had changed because of him, and if he was left for a second year, there might be a problem in the future with the main squad that fought against the Dragon King. At that point, Balac said he was ready to give up the glory and stay for a second year, but Rood Denethos shut him up. Rood Denethos asked the professor if he could make an exception. However, the professor replied that he couldn't make an exception just for Balac, because others might think it was unfair. Rood then asked why in his past life he was allowed. Rood asked if that meant he should just pick any weapon. "I'm sure you'll find something useful." At that moment, Rood Denethos noticed something. He threw the gloves to the guy and told him to take these. He reiterated again that they use guns. Rood Denethos asked her if those weapons were protective gear, but the guy said he wasn't using protective gear either and just let him shut up and take it as a gift from a friend. The guy told him it's not a weapon, it's gloves. Rood Denethos replied that they are weapons, as they have recently been issued for that purpose. He stated that he had chosen a gun and that was the end of it. He wondered what was going on there, since the professor wasn't here either. The professor agreed that they were very strange gloves. The main cargo noticed that he had an interesting look in his eyes. Darely got around this time, but you have to be careful as his actions could affect the future. There aren't many people, probably because it's the first day of class. Most of the subjects were theoretical. The first week of study, Arathium, is a time of adjustment for freshmen. At that time, the instructors evaluated the students to recommend them to the guild. Rood had already taken some measures to be remembered and write a good recommendation. Now all that was left was to prepare for practice. The girl asked the guy if he was the sucker. He replied that he was a Balac Steros wrestler and added that she was saying sucker. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she wouldn't move away from him like anything. The guy said she was a mage, so she can't understand the dignity and honor of a fighter. For him to be dishonored without honor is scarier than death. He was really out of his mind. At this time, he was approached. Some guy said he was addressing him and called them ghouls. Rood Denethos looked up and asked if he had called him. Of course he had called for him and that bore. Let him move. Who are they to collect them? Who'd they call freaks anyway? She's the one who called Balac a sucker. The boy recognized Hennis halfly. He had heard her read her speech at the ceremony. He had no beef with her. He's William Farte from Class B. But she didn't ask him and called him an idiot. He was sorry to see the best freshman girl with some bastards. At first he wanted to call her out to them, but now he realizes why she goes with them. Let her back off. He wasn't having a conversation with her. She didn't care who he was having a conversation with. Let him back off. And don't let him say her name for nothing. Rood Denethos asked what he wanted. For starters, let him calm down and leave. No need to pry into the conversation to look in front of the professor. This guy chose his weapons and is showing off, thinking he can get away with it. And this guy didn't choose anything at all. With that attitude, he better get the hell out of the academy. The Clown Town hero realized the guy was right. He did it on purpose. There were similar thoughts in his past life when he kept his head down. 2. Memories popping up in his mind. Someone told him he had no parents, no ability, no character, and once a freak like that got caught. It's a shame he survived. Maybe he's in trouble, Or maybe he definitely doesn't have parents who can help anymore. He was full of energy at the time, so he took every action seriously. Now it's time to do the mature thing. Rood Denethos asked if it was true that even if he had 500 different swords, he would still beat him. He was asked what he was talking nonsense about. Of course he could handle a freak like that with his bare hands too, he thinks. Just like Hennis. Of course, the guy went ballistic after that. He called him a son of a bitch, then said he's just a real bastard who wants attention. Afterward, he punched him, but Rood Denethos dodged it. Of course, after that, the guy just fell over. Hennis really enjoyed all the action. The guy was furious at this time. At that moment, he grabbed his weapon. The girl immediately told him that guns are not allowed outside of school hours, but he told her to shut up and drew his sword. After that, he began to approach Rood. He realized the guy was a miserable bastard, but thanks to him, he was able to apply what he'd learned from Balac in his past life. Stero-style punching reflection. The main one started to approach the guy at this point. Of course, he was very much surprised and had not expected this turn of events at all. After that, Rood Denethos punched him, and then said let that be a lesson to him. The guy immediately realized that this was their family's signature move, at which point someone asked what was going on here. Some woman came running in and started asking why he was deciding on the floor. If she asked, it was them again. Let them get away from him now. That asshole hit William first. According to the guy, Hennis started to say don't let him lie and start harassing them. And then he also pulled out a weapon. Rood Denethos simply responded to their attacks. He didn't even have a sword in his hands. He was surprised he had subdued the guy with his bare hands. The freshman hadn't gotten a scratch yet. Have them take him to the infirmary. Have Rood Denethos stop by the professor's office after class. Where do these assholes come from? They'd better tell me what techniques he used. She said it was parrying, but started to ask if he thought they knew what parrying was. How could he do that with his bare hands? Does he know how to do that? Or is it a technique only adults in their family can use? Maybe he's the brother they've been hiding for years. Rood Denethos, of course, can't say that he learned it from him in a past life, so he began to ask what kind of Bana carries when himself. Anyway, if you don't get it, he was a genius. Hennis looked at him contemptuously at this point. So his teacher was small, but that's no explanation. Let him be honest, because he's hiding something, or what? But Rood said he wasn't hiding anything. Even if he's hiding it, you don't want to pester your friends with questions. Hennis probably has some secrets of his own, but let him tell you who it is. Friends, he actually just met him today. Then right now they're friends. Very nice, so he's a real overachiever. But can you call a friend a moron? He's so annoying. Rood began to remember Hennis telling the muscle boar to move over in the past. He was making her feel annoyed that he was so hot. Shouldn't fire magic be able to tolerate heat well? The guys started telling Rood that they couldn't be late for class. Why is he standing there? There's no need to hurry. No one has died yet, but no one will this time. Then what goes? Let him go rest. The guy hadn't done anything wrong. He seemed suspiciously lucky, so she wanted to figure it out. The woman then began pouring herself a cup of coffee. She said that, however, it was not necessary. 20 minutes ago, the main game was busy making a mess. He started to explain that these guys were insulting his friends, so he didn't notice. Then another one of them started swinging his sword. He was afraid that his friends might get hurt, so he had misjudged his strength a little. He apologized. He shouldn't have acted so childish. Where did such a well-mannered, kind boy come from? Not like that William. She's got him in training. Apparently she said let someone in and asked what he was doing here. About the professor, I asked, or she's joking. There's a freshman teachers meeting here today, that's why I'm here. She was stubborn and insisted on it because Waslaw's ego out. What? She doesn't realize when she was being stubborn. She just suggested another one of her offers would leave her pants off. At that moment someone walked into the office and it was Arthur Winston, the D-class teacher, asking if they knew how many times they had called the administrator because of them. Next to him was Damien Grace, the C-class teacher. What has she done that he's always picking on her? He picks on her because she deserves it. Constantly demanding something to install in Professor Caden. She hasn't bought anything like that. Just magical air purifiers, a couch, and dragon skin. The man added that another dolphin flower for 3 million rubles. The thought of keeping a close eye on the work plan. How could the professor forget just about the meeting? How meticulous he was. That's why there was no hair on her head. When questioned, she said she hadn't said anything. Let him calm down. We need to start the meeting. This year's freshmen are stronger compared to last year's scoring. The likelihood of graduating academically will be pretty high as well. Vanya doesn't know yet. Even with good skills there can be mental health issues, and the role of the teacher is to help with internal growth, among other things. Who to look out for? Class C doesn't have much of that. The bulk of it is pretty high level. In Class B, one retarded, one psycho. That the manner of speech of a retarded person is the same one who got into a fight today, and someone crazy, there is such a one, almost did not like it, immediately starts talking about his muscles. Balac Steros wrote the written exam terribly. Practice became just peerless. The man asked, or was it the son of that famous admirer of Steros' muscles? So he's a pretty capable professor. Looking forward to meeting him. By the way, there are 2 rising stars in his class as well. The second daughter of a famous halfling mage family, Hennis, and a student named Rood Denethos. The man interjected, if Hennis halflay was the best among the enrollees, meaning the Empress of the White Flame had immediately spotted her when she saw the fire poppy. Was the second student also from some famous family, or what? She thinks he better take a look at it in person. Is it definitely him, or what? Written and practical exams barely average, felt, lost his family, moonlighted as a mercenary, but when they see him, they will change their minds. Perhaps his conclusions are hasty, but he feels he will be the strongest among the freshmen. If that's what he says about him, there seems to be some truth to it. It's unusual for him to be in Class A. So had she seen him before, or what? He's willing to do anything for his friends, very polite and an awesome student. She liked him so much. Now she wants to take him into her class. They look at her, so she knows how to praise her students too. It turns out she praises sometimes, too. Just do they realize it? There's this student in her class who's a sword-wielding. Well, it was the protagonist who subdued him with his bare hands, but in the Moon's entrance exam, he used a sword, and here he fought unarmed. She clearly has a knack for hand-to-hand combat, so it's better if it's run by her, as an expert in the field. That's problematic. And he's a true innovator in sword-wielding, so he should be the one to train him. He would be much more effective in his class if he became his mentor. And was he so interested in apprentices? Let him not make her laugh. Why his weapon when he fended off a sword strike with his bare hands? He was the first to discern the main character's abilities. He can't give in to her. Maybe she should show him again who's older. And she doesn't remember how only 2 weeks ago she had a bet with him and lost. At this point, someone came in a rage and simply broke the table in half with their anger. He told the 2 of them to sit back down. What with all the fighting between professors? At this point, the woman said it was an expensive item and the man took note. He then asked Damien or she didn't have any thoughts on the matter. He refrains from picking a seemingly intimidating professor like himself as a mentor. If he has an aptitude for computers and it's worth meeting once, there's still a week left of practice bouts after which teachers need to make recommendations, so let him settle down. And they can show interest all they want. It's still up to the student to decide. What is it? Is this guy from Dassel or something? The woman deflated about it. She was told it was a small village, which disappeared 10 years ago in a celestial debacle. The sky crash is a tragedy that occurred 10 years ago in southern Caliban, in which half of the kingdom's territory disappeared. After this incident, the state lost its former strength, and Caliban disappeared from the maps a few years later and its office. The culprit for the destruction of an entire village was a single dragon with the ability to reincarnate, and it was impossible to predict exactly what it would become. One of the 7 great dragons, the heavenly dragons of Kianal. He asked Daniel, or was he in the raid too? After all, the man who killed the celestial dragon was his teacher. He was a beginner then, so he didn't know how to do anything. To survive in that situation was already a miracle. Anyway, Dissel is one of the affected villages. That place was completely destroyed. I didn't know there were any survivors. Maybe he wants to avenge this tragedy. The genius he kept in his heart for hating dragons, and who can with his skills stand up to even him. The only survivors with unprecedented powers. However, he has to correct him a bit here. The professor asked what he wanted. He said he will probably be the strongest among the freshmen, however, in the D class. I mean, a genius with amazing skills. There was another girl there. A genius. William told the professor that he did 3 approaches of 200 times. All right, now do 2,000 burpees, 8 sets. Make him get up faster. Self-training class. Now that's something normal. It was still 3 days away from the duel, and he seemed to have already remembered the breathing and movement method from his past life. He may well be able to achieve a lime result. At that moment, Rood noticed something. He asked the guy, or can he pay lip service while practicing? Said that great power is manifested by powerful breathing. What kind of nonsense is that? So if a bear roars, you get the strength of a bear. He can't lift that weight, so he's not strong enough, Rood said. Tell him to stop talking. First have him assume a normal posture, and then say, every time he sniffles, have him lean sideways. And really, maybe it would be stimulated more effectively that way. He's definitely his unrivaled teacher. Hennis came in and immediately said that it stinks a lot. After that, they think they are normal. How can you exercise 3 o'clock in a row and not rest once? When one feels muscle growth, then he can know the joy of exercise. By the way, she was too thin. He would guide her, let her start working out. And she thought her weight was normal. Let her not fit, it stinks. Compared to women, they look like stray dogs that have been starving for a week. Of course, this infuriated him. She couldn't understand what stray dogs meant. Did he want to die or something? At that point she asked where to send it. Rood said to buy something to drink. When she asked the guy if he was going with the main character, he said he couldn't walk after such exertion. If she brought him a protein shake, it would be a good thing, but she didn't say anything to him. She was surprised that someone had come early. It was, in fact, the very capable girl the professors were talking about. The two of them definitely got their attention. The girl said she thought of her brother, similar, but it turned out not to be true. Her name was Lena, a swordswoman skilled in the devilish sciences, a strong warrior and dragon slayer. Compared to his brother, the one who first showed him the insurmountable wall of difference, Rood Denethos asked if he said she would see her again and that he would remember her. Damn it, didn't he even give him a chance to win if she hadn't died in the battle with the heavenly dragon back then? Rood told Hennis to step back. At that moment, Rood Denethos told the girl to get the hell out of here. Afterward, she asked if she had plugs in her ears. Then the girl raised her drink upward, and then she threw the can at the guy. Rood Denethos dodged that can. Rood's memories immediately began to surface. After that, something started to happen. The girl approached him at that instant, but Rood Denethos asked and grabbed her leg. She was very much surprised that he blocked her blow, then let him try to respond to it. Hennis yelled at him for what he was even doing. She thought he was just some idiot. He dodged her punches twice. Did he also come to mock her because she got in on a recommendation or something? Rood Denethos asked about the suitcase. She said ours was blocked by the drink machine. Rood Denethos said he wanted to let him move over. After that, the girl moved away. Rood Denethos started to buy himself a drink. Looks like she was wrong. Rood Denethos asked. She still hadn't gotten off, and she asked what his name was. Rood Denethos introduced himself. Afterward, the girl said he would remember us. After that the main blood started to go away and she said whenever she wanted. Hennis said she should apologize. Who the hell is she? His arm almost broke. He just wanted to test the difference between them. She was still just as strong. The girl started to ask if he was alright, if he was hurt. Leon? Hadn't she seen him fend off her blows? What do you mean? Fought back. She thought his arm was going to come off and let him shut up and they would go to the medical room. The guy asked why Rood Denethos hurt his arm. Did someone damage something or something? The woman began to ask how this even happened. Rood Denethos replied that it was just a small accident. At that moment the professor came running and asked what was going on. The girl replied that some girl suddenly started swinging her legs and hitting him. Rood Denethos started correcting her and saying she hadn't been drinking. It was just a minor altercation. The professor asked who had beaten up Rood, and the girl told her it was a girl, also a freshman. She had silver hair, yellow eyes, and said she'd gotten in on a recommendation. The professor immediately realized that it was Lena from Class D. That's not gonna work. They need to go and sort it out. But the guy started saying she started it. Calm down. She won't stand for it, even if he started it first. This isn't the only time she's beaten up other students. What's the matter with her? Seems like someone she couldn't sit down. She beat up such a nice boy, too, that he's not asking to tolerate her. As a teacher, she has to find a more reasonable way, a sensible way to do it. If she started to deal with it on the spot, the right of punishment would be with Mr. Arthur from Class D. He would probably try to keep it quiet. It's better to contact Father Lon, the guild leader and dead dragon first. He is the kind of person who separates the personal and the public. so he will probably ask to have an educational conversation with her. After that, she can go to Mr. Arthur and not give him a scandal. So he's offering to turn the tables on him and get the right to punish her. It was right. We should not make a big deal out of it. It would be better to do with penalty points, correctional work, extra study hours. Except that the goal is to correct behavior, so extra lessons may be a bit out of line. He was a true genius, and Rood Denethos felt shame at this point. The guy came up to him and told him that the professor seemed to really like him. He congratulates him on that. Let him shut up. Let him not get upset about losing. Don't bring them up to be real men. 3 days later, I think everyone was in a gathering. They ask all students to line up in their classrooms. Now, they begin bouting classes together. And now the competition between the A and B classes begins. Each student, on a first-come, first-served basis, let them choose an opponent to compete against. The one whose name has already been called may no longer compete in other contests. Each student will fight twice. This is the end of the explanation. The other students wish them victory. At the competition, all the teachers were sitting on the second floor judging the students. Number 1. Jillian McDougall. Let her come out. She called out to her opponent. The competition in the classroom was only lip service, more like a lesson, but in reality was an assessment exam. Only aptitude is looked at. Origin and background are unimportant, as only skills and talents are evaluated. This is one of the reasons why the Academy is a top institution. In other words, everyone who is here has heard all their lives what geniuses they are. He doesn't recall that. Next up is number 8, Hennis Halfley. Although if you think about it, in front of a true genius, the enemy is simply frozen. The guy started screaming and cheering him on at this point. Rood Denethos didn't understand how a mage who wasn't good at close combat could do such a thing. Only she could do it, and her self-confidence was astounding. Have everyone get ready. Then the command to begin was given. The girl immediately started using magic. After that, she started attacking the guy. What a relief that the fireball's speed wasn't that high. Otherwise, the contest would be over after one hit, not knowing the opportunity to cast the next spell. The guy was trying his best to beat the girl at this moment. Then he could observe her legs in front of him. Then she started using magic again. The guy didn't realize when she had time. The distance between them has increased. She's already preparing the next magic move. We need to do something as soon as possible in the guy's place. In that instant, Hennis said he was caught. He underestimated her. He didn't think a mage could get close to a swordsman. Such a crazy gimmick. The guy admitted he lost. Hennis Halfley wins. They were both good. At that moment, she spotted Ms. Lena on the balcony. Empress of the White Flame, Lena Blueberry, guild leader. Rood Denethos wondered what she was even thinking as she approached the swordsman. I just bet on the sudden appearance effect. He probably thought a magician could only shoot from a distance. It's a two-way stick. If the enemy had realized a little earlier that she was trying to get closer to him, he would have expressed danger. Though forever was like that, it's not usually common for mages to fight such intense battles, and on the superior feels of the opponent the moves were not bad, and the magic was used correctly. Pretty good assessment of the whole situation. That was right. A battle mage was quite rare. More additional teachers would have to be announced, but this time a fire mage was needed. Next, have him come out and call out his opponent's name. It'll be interesting to see who's next. At that moment William started to summon Rue. He said that last time he got distracted, but she wouldn't succeed this time. The woman was surprised to hear this. What's the matter? Why the unnecessary phrases and pompousness? Rood Denethos realized there was nothing he could do about it in deference to his willpower. He'll do what he can. Let him come this way. In that instant, they could hear the sounds and beating of the guy. Everyone was very much surprised as they watched this. Then someone started saying he was staying. Rood said he would fight to the last. He said he was staying. He kept drinking it. They were good. Rood Denethos will be out next, and him again. If he needs a rest, he can change the order. Rood Denethos said he would continue the battle, then let him name his opponent. Rood Denethos said Balac came up to him. The guy was a little surprised, but, of course, he went up to him. Afterward, he told Rood that he didn't want to fight him, but he'll have to, because he's the strongest man here. He then said that the wrestler Steros doesn't fight friends of friends, so he's in a hurry. Then, like a coward, Balac had been strong in a past life. The ground shook under his feet, and if he swung his fists, mountains fell. However, That is not enough now, he will have to sit, and his honor, which he cherishes more than his life. But he needs to climb at least one run in life and become the strongest. He's learned a lot from getting it from him. This time it was his turn. Wrestler Steros doesn't refuse to be challenged to a fight, so that's immediate. The head rat said he would unlock a wrestling talent that has yet to blossom. The guy said he's stronger than him, so he won't ask him to pull out his sword right away. He hopes to fight at full strength. Rood Denethos asked why he might not have said that. At that moment, the command to prepare was given, and after that, the team started. Rood Denethos and his boyfriend got into a standoff. In that instant, memories came flooding back to him. Balac said he was here at his brother's request. He asked him to calm him down because he was acting wild. Rood Denethos told him not to make him laugh. Let him tell him to come in person if he doesn't like something. Isn't that too harsh of a response? He's his family. In that instant, he threw out his sword. He called him a bore and told him to shut up. What the hell, family? Balac says he's not a bore. Why is he resisting that? Did he want to die or something? Why does he always go where he doesn't belong? Steros doesn't refuse a challenge to fight. That's how it is. Let him attack then. But the guy beat him with ease. Rood Denethos called him a bore again and said how strong he was. But the guy retorted that he was supposed to be strong. Rood Denethos asked that he was mocking him. It was true, even though he is stronger than him. After the lion incident and the drag with that jerk, he had to admit that his level was enough to linger among the real town. In this moment, Balac was preparing for battle morally. Then he planted his feet sharply on the floor. After that, started running straight at Rood. Rood stretched out his hand. Rood has managed to take a stubborn jab to the chin. Balac was greatly surprised when he felt all of this. After that, Rood hit him one more time. Then he had already messed up his legs, but the guy managed to fend off this attack. After that, Rood started hitting him with his elbow. Then the guy grabbed him squarely by the shoulders. But right after that, Rood started attacking him. Rood looked at him in surprise. In that instant, he didn't see the guy in front of him. Balac said he was bitching this time. He was just crazy for attacking in the open. Rood thought it was a crazy piece of muscle. He was able to hit him properly a few times, and there were scratches on him. The soul of a wrestler is in his muscles. The Steros were a race of fighters in the north, placed on the muscles of the fanatics. Their muscles, which had transformed over the years, were stronger than iron armor. Their deeds were themselves instead of spear and shield. If the usual blows don't work on him, Balac was surprised that Rood was so fast. Not only do you have to act fast, but you have to use complex techniques that are not easy to follow. At this point the guy went into a rage. After that, he swung around and reflected that it was impossible to penetrate Steros' armor. Rood struck again in that instant, and then he felt his pain after all, and reflected on the fact that it had been impossible to break through his body before. Rood Denethos asked at this point, said the better guy was ducking. Balac was very much surprised at these words. What is needed here is a short blow with gentle pressure with which to break through his armor and shatter his insides. Just like some kind of glass thing. If he doesn't duck, he loses. Rood knows this method. This was the attacking technique of the Steros. The shape, which combined the stony hardness of the mountains with an inner softness that resembled the evasiveness of waves, made Balac realize that Rood's movement was similar to the Steros' technique. But he didn't suppose that he would be able to comprehend the techniques of countering them, for he wasn't of their kind, as he had learned, though it didn't matter. Now he's just wants to beat this guy. The main character tells the guy to get ready. With a smile on his face, he launches an offensive. You have to focus and follow his movements. At the rate he can catch on, he should be able to find patterns and read his trajectory. He also has to grab it. After that, the guy went into a rage and started attacking on his own. Their fists collided with each other. Rood realized the guy was a freaking genius. After that, they started literally beating each other with their fists. Rood's strength lay not only in his physical abilities, but also in his ability to sense his opponent and his perfect technique. Although he looked exhausted, he was outmatched by his reserves of strength. In that case, he decided to use the winning shot. Then Rood Denethos was already reaching for his weapon. He told the guy it was a good fight. Balac was very much surprised that the guy didn't duck. Rood Denethos said he was strong after all. After that, he began to use his weapon. Balac didn't expect this turn of events at all. Then he just fell to the ground. But at that moment he had a sort of smile on his face. Rood Denethos also looked at him and said he was stronger. Everyone was silent at this moment, but after the guy won, they began to cheer. Everyone was very much surprised at what a dynamic battle it was. Someone started saying it couldn't be. The man was surprised that it was a battle of students. Both of them were using Manhwa at a level that was multiples beyond normal dragon slayers, plus this Rood Denethos. And after all, they were still fighting not in full force, but the perfection of these movements. This precision later showed that this student is already a year-old fighter of high level. It was his perfect sword strike at the very end, and Balac proved to be a tricky guy too. It couldn't be, but Rood's techniques resembled those of a teacher. The so-called heavenly sword of Aina Bryce. No matter how much of a genius he was, it seemed to her that demons were impossible to defeat, but she was not a genius, but a true sword monster. She had a fully formed technique before she even began her training. If he could personally train such a student. The student dining hall at this point. Someone was furious that it was Korean food again. Hennis was sure a day like this would be a good day to have lunch, a restaurant. Balac said restaurants often fall down on low-protein dishes. Rood Denethos said he has no money, so how did they get it? It's good food. Why pay for food when you can eat for free? Or does he have no money? No chickens to eat? Hennis said she had enough money. Rood Denethos recalled that she had come from a family that had experienced fear in the past. It's not like the dummy was doing too badly even. So he was, sir, acting like a gorilla. Oh shit, so he's a pauper, risked his life for money, worked as a mercenary. Hennis said she could buy him a drink. Balac must have money, too, so he was the only poor person here. Rood Denethos said he didn't want their paltry handouts and called them filthy rich. What was it that suddenly took that speech from him? At that moment, someone said there he was, that student. Some guy was telling Abel to let him look and asked if he was talking about him. These were the guild leaders, and indeed, they were from a guild called Stalker and Dull Moon. He greeted him and said that it was an impressive battle. He was Roderick Riedler, the leader of the Stalker Guild. Rood Denethos introduced himself by name. Celestial Archer Roderick, Moon Shadow Abel. He hadn't had the chance to see them in person in his past life. They died in the battle with the heavenly dragons before he became a dragon slayer. And this is Abel. Wait, as he sees it, he was shy. But the guy said he wasn't shy. Afterward, the guy laughed and said it was a joke. Hennis immediately stood up and introduced herself by name. And the guy introduced himself as well. They seemed pretty capable to him, too. What are they doing in the student dining hall? They had graduated from this academy too, just missing Korean food. The girl wondered if Ms. Lena might be with them too. Lena left immediately after finishing their belt, saying she had nothing else to look at. Don't let them get upset, she'd be at the academy soon. At this moment, the guy approached Rood and said that Abel had praised him a lot, saying that his guild needed such talent. Abel told Roderick to stop talking nonsense. He said his name was Rood Denethos and asked the guy if he knew who he was. Rood Denethos said that the Dragon Slayer was at number 4 in the rankings, the guild leader of the number 2 guild, Misty Moo. So he knows? Well, let him remember. The Dim Moon takes second place not because it's in any way inferior to ideas like Sacred Fight. He'll get right to where he sought his fight. It wasn't bad. Since this is the case, let him be treated as a genius. Afterward, Rood Denethos said he was outstanding. Abel said he had good self-esteem. He had a suggestion for him. Would he agree to join the Faint Moon Rai after graduating from the academy? Hennis was very much surprised at such a suggestion, then quite a begging offer, of course. Rood Denethos asked, isn't it illegal to recruit students ahead of time? Why do they want him specifically? This is only a formal rule. If the students have sufficient ability, such outstanding geniuses need a stage where they can prove themselves. Can guarantee that the Dull Moon will provide the most suitable conditions for this. He apologized and said that he hadn't decided on a guild yet. In such a large guild, he would have a secure rear in such a large guild, but if he accepted the offer, he wouldn't be free to take further steps from then on. However, he is willing to offer a deal. They can find one person, or it's his older brother who came out 10 years ago after the Heaven Crush. If it's about the survivors of the Heavenly Crush, then it would be a bit difficult. He refuses to accept his invitation to the guild, but demands so much. Then what can he offer in return? The protagonist asked if there was a connection to him. He thinks he has a personal connection to a future rising star. Not a bad option either. He agreed and said he hoped this acquaintance would develop into a rewarding relationship. Rood Denethos smiled and said that naturally there is. Hennis said it was like a hurricane came through. Everything is interesting. All the rankers are like that. He turned down such a big offer, seemingly confident in his abilities. got good at apologizing, or what? Rood Denethos didn't understand what she was talking about, and she explained that it was a notice with faculty evaluations. Rood Denethos remembered. Because of this unexpected encounter, he had completely forgotten to read the technique evaluation messages after the first competition. Students are given score sheets each time after committing. He doesn't remember getting good scores in his past life. Rood Denethos said he received and forgot to check. Hennis looked at him thoughtfully. She said that you cannot even look. It is immediately clear. Probably wrote only good reviews, that the whole family can be proud. That's how she's kept up the story about his brother, or what? That's right, she has a sister. As far as he can remember, she was in a coma. Balac asked the protagonist what kind of man his brother was. A very kind and brainless idiot. The brother was an idiot, deciding to be some kind of indomitable warrior out there to save his only little brother. And after all, you're already in favor of him. Rood Denethos said, he's going to be strong. He's no match for him. If even he says that, he thinks, you can't worry. He was probably alive. He hoped so, of course. Hennis suggested checking their grades in the morning. Then all three of them began to open their letters. First, she has a great sense of combat, excellent use of magic, uses strategy, targeting the enemy's weaknesses. Has all the qualities to become a battle mage, basically everything as she expected. Balac said it next, a high-level wrestler, has excellent physicality and reactions. He didn't realize if he had nice muscles. Rood asked what it was at the end, and the guy said the professors weren't blind. You had to be writing something like that. Professor Claire was a good man. The girl asks what's all this nonsense. Dasho, the teacher, admits he's in agony. Hennis couldn't understand why Rood was reading. At this point she told the guy to show her. She didn't realize what it was. At that moment, Rood walked in somewhere, apologizing for the disturbance. All the professors were there. One of them said the guy finally came. Let him come over here and make himself comfortable, and asked if he had already settled in at the academy. Rood hesitantly said yes. The woman with a very kind expression on her face asked if he wanted coffee, the kind of cookie he liked. The professor, too, begins to suck up to him, and says that the weather is still cold. It would be better to put on outer clothes. At that moment, Rood Denethos asked, staring at the other man. The guy then asked if he and the curator's choice had been called. On point. He seems to know what all those signatures on the scorecard mean. After the competition is over, freshmen must choose a mentor who best suits them. Sometimes the student is personally contacted by faculty members who leave their signatures on the evaluation sheet. It's rare to get all of the professor's signatures. It means that he has performed well in different fields. His opinion is first and foremost, so let him not be shy when making his choice. Each one is a professional in his field. White Sword, Danielle Gould, Claire Mason's Mad Dog, the ghostly predator Damien Grace, and the thunderous spearman Arthur Winston, all will not be the best teachers for him. Rood turned to Professor Daniel. In a past life, he too had chosen him and trained in sword techniques. Rood said that he would like to learn swordsmanship from him. The man said it was a good decision, but the guy had one condition. Let him make him his personal disciple. They were all very much surprised. The man wondered if he knew what that meant. Rood heard that the Heavenly Warrior's successor seat is still open, isn't it? The Heavenly Warrior is a sword master, a mana controller, who was trained specifically to slay dragons. In his past life, Professor Daniel was his brother's teacher, who was a legendary Heavenly Warrior. That is to say, originally, the next successor was supposed to be his brother. The place had said it. But how did he know that? He was thinking of making him his successor. The plan to do it a little later, or he would be the first to speak. A man asked if he could inquire as to why he wanted to take the seat. He said he needed strength as he was very weak. His friends and his whole family were killed by dragons. If he had been stronger, he might have been able to protect them. He doesn't want to relive it again. He doesn't intend to lose the people he cares about anymore. Would he be able to protect them if he were strong? At that moment, the boy asked Daniel to stand up. Then they started to go somewhere. After that, Rood just fell over. At that moment, his sister hugged him, and a dragon appeared right behind them. No matter what kind of suffering a person had to endure, if he seeks to gain strength only for the sake of his feelings, then such a person has no right to take the place of a heavenly warrior. That if his goal is to protect others, that changes things. The astonished professor agreed with this. He said he would make the boy his apprentice. However, he suggested, How about we all become Rood's handlers and train him together? Rood was extremely surprised when he heard this. The professor pointed out that Rood Denethos had special skills, and it would be a pity to only focus on sword techniques. If there was a chance to develop all of his abilities, it should be tried. Rood Denethos realized that even one mentor would have a hard time with him, and offering for at once could cause an imbalance in the other students' training. However, the man agreed, adding that it was a good suggestion. The world needs a skilled dragon slayer to exterminate them all. For the sake of training such a master, all other students would be relegated to the background. This professor was known as a stickler for rules, but now he's saying the exact opposite. Of course, resentment from other students will follow, but what can you do? They have only themselves to blame for their own inferiority. The woman seconded the motion, and the man who spoke next to her said that if Arthur agreed, so did he. The professor clarified that this is only a suggestion for Rood Denethos for now. Whatever choice Rood Denethos made, he was sure that those around him would not lose respect for him. He pondered whether it would be the right decision to agree to become the next heavenly warrior and train with the 4 teachers. What if his choice deprives someone else of a chance, and it affects the future? However, to change the future, a man is needed to replace his brother, confront the heavenly dragon, and prevent the coming catastrophe. Rood Denethos stated that he is asking for support and help to give back the future to those who have lost it. For the sake of it, he will work determinedly on himself, correcting his past actions and focusing on the singular goal of becoming stronger. He will become that warrior. At this point, someone said that it was possible to die on this path. The girl couldn't tell if the professor had any dislike for her. 2 hours ago, on the faculty practice field, Claire was doing an extra lesson, i.e. independent training. The girl was in the training room when she heard this remark. If she understood, then let her take a stand, because if she continues to just stand, it could end badly for her. She realized that procrastination was dangerous and immediately began to attack. At this moment, the girl felt intense, debilitating pain. She was also annoyed with Rood. She'd hit him once, and he'd run right out to complain. Though, come to think of it, she'd made the mistake of hurting his hand. It was her fault, but because of one incident, she was immediately given penalty points and made to do cleaning work. It seemed that the extra lessons were just an excuse. To top it all off, her mother contacted her and scolded her for what happened. Naturally, all this made the girl furious. At that moment, as it turned out, Rood was standing quite nearby. Claire, always so cold-blooded, was questioning whether she was definitely human, but now it seemed like she was crying. It turned out she had tears, too. It seems that it was after the death of the guild leader, who bore the nickname Dead Dragon. In her previous life, Lena had been an ordinary child until her foster father, the guild leader, died. At that time, Rood was still a boy, and he and Lena had a bad relationship, so he didn't really look into the circumstances that turned an 18-year-old girl into such a lost person. This was the man who made an 18-year-old girl cry. Although Rood never complained or spread rumors, there was a feeling that everyone thought he was the culprit. Rood Denethos asked himself if he really felt guilty about what had happened. He walked over to Lena and asked why she was sitting there crying. Barely seeing him, Lena felt a flash of rage. What a bastard! He got beaten up a little bit, and he just ran right out to complain. Does he even realize how hard it's been on me? Ran through her head. If only he hadn't spoken to her so rudely. But at that moment Rood suddenly apologized and held out a handkerchief to her. She was greatly surprised and asked if he had really just said that. Rood apologized for being rude at the time, admitting that he had overreacted a bit. He added that he hadn't intentionally snitched on her. He was ashamed of himself, but his girlfriend had come forward. Lena was surprised that he'd apologize so easily. So it's not that important to him, she thought. After that, Lena started to blow her nose, which looked ridiculous. She asked him if he thought apologizing would make her stop being angry. Rood, slightly embarrassed, replied that he had not asked her to blow her nose in the handkerchief. Then he told her to calm down, for he would wash it. Lena said she accepted the apology, admitting her share of the blame, but warned that if he was bothering her, the issue wouldn't stay that way. Rood replied that he would try to avoid her, though he still intended to become strong. In the past, Lena had always acted alone. The girl turned around and started to walk away. Lastly, she said he could say hello to her if he wanted to. Rood interrogated what she meant. Lena repeated that if it was okay with him, he could say hello. Rood was quite surprised by her words. Wow. I didn't expect to see her like this, he thought. Why did she just say that? Friends won't show up if you do things you haven't done before. At that moment, Rood suddenly asked what she was talking about. Lion, a little irritated, wondered why he was asking such questions. Rood explained that they seemed to be going in the same direction. He added that he was headed to the faculty practice field. Lion was surprised that he was going to the same place. Maybe his handler is there too, she thought. At that moment, Rood confidently opened the doors and stepped inside. The professor greeted him, saying he was waiting for them to come together. Rood asked the professor if the girl would listen to the lesson with him. He replied that he had asked her to do so. Rood couldn't believe it. In her previous life, Lion's mentor was Professor Claire. Although Lion was not a bad swordswoman and the daughter of the dead Dragon Guild leader, she had chosen Claire to fill in the gaps in her melee techniques. Lion asked if there was something he didn't like. Rood replied that it wasn't that. He explained that close combat techniques were necessary for her style, especially in a battle with a dragon. Plus, he noted that she was using a one-handed sword, and her technique in the competition was already excellent. Rood added that if you reinforce technique with strength training, the results will be even better. Lion noticed that she didn't really like the fact that he was watching her, but admitted that his idea wasn't a bad one. Rood assured her that he wasn't specifically watching anyone. At this point, the girl let out a curse, which caused the professor to be perplexed. The professor noted that she was complaining too quickly, making it hard to concentrate. Lion defiantly stated that he thought as if she would choose Professor Claire over Professor Daniel. But Rood couldn't understand why she was so harsh on Claire, since their relationship had been good in the past. Now, however, the future had changed, and Lion was almost feuding with Claire. It's all because of Professor Daniel's plan. The reason for this plan is Rood himself, but they put off discussing it until later. The professor offered to move on to class, explaining the nature of the class. He explained that sword technique consists of many levels, from simple movements to perfection. While they almost don't need theories, experience is key. It takes focused training to gain the right experience. Independent study is an important part of this process. The professor asked if they were ready, noting that they would have to fight each other. He added that this is where they will conclude today's class. He then said the classes will include individual and joint training, wishing them a good weekend. Rood pondered that he might at least be able to defend himself. Lion warned him to be careful what he said. She also noted that if she could cuss like he did, she could do better. But so far, she had only gotten hit. Lion said it wasn't that important. They lost because of their own weakness, but they came here to become stronger. Besides, she added, Professor Daniel had specifically succumbed to them in battle. Lion suggested that Rood practice with Professor Claire so that he would realize that her classes with Daniel were still flowers. Rood, embarrassed, told her to stop talking about it. Why did he suddenly feel guilty, or was it just her imagination? Lion suddenly suggested, if he really felt guilty, let him teach her his techniques. Rood didn't understand why she had asked him to do that. The girl explained that she lacked skill in fighting. Everyone says that Rood is a good fist fighter, so he could help her. He objected. Why him? She should learn from the instructors. He didn't have time to practice, and she needed his techniques. Lion said she was tired of constantly getting punched by Professor Claire. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes, as if pleading with a look. Rood, sighing, agreed, asking only not to be pestered again. Lastly, the girl reminded him not to forget his promise. He still couldn't get used to the difference between this Lion and the one in his previous life. He couldn't even say no to her. It wasn't at all because she looked cute, but more out of calculation. If she was going to be part of the main raid team, she better make friends with her. It might be a good chance to repay a debt from a past life, but how dare she ask him to do such a thing? He would make her regret it. The Eurasium Academy was located in the capital of the Empire of Althea, the training center for dragon slayers and the pride of the nation. Much of the equipment at the academy was state-of-the-art. Despite this, students often complained about the limited space and life exclusively within the walls of the academy. Therefore, the management allowed them to go to the city on weekends or holidays. Hennis irritably asked why Rood was weaving like that, stating that she had a lot to do today. Rood replied that he was going to spend the weekend at home, because his muscles needed rest. Balac supported him, saying that there were so many interesting things to do in the capital that it was strange to spend the weekend on boring things. Rood added that he'd rather sleep than carry her bags. Hennis told him to stop grumbling and promised to treat him to an expensive lunch. Balac noted that for the sake of an expensive lunch, it was worth being patient. He asked Rood if he wanted to carry her things himself. Rood replied that he didn't have any money with him, so let Balac carry it. Balac complained that it was unfair, but quickened his step. Finally, Hennis declared that enough arguing, it was time for lunch. They walked into a luxurious restaurant. Miss Hennis was warmly welcomed as a regular customer. They were escorted to a table. Rood, looking around, couldn't believe how rich the place looked. Do they want to show that they are true aristocrats or what? He thought. It was unusual for him to see so many forks on one table. Hennis asked the waiter to bring 3 identical dishes, adding a 600-gram venison steak to Rood's. She explained that he needed to regain his energy after training. When he heard that one dish cost 500,000 ribbons, Rood almost choked. That was his monthly subsistence allowance. He asked if it was too expensive. Hennis replied that since they were hauling her stuff, they deserved a decent lunch. Balac enthusiastically said he'd like to order something else, but Hennis cut him short, reminding him that she'd already added the steak. Balac was resentfully silent. Meanwhile, the waiters brought the order. They wished each other a pleasant appetite. Balac said the flavor of the food is excellent and comparable to the chef's dishes from his family, although the portions are small. At that moment, the knife flew in his direction. Hennis sternly reminded him to shut up. Then she turned to Rood and asked if he liked the food. She started telling him it was her favorite place, suggesting he try a few more dishes. Rood honestly admitted that he has never eaten such an expensive meal, so he doesn't even know how to rate it. But he was tensed by Hennis's excessive friendliness, for in his past life their relationship had been far from friendly. Then she called him a freak. She claimed she could handle the dragon alone, accusing him of wasting equipment. Rood had said that even a dog wasn't touched while eating, so why was he pestering him? How can he eat when he put her down with shit like that? He's become worse than a dog. He was more used to seeing her rough but honest. Now he didn't like her sucking up to him. At that moment Rood turned to her. She, on the other hand, grabbed Balac's arm in the meantime and began to say that she had asked him not to tell her any more about how much he ate there and what he stuffed in his mouth. Maybe he has all his food going to his muscles instead of his brain, or maybe his brain is made up entirely of muscle because he is one gyrus. If he touches the menu again, she cut off his hands. Balac was startled by the girl's behavior. Then she asked Rood with a smile if he had said anything. Rood said he wanted to thank her for the treat. It was very tasty, even though it made him uncomfortable. It was better than that attitude. Let him just shut up and keep eating. Balac remarked that he was very sad about this discrimination. He looked at his watch and said it was 8 o'clock. I think there was something going on at the time. He remembered Lion's words about her saying they would see each other at A, and he would help her. Rood remembered that at the last moment, Lion said the guy was late. It's been 5 minutes, why hasn't he come? He was the first person she could talk to normally in this place, and he, unlike her, probably had a lot of friends and could forget about meeting. Just at that moment, Rood Denethos appeared behind her. He was surprised she was already here. He was late, didn't know it was customary to arrive 10 minutes before the appointed time. Rood Denethos admitted his mistake and apologized. Lion asked Elman if he'd eaten anything, and Rood Denethos sniffed his clothes, saying he'd gone to the capital with the boys. The girl was surprised that he was in the capital outside of the academy. Rood Denethos replied that his girlfriend bought him dinner. Lion, as if jealous, said, understandably. Rood Denethos started asking what she wanted to learn today, at which point the girl noticed that he seemed to have a lot of friends. He replied that they would start with simple positions, but Lion kept talking about her own and told him that she had never been to the capital. Rood Denethos didn't know how he should respond. Okay, she'd figured it out. Now she could get back to practicing. Rood Denethos asked if she said next Saturday is free. If that's the way she wants it, he won't go to the capital with her. Lion got excited and asked if it was true. Rood Denethos noticed that she was very excited, and she started to say that he should have offered to go. Rood Denethos asked if maybe he shouldn't then, but she said she would go. Anyway, he agreed and said that now it was time to stretch. She wanted to learn how to fight. She asked if the capital really had a lot to offer and lots of all sorts of delicious food, and what they would eat there. Lion also asked where he'd been today, which is the customary thing to do when out with friends. She remembered seeing it last time. She didn't understand why he was suddenly acting like this. Rood Denethos told her to stop it. Rood Denethos asked if she was always so talkative. She replied that her mom was always joking about her calling her a talker, and that she was the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. If she likes to chat so much, how did she put up with it in her previous life? Rood Denethos again told her to stop talking. He explained that he uses the Steros style of fighting. More specifically, it's a modified technique so that it can be used by the average person. She was aware that the Steros base their technique on crazy physical stats. After all, that is why he will teach her a few of his brother's techniques and methods. If you combine these techniques with those used by Professor Claire, there are no definite rules or regulations. One simply tries to dodge blows and hit the opponent as much as possible. The dragon wondered how one could dodge when an opponent followed at his heels, so he's going to teach her how to get hit as little as possible. At this moment, Rood Denethos began to move very fast. Lion noticed that she couldn't see him move. It looked like he was evolving and laughing. Rood Denethos said limbs. This is a technique during which she moves exclusively on her toes, attacking her opponent. The leg muscles are used to a minimum, so the movement is barely perceptible. The girl asked if this was also a Steros technique. Rood Denethos responded that he came up with the technique himself, and normally such techniques are not used. The girl asked if he was a right genius. The guy answered her to try it once. The girl asked where exactly. She didn't understand how to do it, so she asked Rood. These are the kind of people they call geniuses. It took him 2 years to develop this technique, another year to transform it, and another year to master it. It's hard to call someone who tries to survive by any means necessary a genius. A genius is more likely someone who mastered it for minutes or took him for years. She remembered her other comrades from her past life. The girl asked if she was doing everything right. Rood Denethos smiled, then looked at her at that moment. Then he tripped her up and said it was just awful. Lion, of course, immediately fell to the floor afterward. Rood Denethos said he was talking about socks and she did a dance. Rood Denethos asked her to stand up and try again. Let her try to do her best. Tonight he would torture her until she succeeded. He told her to do normal and she told him to stop tripping her up. The protagonist at this point sat down on the bed. After that, he sighed heavily and said that he was very tired. It's good that things are going smoothly so far. Outwardly it's not that different from the past life. But here's the thing about relationships. In a completely different way than in the past, there have been strong changes. Rood wondered how this would affect the future, but he realized he couldn't let things go back to the way they were. If he wanted to save them, he needed to change the future. We just need to get the team back together and destroy the heavenly demon, then he can see it again. In the meantime, he must fulfill the role of brother, and the first thing he should overcome is blue sky technique. The two weapons collided with each other. The training continued. The professor was smiling at this point. In fact, Rood Denethos was practicing with him at this point. The guy realized he wasn't easy to deal with. He surprisingly likes to joke around. It looks like the enemy is not going to give up at all. The professor continued to stare at Rood at this moment. Rood Denethos dodged it and bounced back. He contemplated changing his style. Rood Denethos didn't understand where the fist came from. The professor clenched his fist and was ready to attack Rood. The protagonist flexed his arms for defense. He asked if only the sword could be used. The professor replied with a smile on his face that he had a very volatile character. Physically, he's still inferior to him. Rood Denethos bounced back again. The professor couldn't understand, or he was dressing the subject himself, too far removed. He stopped and let Rood Denethos show what he can do. At that moment, he noticed that Rood Denethos began to approach. The man thought he would go for subtle techniques. He used a blocking kick. Just at that moment, the sword flew out of his hand. Countermeasures. The blue sky technique is a sword technique aimed at defense, blocking kick and countering. In his previous life, he had only studied this technique to keep up with his brother, but the true blue sky technique required not only a sword, but another element as well. The professor said lastly that his techniques were great, even to be picked on. It felt like he had mastered them from the beginning. Rood Denethos said he beat them off very easily. The professor thought it was safe to move to a more serious level. Rood Denethos didn't understand what a more serious level meant. The blue sky technique does not only include sword skills. The sword can be mastered by those who are not adherents of this style. Mana control is only passed on to the successors of this style as a refinement of the technique. Mana is unrefined life force, usually accumulated in the most important organ, the heart. However, The blue sky technique goes beyond this norm, using a special way to utilize mana from outside. This is mana. The receivers of the blue sky technique control a large amount of life force, droplets of it in a subspace called the celestial spirit, meaning they utilize some sort of energy transmission channel. Rood Denethos noticed the celestial spirit and remembered that his brother had one. It was an efficient method. If the heart already contained mana, its role as a conduit would be reduced. He hadn't learned any other ways to control mana yet, had he? Rood Denethos said that everything was correct. In his past life, he had used a normal method based on the magic circle system. So this was what the maximum mana management index looked like, which was previously unfathomable to him. The quickest way would be to try this method himself. Let him sit down, but first let him decide where he wants to put the seal. Rood Denethos pondered over this question, then held out his hand and said here. The professor held out his hand to and said it would tingle a little. After that, he began to stab him. Rood Denethos watched carefully. Rood Denethos was very much surprised, for the professor had said that he would have a little tingle, and he felt as if he were on fire. After a while, the professor finished. Rood Denethos looked carefully at his hand. There was some kind of power emanating from his hand. He noticed pure mana flowing out from here. Rood Denethos pondered something in the distance. This is the legacy of receivers that has been passed down from generation to generation for a long time. They dedicated their lives to reach a certain level and use the information and mana gained to create the heavens. These skies are the blue sky. At that moment, someone turned to him. Rood Denethos came to reality. The professor asked how he felt about his first encounter with blue skies. Rood Denethos said, "It was amazing. The first steps in mastering mana are comparable to the appearance of a new organ in the body. It takes a long time to get used to the feeling and start applying mana. It's amazing, but he can already feel her in his body quite confidently. He doesn't just feel it, he controls it, which descends from the expanse of blue sky just a few minutes later." The professor didn't realize who the guy was. As he was learning the normal way of handling mana, there was a ring in his heart that was used to manifest its level. The level of the blue sky technique is revealed through the number of wings. A teacher has 6, heavenly sword masters like his brother have 7. He recalled the words that his goal now was 8 wings. One must make every effort. And Rood's, there was only 1 wing. The seal cannot be taken out because it is engraved on his soul. Even after the death of his successor, his memories and powers returned to the source. But in the space connected to the celestial, there were Daniel's teachers and the one who called the youngster brother. There wasn't. If this seal remains on the soul, then it was quite possible that after his return, the celestial spirit would hold the memories of his brother. The teacher didn't say anything about imprisonment in other dimensions. The confusion with his brother was gone. The heavenly dragon Sartman was the only clue. Like at that moment someone asked him why he was out of there so late. Hennis asked if he didn't know that every second counts if they want this idiot to learn anything. Rood replied that he was done on time. Why didn't they just go on without him? The girl replied that she couldn't handle the dumbass. Balac instantly reacted and said he had a dumbfounded. The girl responded by telling him that at this rate, he was in danger of a second year. It's strange to him, but as soon as he starts listening to the theory, he's ready to pass out. He wondered if this could be some sort of psychological attack using magic. Hennis asked the protagonist how his lessons with his handlers were. Rood replied that it was no big deal, except that they were taking an undue interest in him. He remembered the man telling him that he had exceeded his expectations. He was simply incomparable. The woman told him that he had single-handedly invented the technique. How beautiful. Hennis asked, meaning no big deal. He has a chance to be the subject of all curators, something that has never happened before in history. Is it really no big deal? For example, he could see Professor Damian. They say he's a misophobe. Rood said he didn't even know. An hour ago, he was in the office of a D-class professor. Tonight, too. He didn't last in our last time. If they'd known each other in a past life, some hot news could be discussed. But he's hardly ever met him, so he doesn't know anything about him. Of all the professors, he was the first to die. The man then spoke up and asked the guy if he liked tea. Rood replied that the flavor wasn't bad. That's good. It's most popular in the Empire. It is a variety of mulberry. He likes it too. Rood noticed that the man did not take a sip of this tea. They were silent after that, and for another half hour the lesson was over. Rood said that nothing much happened. He just drank his tea and left the office. Hennis didn't understand why it was so boring. Rood asked how they were doing with the handlers. Balac replied that he really liked Professor Claire, a true warrior worthy of respect, And he also appreciated the beauty of the mask. Come to think of it, they got along well in their previous lives because they both had muscles instead of brains. Hennis shared that things just went from bad to worse for her. They said the supervisor wouldn't help, so they gave her another teacher, and do they know what he told her? He said that fire magic was extremely inefficient, so she should master another kind of magic. That if she insisted on only one direction, she would quickly reach her limit, but he was no match for the Empress of White Flame. Balac said, making sense of what he said. Fire magic is pretty rare, isn't it? Hennis became furious and started asking what he even understood. Rood began to calm him down and told the girl that if she didn't like the teacher, she could change the class. That the girl thought it was useless. There was not a single fire mage among the academy's professors. Who knows? Suddenly the White Flame Empress would become a teacher here to train her. Hennis asked what nonsense he was talking about. At that moment someone approached them from behind. Rood looked at the bow with disdain. The guy, on the other hand, was looking on with a smile on his face at this point. He welcomed Rood and said he hadn't seen him since the admission ceremony. He's Jeremy Deville, student body president. The others must be Hennis and Balac. Rood asked if he had learned everything about them beforehand. The guy replied that they were just pretty famous. How could you not notice freshmen walking together all the time, especially Ruda? He was, after all, elected by all the faculty. Even among the upperclassmen, there's a lot of outrage that it's unfair. Rood asked if he had come as a representative of the seniors to voice his displeasure. That the guy explained that he had no objection to that. Surely there must be a reason for the professor's decision. On the contrary, he likes outstanding individuals. I can't. The guy then asked if Ruda was interested in the student council. They're always short on people. Rood replied that he didn't really like the idea of being an errand boy. That the guy explained to him that he shouldn't take it that way. It's not like he's being called a mercenary. After that, Rood Denethos became furious. The guy explained that he just said randomly, seemingly hitting the mark. It's just the kind of minor scratches that mercenaries tend to get. It looks like they've had a rough life. Rood tells him he's a bit over the top. His hobby is asset spawn. He even knows he's unusual and is looking for his brother. He's still just as obnoxious and talks like he knows everything. In a past life he was known among mercenaries for his rare powers of observation, but he knows the true face of this freak. Though not a villain, he saw himself in the most selfish and self-righteous way in favor of the vast majority. Rood Denethos said that although he's not into playing detective, he knows a few things about him too, like that he takes too much interest in other people's cases, or mistakenly believes that with such a brilliant mind he can control people like his puppets. Wow. What hatred! He's really interested in him. Rood Denethos knows that. He's only interested in people who are something. But he's not the least bit interested in him. Hennis started apologizing to her friend. The guy said it was okay. Don't let her worry. It looked like he wasn't going to do it. And after interrupting, he apologized and said he'd go. Hennis didn't understand what was wrong with the guy. After all, he is the president of the student council. Rood Denethos said, you shouldn't mess with that asshole. Balac agreed, because he could be dangerous. Hennis didn't understand what smelled meant. He wasn't an animal. The boy explained that each person had a different odor, and that she and Rood had a smell that he missed. At that moment, Rood Denethos noticed a note that said to watch out for Deepening Grace. Rood Denethos didn't realize who the nutcase was. Of course, the guy felt he should be hysterical not about Professor Deepening, but about this creep. He'd done so much damage in the past, so many people had died because of his choices. Among them is Professor Deepening Grace, the first to die among the faculty. He was Jeremy's first victim. More specifically, Jeremy didn't personally kill the professor. In a previous life, he killed himself by stabbing himself in the neck with a dagger. However, it was Jeremy who pushed him to do it. The reason was that he believed that the professor was a danger to the Empire, and his death caused a chain reaction of all subsequent events. He needs to be neutralized so he can't do anything bad. There's still time before that date, but it's likely Jeremy solely pressuring the professor, so there is no time to relax. He can't believe it. Lion didn't understand why he was late every time. He had a warped concept of time. Rood Denethos said he was already on time. She had told him that etiquette rules say you have to show up 10 minutes in advance. The best he's capable of is wasting his precious time on his day off with her. But he's the one who suggested we meet. What was he supposed to say when she was sitting there all sad? Lion was surprised that there were so many people. The street where the Dead Dragon Guild was located had always been busy, but not this busy. The girl, with a smile on her face, asked where they would go now. Rood Denethos didn't know. He should just wear her things, or shouldn't he? What other things? Since he offered, he should show the way. Then, for starters, let him buy himself something. Everyone does that. Then they would go shopping for clothes. But he didn't understand why she grabbed his arm. Let her let go. Yeah. What? Is he shy or something? Why is she so strong? She's gonna break his fingers like that. Rood Denethos and his girlfriend went to some store. Lena fancied herself a dress and said it was nice. She asked how he liked it. Rood Denethos replied that it was not bad, white. She was surprised and asked if that was all he could say. The girl asked if he wanted to try it on. She then tried on the dress and immediately said it looked great on her. Lena asked the guy what he would say if it was beautiful to her. Rood Denethos looked at her. He replied again that well, that dress was white. Lena said he was starting to piss her off, then abruptly corrected herself and said she was taking that dress. Rood asked if she was really done and they would move on. Lena stopped him and said she would buy him clothes. Rood Denethos said he didn't need anything, but at this point she had already picked out the clothes and asked him to try them on once. The girl told him to go into the fitting room. Lena noticed that the main character was a very strange guy. The first time we met, he was wearing. Then, once he'd seen her tears, he'd apologized immediately, and now she noticed something soft about him. It really bothered the girl. Most of his emotions are very straightforward, only sometimes it feels like he's comparing her to someone else. At that moment, she turned her attention. Rood Denethos came out, and the girl immediately said it suited him just fine too. Lena wondered who he was. A man so not hated by him. He looked at him like a star in the sky. Rood Denethos asked why she froze. Let her pay. After all, she had promised. Lena didn't understand what these manners were. It was as if they were only buying for nothing. Rood Denethos was glad that there were free clothes. Lena said lunch was delicious. I can see why this place is popular. At that moment she was thinking about something. She noticed that this kind of clothing suited the guy, too. The main blood asked why she was staring at him. She replied that it was nothing. She had promised a treat. After all, why did he pay? He explained that she had bought him clothes and he had a conscience too. Still, he was strange. Rood Denethos asked what was strange about him. They say he's been a mercenary since he was a kid. So that means he has comrades or friends he's fought alongside. Strawberry said there were some. Only he wasn't a mercenary but a dragon slayer. She said that was right. Life mates were not something like family, protecting each other and keeping each other safe. Does he happen to have one? No. There was no first love among them that he can't forget. Wow, that was an overly unexpected question. Rood Denethos then turned his gaze away, and after that, he started yelling and talking, and she wonders if that's even possible. Mercenaries treating each other like family. She thinks that the little kid would be treated as an equal. These people are just professionals, traitors, a curse, and he's had to endure so much. Lena covers her ears and starts to say that she didn't know that, did she? There's no love or relationship between coworkers. What kind of blatant nonsense is he talking about? But she does see him as he is. What is he even talking about? Let him see for himself. He gets irritated and yells at every question. Rood Denethos asked if he had a perpetually disgruntled sassy look. If he was unlucky, he'd start spewing profanity. And yet he's honest. Taught her the techniques of combat, even now staring into the please to figure out where to go next. In a word, he's a 6 with a terrible temper. He means went out for a walk with her, but he wouldn't go on and said he was going back in. But Lena stopped him and said they still had a lot to do for today. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she hit him, and she explained that her mom does that. If friends support each other, they have a strong relationship, so she changed today's plan a bit. Rood Denethos didn't know what she was talking about, but realized it was too far away. But she would want him to experience what a real family was. Rood Denethos didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl explained that they were now traveling to her home, the Dead Dragon Guild. She was introducing him to her family. The Kingdom of Siren is grateful for the use of the warp gate. Rood Denethos asked, because she knows it's a violation of the rules. We just have to be careful that no one finds out. It's not like he's in a school uniform. Rood asked if she felt bad about spending 6 million ribbons on the gate. Mom said she could spend as much as she wanted if she wanted to come home. The west of the mainland, Siren, The capital of the rival kingdom, the city where the Dead Dragons Guild was located, wasn't as large as the capital of the empire, but it was also quite lively. In his memory, Siren was a dead settlement, extinct a few years present due to an attack by 7 dragons. At that time, the complete downfall of the Dead Dragon Guild occurred. Lion said this is her home. Rood Denethos said it was more like an estate rather than a guild. At this point, the girl greeted Uncle Harold. He wondered how she was here and asked if she was already on vacation. But the girl said not at all, just went off onto how to affairs to introduce a friend to their guild members. The man was surprised that she was already making friends outside the guild. A party has to be thrown. She finally has a friend. What he is like, he tells her, was very embarrassing. Harold said that he had forgotten himself with Joe. Let him go inside. And the girl asked why the beau was smiling. So she was an outcast, it seemed to him, from the beginning. And let him make her laugh. He's hardly any different. What's she talking about? But Rood Denethos began to remember being told he was an idiot, why he was eating lunch alone. He didn't have any other friends. He had nothing to talk about and they called him a jerk. Rood Denethos reflected on the fact that perhaps he was an outcast. At that moment someone was asking her, or had she really arrived? Then he started asking if some cute friend had put her away, what his name was. Maybe she had paid him off, that's why he's keeping quiet. Let him be honest, or if she had threatened him. Lion told them all to get out of here. He then asked his sister to tell them that they weren't overreacting. It was just that they were happy for her. Here is the first time seeing the members of the Dead Dragon Guild. He didn't think that there was such a warm relationship between them like a family. Perhaps the change in her character in the complete opposite direction after the destruction of Siren was a natural result. Mistress and her friend let them go to the drawing room. The head of the Guide is waiting for them. Someone with whom she is well acquainted has arrived. Lion knocked on the door. Then she spotted her mom. Adelia Creer, leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. She had gotten prettier in the time they hadn't seen each other. She asked if she had something wrong since she arrived in the middle of the school year. If she had beaten someone up again and needed to transfer to another school, but the girl said no. She just wanted to introduce her to her friend. In that instant, the woman was very much surprised. Lion didn't understand what was wrong with them all. It was rather surprising that a daughter with such a bad temper and sociability at ground zero made friends. The woman was smiling at this moment. She asked why the two of them didn't say hello at the sight of adults. It was White Flame Empress Lena Chernikut, the leader of the Sacred Fire Guild. Lion said it was an old lady who was always coming to their house because she had nothing to do. Rood Denethos asked if she had greeted her and introduced himself. The woman realized that he was the same young man who had shown his displeasure during the jousting, and asked how Miss Hafla was doing. Gory said no, he didn't like the handler this time, so she is very upset. Leona asked if it was true that it wasn't such a big deal. The academy would soon have a better teacher. He said his name was Rood and she thanked him. He was very embarrassed. Her daughter was special. She has an extremely developed sixth sense, so she takes other people's emotions too personally. She can analyze others in the blink of an eye, but she doesn't know how to express her emotions, so she still had no friends among her peers. Pasha, though he's strong. Last time she broke her classmate's wrist. Lion said it was him. The woman was quite surprised, but he was the first to start, so that's why it happened. Now all the guests had grown, plus she had a punishment. In that instant, the woman became enraged. Did her mother teach her to fight so she could torture people? Rood Denethos said she didn't torture him. He said it too without thinking, so they're both at fault. It's still no reason to hit people and injure them. She sees that they have already made up. Has Lion apologized? Rood Denethos remarked, speaking as if he were the only one. Lion immediately apologized and Rood Denethos said it's okay, it's fine. So many times I'd asked to be careful with regular students. Natasha doesn't know. Leona didn't think he was an ordinary student. She'd seen him fight, spreading Stero's sun like a toa. Moreover, it is said that Abel himself offered to go to his guild. Isn't it true? Steros and the still dim moon. Lion confirmed all these words and said that the guy was very much still teaching her in fighting. Rood said that he refused to join their guild. That got the woman interested. That's what it means. If he is so strong, then as the guild leader and Lion's mother, she can't pass by. That he could show her once how he fights. Lion was quite surprised. Rood Denethos had heard that the dead dragon head was very belligerent. It turned out to be true. This is his chance to make peace with someone of a higher rank. Rood Denethos said. He certainly had no reason to refuse. Some girl asked what was going on here. The man told her not even to ask, for the head was going to fight a friend whom the young mistress had brought home for the first time. That freshman fought a third-rank dragon slayer. That's the ability he has. I wonder how many seconds he'll last. She hopes their leader doesn't do anything stupid. In that instant, someone told him that those clothes look good on him. The girl quite understands the purpose of his mother giving him the Dead Dragon Guild uniform, but don't let her worrying about it. She apologized for making him suffer because of her. But Rood Denethos asked the opposite. He was grateful. When else would he get the chance to fight a dragon slayer of this caliber? Lion said she had a pretty good attitude. Just let her watch. She wouldn't die. Well, she wishes him luck. May his mom be more careful with him. The woman looked up at him with a smile. Zame asked. Not all the gawkers have already climbed higher. They are starting the fight. Weapon is a wooden sword. Control magic only inside the body. Avoid vital organs. If he hits her, the victory is his. If she wins, fulfills one wish of his. Are the rules clear or what? Rood Denethos said the rules are quite clear to him. What? Is he ready now? He gamely grabbed his weapon. He said she could start whenever she wanted. Then the woman began to move. Rood Denethos has to be straining his leg at this moment in time. After that, she attacked, and Rood Denethos repelled her attack. Then the woman bounced back a little. Rood repelled her attack again. After that, the woman took to the air. She attacked Rood again, and he repelled her attack. The guy didn't realize if he was really seeing it. They were very much surprised. This kid reflects her blows. It was very surprising. She couldn't even believe that a 17-year-old boy possessed such a perfect sword technique. It was even a pity that he had average physiology. However, at that instant, Rood made a sound of being in pain. The woman was sure that was the guy's limit. At the time, adults did not lend themselves to children. The woman asked if he was tired already. It made Rood furious. After that, he began to use his seal. Then he began to advance. The woman was very much surprised and clearly didn't expect it. She didn't realize until the last moment. Rood then attacked her. After that, one of the swords broke into pieces. Judging from his technique, he had already mastered Blue Sky. I didn't think that loser Daniel already had an apprentice, Rood said. Meaning loser. It's actually his teacher. He is also displeased. Then stop reasoning. Let him take a rematch to stand for the honor of the teacher. Lion knew the guy was strong, but it's beyond his imagination. Wow, his mom liked the belt with him that much. But she's in a mood. Whether it's jealousy or feelings of inferiority. She doesn't know what others think, but her feelings. Rood said a rematch is certainly a good idea, but he won this battle. The woman didn't know what he was talking about. Rood said she had just applied out-of-body mana, hadn't she? In that instant, the woman actually remembered when she did. In that instant, everyone was very much surprised. Lena said she was a fool. Rood said that he didn't think the guild leader would contradict herself. Of course she had promised to grant his wish. Let him say what he wanted, but only what is within her power. You can't ask for a large monetary reward. They are not in the best of times right now, Rood said, who said he didn't need it. She was the one who thought who his extreme fighting style resembled. Also something that could ruin the reputation of the guild and that wasn't accepted. Even if they are not bound by blood ties, a mother always remains a mother and a daughter always remains a daughter. The chapter's technique was reminiscent of the martial beast sphere and lion's technique from a past life. He had never once managed to overpower her sword, but he had almost managed to get to victory once. Rood said he had a simple wish. He flicked a finger upward. He asked to fight again on the same terms. Then they started batting again, so he had a reason to ask for another fight. This time he fights differently. Rood was completely focused. Maybe they'll check it out once. The woman tilted her head at this moment. And then she was attacked by a guy. She didn't realize what was wrong. What crazy speed. She still have a chance to strike back. She marveled that she didn't stand a chance. He almost simultaneously dodges and attacks. She just has superhuman reflexes. There isn't even a fraction of a second to swing her sword. Lion has similar abilities, but where did he come from? Rood used extreme sensation. With mana, he uses all his senses and becomes extremely receptive. His reflexes and thinking are accelerated which affects his nervous system, but he can be obsessed with beating Lion at least that way. He had been remembering her from a past life all this time. Rood Denethos continued to focus on the fight. He's not easy to deal with. His ability to accurately read moves is very similar to Lion's style. This was the first time he had seen such a strange entanglement technique had made it impossible to predict his next action. Still, he's not so strong that she can't fight back. Rood continued to dodge. In that instant, he once again ducked. Then they started throwing a rapid succession of punches at each other. The guy near Lion said he was the ultimate destroyer, and the girl was asking her mom to go easy on him. Let him show what he can do. He's going to run like this, or what? Rood didn't answer anything. All he does is dodge. Then they moved as close to each other as possible. At that moment, the woman thought about the guy finally getting caught, and Rood was focused. Then he waved his sword. The woman was surprised that he had missed the sword. The essence of the blue sky technique is free and even counting. At that moment, something approached her, but the girl easily smashed that sword with her foot. Then Rood jumped upward. This was how he had planned to throw away the sword from the beginning. He needed to increase the distance between them first. At this point, for some reason, I was very surprised. The woman realized the guy wasn't in front of her. She was very much surprised by this. Then she turned around. She didn't realize when Rood had managed to get behind her. Stero's admission with a clamor and a rumble. A momentary hesitation was enough. At that moment, Rood Denethos asked, noticing something. Just after that, the woman reached him with a punch after all. The woman looked at the guy after that. Rood said he was in a lot of pain. Lion turned to the guy in that instant. Then she ran up to him and asked him if he was crazy about dying or something. You had to step back. You could die that way. Rood said he was really going to die. It's not like he's a fool. Why did he have to keep going if he knew right away he was going to lose? Rood said it was all clear to him. Let her stop whining. He felt bad, but she wasn't actually whining and he hadn't lost yet. Lion didn't understand what he was talking about. She looked at her mom, who was looking at her with a smile. Afterward, the woman said she lost. Everyone was very much surprised. Promises must be kept. Let them ask for what they want. She offered the guild treasury for him. But Rood said he didn't need that. Let them promise only one thing. The woman asked what exactly to promise. Rood said let her promise that she would believe him when she needed to, even if he was talking nonsense. She said yes. It was an unusual request, of course, and she wanted to ask the reason why. Rood simply remained silent. In that instant, he said he didn't want anyone to die. The woman looked at him in surprise after that. She said that as the head of the Dead Dragon Guild, she gave her word to fulfill her promise. Is the shift already approaching? Although sad, she is glad to see them. Afterward, she named him her future son-in-law. Of course, Rood Denethos and the girl were very much surprised. After a few years, the dragon family, that had been sleeping all this time, would start attacking. The Heaven Dragon would be the first to start, followed by the Dragon of Light. The third will be the Dragon of Illusion Lauzia. As the name implies, she used illusion magic. Her attack resulted in the fall of Siren, as well as the death of everyone in the Dead Dragon Guild. Afterward, he managed to get revenge on Lauzia and capture her, but his comrades died along with her. It won't be long before war breaks out, but he won't let all those people he met today die. Since he had met a member of the Dead Dragon Guild, he would be able to warn them in advance about the time of the dragon and illusion attacks. Then her future. At that instant he turned to her. The girl asked what it was to him. Rood Denethos asked what she was reacting so seriously to some joke. She began to remember how everyone joked about how the guy was their future son-in-law. When there would be a wedding, they'd fit together. Rood Denethos told her to just ignore what they said, but don't think about it. It just feels like her mom really liked him a lot. Rood Denethos said he didn't get today for nothing. The girl then asked if he was feeling okay. Rood Denethos said no, it hurts a lot. She told him to take his medicine and asked why he was so stubborn. The girl said, as soon as it didn't come out that she wasn't already with him ... Rood Denethos said that by the way, they never got to walk around the capital. Wasn't she upset? What was the big deal? Would he go there with her next time, or what? But she asked if she would go or not. Let him wait for her. The main thing, in short, he said they would see. Why is she following him? The women's dormitory is the other way, and she's walking him. Rood Denethos was greatly surprised. There's been a strange rumor going around the academy lately. Rood Denethos asked what the rumors were. They say naked perverts show up at the dormitory entrance every night to practice with. Rood Denethos immediately thought of Balac. What else did they say? There's a homeless guy with blonde hair hanging out in a flower meadow in the park. Rood Denethos was interested in this. And then he told her to elaborate. The guy walked into the office. Inside sat a spirit summoning professor named Lillian Stout. She saw the guy and told him to come on in. Rood Denethos thanked her for agreeing to talk. "You're welcome," Professor Daniel said. He had something he wanted to ask. Rood Denethos said he would like to know about her student, Lena Selkett. It seemed to him that she was starting to cause a little trouble lately. The professor asked what small meant. Rood Denethos didn't understand what was beginning to happen to her, but he began to say that they could by no means be called small. She skips all the time. As soon as she wakes up, she runs straight outside, swimming in the fountain and barbecuing on the roof. These are far from small problems. She has done all she can. Chertano has asked her to at least attend class, but she won't listen to her. Rood Denethos said the professor had calmed down for starters. 5 minutes later, she did calm down. Afterwards, the professor apologized and said she just had a bit of a temper. Rood Denethos understood the stress she was under. Lena is an outstanding student. Contract and discipline are very important to most of Thiel's draft picks. But despite her promiscuity, she is very close with the spirits. You can tell right away that Lena would make a consummate dungeon summoner, but the problem is that she loves freedom too much. On a written exam, she made an airplane out of an exam sheet and launched it in class. You could say Hungry jumped out the window. She had recently trashed the training room, saying she wanted to test spirit magic. She hadn't slept for days trying to keep it quiet. Main Blue, but something much more serious than him. How did he manage to befriend this deviant in a past life? He thought back to his words that it was true. It was 5 times harder than all the training combined to get Lena to graduate from the academy. Rood Denethos asked if he was exaggerating too much. That's a bit strong to say, of course. At that moment, Lena was not an easy person to deal with. The academy allows to second years. If this keeps up, she'd just be expelled. But he doesn't want her missing out. He didn't just ask about her, he has a reason. The head king said it was nothing like that, just a little concerned that such a talented student was acting like that. Here's the professor. 2. The expulsion of such a talent from the academy must be prevented, if only for the sake of the future of the country and the victory over the dragons. Rood was a little surprised. Except the girl doesn't listen to adults, but she doesn't mind encouraging words. She listens to the younger students who respect her. At this rate, she won't be able to graduate from the academy. He's not asking her to, is he? But he doesn't actually know what to say or how to say it, even though she asked him to. Rood Denethos was surprised that it had already been decided. In that instant, a butterfly flew next to the girl. She lay back and said how nice the weather was. So she sleeps right there. The guy is surprised she's not dead. Rood Denethos was watching her at this moment. The girl was really just sleeping. But she's certainly pretty. The prettiest tramp he's ever seen doesn't even look human. It was all true. In fact, Lena was half spirit, half human, but still. Rood Denethos said that in the human world you have to act like a human, and approached her. After that, he started banging and telling her to get up, but she didn't react in any way, just rolled over onto her other side. After that, he pushed her so hard that she rolled downward. Lena woke up and was very much surprised. Rood asked what she was doing up so early. She looked at the flowers, and then she fell asleep. And who was he? Rood Denethos introduced himself by name and said he was from first year. Professor Lillian had sent him. So he's younger than her. What happened? Rood Denethos said he respects her very much. Lena asked if that meant she looked cool and he didn't want to be friends with her or what. The team only joins out of something. Everyone is looking for friends. Rood Denethos said he would think more about that and school life lately. At this point, she just started running away, and the main character said that he hadn't even finished his sentence yet. First he asked to hear him out. After that, he sat the girl down. The girl sat down and asked, by the way, what the fuck she heard was. Rood said it was such an exclamation. He had heard that Lena, whom he respects, was skipping classes and acting very strange. If she stayed a second year, he would be very upset. The girl was greatly surprised that she was acting strangely. She just trashed the practice field. Why is she surprised? The girl began to remember. Then she remembered and said it was okay, because no one was hurt, but the problem is that no one was hurt. Okay, it happens, but why is she skipping classes? How does she plan on graduating from the academy? But why does she have to finish it? Rood Denethos was surprised. It's warm and full of beautiful colors here, while her homeland has too much snow. She likes walking in the park more than sitting in class. She'd like to live here all her life. Rood Denethos had told her that this was Erasium itself, an academy for training dragon slayers. That wasn't why she'd come here, because people were dying all over the world because of those very same dragons. She asked if that was true, but after all, humans kill dragons too. Dragons kill people, dragon hunters kill dragons. It turns out it's the same thing. Nature is actually like that. A peaceful and quiet life is more important to her. What do you mean same thing? Humans and dragons. To her it is. What's the difference between the two in the first place? She seems to have lived in the snowy mountains for too long, so she doesn't know that it's only safe here in the Althea Empire right now. As it is guarded by the major guilds, all the neighboring kingdoms lie in ruins. The inhabitants have been brutally slaughtered, and states are falling apart one by one. Dragon slayers protect some settlements, but where they can't help, those damn dragons just wipe entire villages and towns off the map. Had she ever seen her brothers, sisters, parents and friends torn apart? Or had she? The girl couldn't tell if he was angry. But why not? Rood Denethos said it was crap. Yeah. He'd rather talk to the wall. He realizes she doesn't know anything, so he thinks she wants to. But he didn't know she was that goofy. She came here because she was curious to see the academy where her mother had studied. He has no doubt about it. So let him live here in peace until he dies, annoying those who gave their lives to get here. After that, Rood just started walking away. At this point she turned to her dad, and as it turned out, it was some kind of flying crystal. Lena said she hadn't meant to do that, but she seemed to have pissed him off. What to do? She wanted to be friends. The so-called father was silent for a moment. Don't let her worry. Friends usually show up during fights. Of course it was true. Had he ever deceived her? All right. We'll have to face it tomorrow. She did well. He had yet to talk to this fellow. It was Feldruo, the king of spirits. Rood kept walking away. Then he sighed heavily. He's always doing everything wrong. Someone has finally screwed it up because of his horrible temper. I mean, it's understandable, but his life was a wreck, so he wasn't affected by the dragon in any way. So not a man. It's easy to agree with human emotions. And he took his anger out on her. Here was a brother who was kind, so he would do well. And now what should he do? What she didn't hear, she was told to leave. Hennis said the main one was so timely. She was furious and asked Lena how she even dared to come here. The girl just stared at her. The first time they meet, she breaks her arms. She was a sick psychopath. The first time I met my friend, here's the psycho. The mind, it's clear why it comes alive in front of the dormitory. Clearly wanting revenge for being punished. Lena tried to explain that not at all. They had misunderstood each other that day and had already made up. She just wanted to visit. She brought tomorrow at the same time. Hennis didn't understand what wanted to visit meant. Rood Denethos said it was no big deal. He just went to her house yesterday. That's how it would have worked out. So he would have been in a fight and hurt himself a little. So they both broke the rules. Left 3 days in advance. The gunmen went to her house. And he got whacked there. Or what? Hennis turned around and decided that she would go and tell the professor everything. Rood Denethos said the guy was holding her. Balac instantly grabbed it, just as the guy had asked. Lena understands her concern and anger as a friend. She really would apologize if things were fair, albeit a little messy, and not every weekend agreed to train. Hennis looked at her and said nothing. Then said the guy let her go. After that, she landed and started breathing very hard. Then, with a smile on her face, she sat down, or indeed it was good that they had made up. Then she suggested that they should be friends. Lena was greatly surprised at such a suggestion. She said they would wrestle. We'll see. Then Balac and her would have to break bones too. Lena was wary at this moment. Balac told her to stop already. The girl, of course, was not happy and said she would go. Rood Denethos asked why bring it to this point. Hennis said, let him right after her and be friends only with her. Why does he go with them then? He didn't understand why she was angry. Balac said he had to go to class. He had volunteer work for breaking school rules, though he didn't fully understand which ones. Rood was left all alone. This will not end their lesson. Let one remember to stand up and report until the next class. The students began to pack their things. Rood began to pack as well. At that moment, someone bumped into him. Rood noticed Lena in front of him. They'd had a fight, right, and he didn't know what to say. The girl asked if by any chance Rood was hungry. After that, the girl started cooking the meat. Rood was already sitting there waiting for that meat. The girl was actually standing by herself and making him a meal. She then asked if he liked it medium rare or full rare. Rood said medium and asked her to wait. He could certainly try to figure out why she suddenly suggested eating out, this spontaneous barbecue to do on the roof. If you roast in the cabinet, there will be too much smoke. Better let her eat it until it cools. Her meat is perfectly cooked. Rood began to try. She then apologized to him for yesterday. He's human, probably hurt by a dragon, so he wants to be a killer. And it seems he wanted to help her, and she responded to carelessly. Perhaps he was angered by her answer, since he is only half human. Rood said that wasn't true. After all, he'd already said he had a lot of respect for her. This is his chance. The situation is developing in his favor. You have to forge while it's hot. He is worried that such an excellent student with outstanding skills won't be able to finish the academy properly. Honestly, she sees perfect in every way. It's worth it to just be patient for a few years, to not behave so freely. Then anyone among his peers will want to be friends with her. The girl asked if it was true that there was a student who needed a little change in her thinking. The protagonist thought she was so vulnerable to praise. It seems like things could be resolved much easier than he thought. Lena reached out and asked him if there was peace between them, and now they were friends. Rood Denethos said that of course he thanked her for taking the first step toward her. Henceforth, she will not skip classes and will try harder in her exams, for Rood himself respects her. Lena said she was really cool and would support her in everything and she wouldn't forget her decision. Then the girl said there was something else. Her father wants to talk to him. He won't mind, will he? Rood was a little surprised. Let him not worry. His daddy isn't that scary. He's ordinary. Just at that moment, the protagonist saw his reflection in the crystal, and the girl finished talking about her father being the king of spirits. Father was just silent at this point. He then told his daughter that he would like to speak to her friend alone. Could she leave them alone? Lena didn't argue with him and said she would take a walk in the park. Then she started to walk away. Rood summoned the greatest ice spirit King Feldur, then introduced himself by name. After that, my father decided to get straight to the point. The king asked him, is he from another life too? The king confidently asked him if he had returned from another life. Rood didn't understand how he knew that. He knew he had been in this world before, and the scent came from a familiar place. It is an entirely different dimension from this world than from the world of the spirit. However, in the very heartbeat of that dimension there is a passage that connects the spirits with the summoned bodies. Consequently, the spirits whose affairs are enclosed in that passageway are influenced by the present world, hence the déjà vu effect. He was also in this passage, so he could not escape the influence of the magic covering this world. He felt some kind of fluctuation in time, though he had no memory of what had happened before he returned. He was curious. It seemed they had known each other in a past life, and he had been a warrior. Rood said there was another warrior who followed him on his heels. He said that since that was the case, he will tell him about the world he has forgotten. It made sense to him now. It meant that this warrior named Asir had disappeared along with the heavenly dragon. The king told the protagonist that perhaps this warrior was alive. Rood Denethos asked if this was true and what the basis for it was. And as far as he knows, the celestial dragon has a very cautious nature. He wouldn't die with his enemy, he probably hid to regain his strength. His brother was simply swept away with him. Warriors don't die so easily, he must have been in one of the dimensions. Rood Denethos said that probably would be the case at least. If he wants to find his brother, perhaps he should go to the floating island where the dragon's lair is. It's still early. First he needs to prepare for the calamities that will arise in the future. Getting to the floating island is not easy, you have to get stronger. By the way, he's curious about something. If he realizes he's returned to this world, maybe he also knows about the dragon that caused it. The king asks if Leon is talking about the dragon that has the magic of return. Naturally, he knows about him. Except that ... He can't tell him. The long-standing oath he pledged his life for doesn't allow him to tell anyone. If even the Spirit King himself has sworn on his life, who is he? He said he understood perfectly well what the oath meant to the spirits, but it couldn't be helped. The king also has a question for him. What were the last moments of his daughter Lena's life in that world? Rood Denethos said the ice dragon Nefrit. They never found ways to avoid that moment. When the most critical moment came, she made the decision to seal herself into a huge cradle. And with him she was the last to smile. So he's saying she was smiling, If so, then it was the best decision she could have made in that situation. Whatever the reason for his return to the past, he has a chance to change his daughter's future. He thought about it himself, knowing that he might seem as weak as he was, but would try to do his best. Okay, he won't just wait around either and try to change his daughter's future. The king said he had faith in him. Rood Denethos practically had time to ask what he was going to do. Let him stand still. He's not going to hurt him. At that moment, consciousness came to the protagonist. His heart was being torn apart by Feldur's particles. It felt rather unpleasant, but let him dare it. He could use his fortitude. He needed to do his part to save his daughter. The king said he put a very small piece of himself into it. Don't let it make him laugh. In his previous life, his level of intimacy with spirits was at 0. It's even an unofficial contract, and he thinks he'll accept a fragment of his soul or something so easily. At that moment the king turned to him. He asked the guy not to disappoint him, and just at that moment, Rood Denethos was able to breathe normally. He told the king he almost died, and called him crazy. But it's not like he was dead. Everything was fine. Henceforth, he would be able to resonate with its power and thoughts. In other words, he could easily use it when needed. That's the second question. What will he tell his daughter? Did he make a contract with her friend who came back from the future, or what? At that moment, Lena appeared and asked who had returned from where. She thought she didn't hear the conversation and returned. In that instant, she sniffed. She said that Rood smelled like her father, and she hadn't smelled like that before. Her father tried his best to explain everything to her. Rood Denethos said that they appeared to understand each other perfectly, so they decided to be friends. The king clearly did not expect this turn of events. He did not know what to think of. Lena noticed that the guy was actually much older than them. The age difference was several hundred years. This is revenge for freely entering his heart. Rood Denethos asked the king if it was true. Rood Denethos suggested she go back. From now on, he asked her not to skip classes. Let him have no hesitation. It's been a few weeks since the Feldur fragment was in it. The king had told him to hurry. He had not forgotten that you had arranged to meet his daughter in the library. Rood Denethos said he was on his way out, and they actually decided to study all together. At that moment he was informed that he had received a letter. With that he said they were finally done. The information about the brother that was pulled from the Dull Moon Guild. Adele Wait, the guild leader he saw in the dining hall. As promised, once the investigation was complete, he sent him a report of the findings. Several dozen pages thick, there were many pages, but the conclusion was the same. No trace of a man named Rood Denethos could be found. If this is the conclusion reached by the best information guild Tula, then Prada originally simply did not exist in this world. The situation allows us to make such assumptions. The king said that there was a possibility that his brother was trapped together with the celestial dragon in another dimension. What will he do now? Rood Denethos asked if he was saying there are two ways out. The first one was to try to find the traces of rights in the heavenly spirit treasury with the blue sky technique, but the problem was that he would only be able to do so after reaching the same level as Osir. The second option is to find the footprints of the sky dragon on his flying island, but it's not easy because you'll have to fight everyone guarding it. Whatever he chooses to do there, it's not an easy option to fulfill at this point. That was right, even if he managed to find their traces and calculate the coordinates, he wouldn't be able to find a way to get to that dimension, and it would all be pointless. Maybe he should look for a mage who researched other dimensions. The king said he didn't remember meeting people capable of such a thing. The chief king said he himself knew. Just a rumor thought. Then Rood Denethos went somewhere. Lena met him. She knew he was standing outside the door by his scent. She had come to study as promised. It was worthy in a car, wasn't it? Someone said there was a library here and asked if they could keep it down. It was Hennis, who was angry, and asked why he came later. They had agreed. Actually, he was the one who was supposed to be studying with her. Why was she the one sitting here with two idiots? Rood Denethos said he had something to think about, and the girl said she wasn't an idiot. Hennis said she also stayed on for a second year. The girl asked, "What's that got to do with it?" Then there was a silence between them. At that instant someone asked him, or he heard. And Rood Denethos asked if he realized that it was the spirit of Professor Daniel. He told him to come into his office for a moment. Rood Denethos told him he'd stop by. He told his friend to get up. He got up and told him good morning. And Rood Denethos asked what the hell morning was. He needed to get out. He let him make sure they didn't pull each other's hair. But he doesn't think they'll fight. After all, they met less than a week ago, but she can't tell him that in past lives they used to pull each other's hair as soon as they saw each other. Anyway, if that happens, have him smash them. Hennis notices Rood Denethos leaving and tells him that he just got here and he's on his way out, or what. Rood Denethos explained that he had been summoned by the professor and would be here shortly. Lena said goodbye one last time and told him see you later. Hennis at this time was saying that she was getting really pissed off and the girl was asking why she was always angry. Hennis asked when she was the one who merged. Until Rood Denethos came, she looked at her with dislike. With her just now angry too, looking red-eyed at everyone. She sarcastically apologized for inheriting such nasty eyes, but she's a little annoyed that they've agreed to study together. She's constantly asking when Rood Denethos is coming and scribbling in her notebook. The fact that she is annoyed by such trivialities shows her limited and evil character. Is it not so? Who would want to be friends with you? She's not the one to tell that to a second-year student who likes to sleep outside. Still, she's more well-mannered than she is. Rood Denethos and the other guys at least know she talks so rudely. That's usually when friends play around, when they know each other intimately. She herself wasn't tired of doing that innocent face and pretending all the time. It seems like that's how she dislikes her or something. Hennis asked, wondering why on earth she was hatching this at her. Balac was between them and didn't know what to do. He didn't see how he could stop them. At this moment, Rood Denethos was outside the professor's office. He walked in and asked Professor Daniel what was wrong, why he had summoned him so urgently with the spirit. He was told that this was his teacher, the Heavenly Sword Master, Bryce. He would become a great teacher for him. He said it was nice to meet you and called the guy a baby. Rood Denethos introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet him, and called him a great teacher. The Spirit King said, Heavenly Sword Master. He heard his name and saw for the first time how young he was. Although he looks like this, he's over 100 years old. Thanks to a certain level of mana mastery, his physical aging process has stopped. If one were to focus on the video techniques of the blue one, aging stops at around level 6, so his level is above level 6. It's just a crazy ability, but most importantly, he's the one who defeated the Heavenly Dragon. The man said he had a knack for picking students, and he wasn't bad. He hated to hear him say such things, except that he had no manners. Couldn't he at least buy a cake on the way? After all, he was on his way to meet a great teacher. The professor told me that he would go get the cake. At the same time, buy 5 cream balls from the academy shop. 2 will be too few. The professor agreed with him. The man told Rood that he would be back quickly. He would let him stay here. The boy said the professor was worried. Afterward, Rood Denethos and the man were left alone. The teacher began to speak. He asked what the guy thought he came here for. Rood Denethos asked about taking in the sights. Not only does he have no manners, he's also unreliable. He's often told that what he says now, he must keep to his teacher's secret. The man in charge was very much surprised. The man asked, he knows Damian Grace, who works here as a professor, doesn't he? The man said that he was related to the Heavenly Dragon. Among the professors of the academy is Damian Grace. In his body, the heart of a celestial dragon is pounding. It was unknown how a person could live with a dragon in their heart. Either it was a successful transplant or some kind of magic. However, if the heart of the celestial dragon invades the professor's soul when it completely possesses him, a second cataclysm will occur. That's why, in a past life, Jeremy tried to instigate the professor's suicide before the dreaded thing happened. At first, many thought this decision was the right one. However, after the professor's death, Jeremy secretly ate into the heart of the celestial dragon, though he clearly understood the dangerous consequences of his actions. This led to negative consequences, and after a while, the Dragon of Light Harem filled the academy. He was just a young kid back then, so he couldn't help. Professor Daniel, Heavenly Sword, and hundreds more dragon slayers died trying to protect ordinary citizens. But how does Bryce know about the professor? He came here to keep an eye on him. Rood Denethos asked if the teacher knew that too. He gets attached to people too quickly, so he didn't tell him in advance, anticipating his reaction. Rood Denethos didn't realize at the time why he had told him about it. The man was ready to explain the whole situation to him, because he had heard that he was from the village of Duel. He was almost the only survivor of the celestial debacle. He felt he had every right to know about it and every right to hate it. And he said it would have made sense. He'd been told that his mentors were all professors. That meant he saw Damian often, and how he was. Rood Denethos has been trying out for him lately. He started giving him different training tips. They even talked to him about different topics. Rood said he was a bit unsociable, but still not a bad person. No one knows what kind of character lurks beneath the mask. If he notices anything strange, let him report it at once. Rood Denethos agreed and asked what could be odd. If he sees violent aggression in behavior or changes in personality, have him report it. But don't let him do anything himself, he'll handle it personally. In this world, very few people know about the professor's secret. If he is so hostile, there is only one person who could tell the Heavenly Sword Master about it. Rood Denethos asked if the teacher could ask something. Has he been contacted by Jeremy Duel by any chance? Asked what's the big deal, something bothering him, or what? He said he has rather rebellious ideas. For the sake of his plan and ideas he is ready for any craving. Such a feeling that he is sure to arrange something. Is this true, and is there some other way? At that instant, the man abruptly put down the spoon. He said that he thought the most sensible solution was to kill the professor and destroy the heart of the heavenly dragon. Rood Denethos said that is a reasonable decision. However, this is not the right way to do it. The man asked if there were alternatives. Rood Denethos said we need to find her while there's still time. At that moment the professor came and asked the teacher if he had been waiting for him. He bought everything he asked for. The man then said he was go and could go. After that, he took what he bought. After that, he told the hero clan, let him try to do his best. Try to do what you can. Despite such words, he's not the kind of man to be kind. Waiting should be more like finding some other way. Rood Denethos returned to the library and couldn't figure out what was wrong, where everyone had gone. At that instant he saw some note on the table. It was a note from a guy. He said he'd done everything he could to keep them from pulling each other's hair, but they were still kicked out of the library for being too loud. A bloody battle between two girls was looming on the roof. Rood had a headache, and that added to his anxiety. Lena walked up behind him and asked him what was wrong with his head. Rood Denethos told her not to bother. He's busy studying for his exams. Now he pretends like he doesn't know his friends don't like her. He said no, they didn't love her to begin with. He asked if she was still mad at Hennis. No, though she would do things she could be mad at her for. By the way, what's he reading? Rood Denethos read the report on the Great Rift, the data on the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer called Warrior sealed the 7 dragon kings. Among them was a heavenly dragon that had appeared in the southern mainland 10 years ago. In a matter of days, it sizzled the entire southern lands and took the lives of many slain dragons. Among the few survivors were Heavenly Sword Master Ain Bryce, Gerard de Gramo, Daniel Gould, and others. The girl asked if he was up to something strange. All these materials are related to the Heavenly Smash. Rood Denethos asked what exactly it was. For example, he plans to flee the academy. Unable to overcome the desire for revenge, go to the southern lands where entry is forbidden. But it's not like he's crazy to head south and provide dragons with easy prey. That reassures her. If he doesn't hate dragons, then he's not afraid of them. She's just concerned. He did say he'd kill them all, didn't he? Rood Denethos said it was no joke. Lena didn't understand what it was about. She asked him again. He will start by saving up his strength, and then he will destroy all 7 dragons one by one. Next thing you know, you're gonna have to kill the rest of the damn lizards. He will regain what he lost, and wipe out all dragons from the face of the earth. He's going to settle 3 for 7 others, or what? That their existence is still just a legend. Lion asked the hero if this name existed. After all, it was invented by humans, as these dragons were similar to the celestial dragon. The chief king said he doesn't exist. 10 years ago, he had already seen a heavenly dragon. It was a real disaster. The girl immediately knew what he was talking about and started apologizing. He's already experienced it, and he doesn't want to repeat, so he's going to root out the cause. The girl asked if he wasn't scared. Rood Denethos then asked if she was scared. She can't say dragons scare her. She is afraid of her loved ones, guild members, family and friends getting hurt. Wow. Lion Claire and he's afraid of something. Rood said there's nothing to be so afraid of. He'll go for it and she stay here. At that instant he began to walk away. Then the girl stood up and started telling him to wait. She said she would help him. It will help him in accomplishing his goal. It can help with raid strategy and convening a new guild. She offered to do it together. That is to say, she is speaking sincerely. But what about the dead dragon guild? But it's nothing like that. she's sure her mom will respect her choice. Even though she's not as strong as he is, she can do a lot of things too, and he could use her help. Rood Denethos knows himself. There are probably a lot of kids who want to get it. He just wonders why she does it. Why does she want to go down such a difficult path? The girl said it was just the way she wanted it. Hero Waves didn't understand where that view came from. You'd think it would be like she liked him. Rood Denethos said, it's all a joke and you shouldn't react that way. He tried to explain to her that he was just kidding. I think she's crazy. The girl at that moment was running somewhere very fast. Then she stopped. She did not realize what she had run away with. What would he think now? It was clear that he was joking. It could not be. Then, that she liked Rood Denethos. What? How did she like him? At that moment someone approached her. She began to explain that she was just confused. She was asked what it was about. The professor asked her where she was walking. There was still one last class left. They'll see what she's accomplished in a month and a half of beatings. At this point, she was practicing. In the beginning, her goal was to build her character, but she learns things quickly. That's the beauty of it. She doesn't know who taught her this stepping technique, but she found a pretty good style. The girl at that moment bounced away. The professor continued to attack her. The girl managed to outrun the woman. The professor was surprised that she had now also learned counterattacks. The girl actually managed to hit the professor. At that moment, something happened. The professor noticed the girl's distraction and began to take advantage of it. From such a blow she was able to dodge. But it was definitely something she couldn't avoid. And so it was. The girl was unable to dodge that blow. And then she simply fell to the floor. The professor thought she was just getting hit. And she turns out to have learned a lot in the meantime. She just sang. And he learned from another person. She said Rood has been practicing with her. Yes, he's very good at explaining and teaching techniques that are really useful in combat. Let him see how she talks about him when they haven't had time to be friends. Lion didn't know how she should respond to that. Anyway, they were done. She had to go. Rood Denethos sat alone late into the night. At this point, he sighed heavily. The king then asked him if he was already going on dates. Rood didn't realize what this nonsense was. People get emotional at this age. The younger a person is, the more sympathy they developed, so you shouldn't. But Rood Denethos asked if he himself knew that. Whatever the reason, having an interest in someone with such abilities is a very good thing, isn't it? He knows roughly what Lion Claire is thinking now, and then, before your return, they are two different people, and Rood Denethos knows that, too. There was a silence between them afterward. There was a written exam today, and a guy asked a friend if he had studied. If he had, would he even be here now? Rood Denethos sat and repeated the material. After that day, Lion had openly avoided him, and he wasn't particularly pleased about it. The Spirit King said she was just embarrassed to look at him. After his stupid words, Rood Denethos said he'd already shut up. He had been tormented all his life by threats to his conscience because of her. She no longer looks down on him as she did in her previous life, and her clothes are no longer stained with dragon blood. She stands before him again, embroidering. If only he could defeat the dragon and not be tormented by a guilty conscience, someone would ask him why he was procrastinating until the last moment. At this point Lion appeared and told him not to answer. There was nothing special here. She wished him good luck on the exam and handed him something. Wishing her good luck, she began to walk away quickly. Rood Denethos said he didn't need anything and squeezed what the girl gave him. Hennis said it took her 5 minutes and him 10. She was faster in 5 minutes, so she won. She asked briefly, is it okay to solve a test in 5 minutes that is designed to take an hour? Deem is still a long way off. Balac said he solved it all in 1 minute. Let him stop talking nonsense. He wrote a note to the professor not to punish him and went out. Nothing will help him anymore. He won't be able to teach this psycho anything. Lena said that he actually had friends, and she really enjoys studying with the main character. Hennis asked if that's what she called studying. Is she now seeing the limits of her intellectual abilities? So she thinks she's the only one who can see the level of her intellectual ability, or what? Hennis was a little underwhelmed by this conversation. Balac told the guy he thought he had indigestion. Rood Denethos said let him chew properly. Feldrua said girls get closer when they fight. They'll fight for 10 years and they won't be friends. The guy was asked if he had prepared for the practical exam. Rood Denethos asked what to prepare there. The practice field will be randomly selected anyway, so he doesn't know anything. And if he comes across a desert, then he has to prepare water. There's something in that, and how to bring her along in the first place. The guy said he'd fill his stomach and go to the exam. Rood Denethos didn't realize what a mess this was and isn't. The day of the practical exam, everyone listened attentively and watched the man who spoke to make sure everyone pay attention. He would briefly tell them about the practical exam. It is held in the Althea Empire News Game in the Special Academy Stadium. This stadium represents different mainland territories. The variety of monsters will depend on the climate and conditions of each zone. He hopes they don't think the exam will only consist of monsters. With the help of Warp Gate, they must reach their destination, evade monster attacks, find the dragon's tracks and kill it. This is the goal of this exam. They remembered exactly how dangerous dragons were. They couldn't even leave a scratch on him with ordinary cuts. He's more intelligent than a normal monster, he can resist magic, and some varieties can use it themselves, so he'd better keep his wits about him. At the same time, it may provide a chance to take additional tests if they perform well in the practical exam. These tests take the form of a tournament, where they will not only be allowed to bring their own weapons, but also to choose one from the Academy's treasury. Surely those who want to become real dragon slayers have something to risk. And now their practical exams begin. Rood remembered that in a past life he had lost a lion in the final of the supplementary exam. Does he really want to get rid of his guilt so badly by defeating someone who doesn't even remember a past life? Rood said it wasn't revenge, and just an attempt to reassure himself. The king senses the presence of monsters here. The academy gathered people from all over the country. It was not intimidated by some common monsters, and if it gets too dangerous, one of the professors will immediately intervene. They are seen to be watching. As long as there's nothing obviously foreign, especially before his goal of one monster, it's safe to look for it. Just at this moment, Rood asked Feldruid to check for signs of the dragon, but he doesn't want to check for himself. Right after those words, a monster appeared. Then he felt some kind of pain. As it turned out, the protagonist managed to wound him in the leg. He said it couldn't be helped. After that, he grabbed his sword. Then he took on the monster. You have to make it come to him. After that, he gathered himself right on top of it. He then began throwing a series of punches. Of course, the monster felt unbearable pain. The protagonist killed it. He won't be able to pass by that smell of blood. He'll probably be here soon. The birds rose upward at this point. Rood said he found a lizard. From the sound of footsteps, he's pretty big. But something else seems to be coming. At this moment, a monster appeared in front of them. Rood looked at the bow. The guy recognized him and was surprised that he was here too. Asked who he was. At this point he said he was William Farthedo. Rood remembered who he was. Then he said, no time to talk, we have to run. There's a huge dragon moving this way. Just at this moment, the protagonist could observe who was in front of them. A huge dragon appeared in front of them. He looked at them at that moment. The boy immediately collapsed with fear. Then he shouted about the dragon in front of them. Rood wasn't scared at all, and the guy asked him if he was crazy. But Rood began to fight him. These earth dragons are very strong. They are adept at layering. You just have to trust the flow of that power. Willie is very much surprised that the protagonist has taken to fighting the dragon. Rood told the guy to stop provoking the dragon. Just let him shut up and stand there. After that, he began to use his inner strength. It had been almost 2 months since he started practicing the blue sky technique. He thinks his 3 wings are enough to fight a dragon like that. The dragon, of course, was furious at this point. Rood attacked him at that moment. He plunged his sword right into his head. Naturally, the dragon felt unbearable pain from this. Then the dragon cried out in pain. William didn't understand how this was possible. Wasn't he even afraid of the dragon? Rood looked confidently at his opponent at this moment. After that, he sprang into action. William told the guy to stop. No matter how much of a genius he was, this was overkill. He tried sword fighting at the same time, but a sword throws your opponent off unless he knows how to use high mana. Rood told the guy to shut up and look carefully. Here, unlike ordinary monsters, almost all of the dragon's body was covered with hard scales. After all, they are also living creatures. Their eyes, respiratory tracts, and joints are relatively soft. You just need to widen the distance between the scales a bit, and then it won't be hard to pierce the armor through it. Rood Denethos began throwing a series of punches at once. After a while, his sword broke after all. Looks like he's already gone for the neck bone. No matter how good the weapon was, it was difficult to defeat a dragon with a training sword. Rood Denethos, as if nothing had happened, just slapped the other man's arm and said he had calmed down. Then turned around and asked William if he had an extra sword. The guy told him he couldn't help his sword was broken too. Rood Denethos asked if that was true and then said there was nothing that could be done. It was unbelievable. He had single-handedly defeated a dragon that could be handled by a crowd of students, even with his bare hands without a sword. Rood Denethos was surprised that the dragon had died. He thanked him for saving him and apologized for his behavior that time. Rood Denethos was surprised and thought about the fact that he hadn't originally had such thoughts. And there was something else. If he's okay with it, can he put him down as a competitor? He, the hero, did not understand what Madame was talking about. He too was considered pretty strong in his parts where he grew up, but looking at him, I realized that he was no match for him much. He clearly knew that he lacked a lot, but he wasn't going to stay better so that he would become his competition. Then he would evolve and become just as strong. Rood Denethos asked if he didn't realize what was wrong with him. Even he got kind of uncomfortable, and because of that he said whatever he wanted. The guy was on his own. The king said, maybe he was ashamed because he recognized himself in him from a past life. Rood told him to shut up. At that moment, they saw the teacher, and she said that the practical exam for Group A was over. Let them prepare to return to the assembly point. Rood Denethos thought to himself that if the king was going to talk nonsense, let him sleep better already. Why now? It was just getting interesting. At that instant, someone was watching the protagonist. The man clearly saw him and watched him. It was some man with a pike in his hands. He said the guy wasn't bad as fire. And it was Gerard Degraham, the rector of Erasium Academy. He was then asked how he was doing. The professor was praised for his experience. He supposed various things, but this was over-the-top wishful thinking. He thought he would have a very hard time dealing with such a dragon. I can't believe he's only 17 years old. He's sure to perform brilliantly in the supplementary exam and become an excellent dragon slayer like never before in history. But after that, the rector came down from the tree. He said about the superior dragon slaying, perhaps even better than they think, but like a free warrior, for example. The professor asked if he was referring to Banara's diaries. Everything was right. A dragon slayer, who was human. Long ago, humans were considered nothing more than dragon prey. The monsters wanted on the earth, flew in the sky, and were as huge as mountains. In this world, everything and the earth and the heavens belonged to them, and the dominance of the skies belonged to a special kind of creature, the dragon. Outwardly, they looked like ordinary humans, but they possessed extraordinary intelligence and strength. Dragonmen mercilessly killed humans and used them for more than just prey. 700 years ago, these brutal creatures forced people to fight for fun in this place. And now the Academy's stadium has become a symbol of freedom, and slaying dragons, isn't that amazing? The professor, as a receiver of blue sky technology, understands fragments of these past memories. Banara is one of the ones the dragonmen used for their entertainment. He was stronger than the others, so he gathered like-minded people around him and organized a revolution. Thus came the first dragon slayers, who managed to drive the dragonmen back to the northern mountains. They were able to seal their king, the seventh dragon, in China, after which an era of freedom for humans was ushered in. The Banara's diaries are all well-known tales, and the basic plot of many of the wandering musician's songs. However, there is one point he does not understand. If he was so green, why didn't he exterminate the dragons completely? Then there would be no need for dragon slayers. So why did he kill the seventh dragon by only sealing it? If he did otherwise, then there would be no victims like him or this student. And he certainly does not doubt the strength of the great opponent. The rector told him not to worry, whatever the past was. Unwavering are the things that people must fulfill. All exams have been completed. Dear students, do not ask them to hand back their weapons and come to the gathering place. The schedule of the jousting venue and supplementary exam can be checked in the announcement in the main lobby. 3 days later is the day of the supplemental exam. At last the day has come. At stake are weapons from the treasury of Erasium. Only one student was chosen from each team to take an additional exam, a first among the most elite freshmen. So, could the best student among the freshmen tell him how he felt? At that moment, Rood Denethos told her to stop. What a bore he is after all. They eventually all met up again here. Hennis said, she's the only one who won't give in because they're friends. She can buy any weapon she wants, but she's jokingly curious about what's in the Academy's treasury. Rood Denethos said, he knows it himself. So why is the guy involved here if he doesn't even use a gun? Competing against the strongest descriptive conditions to strengthen your body. He told me that he was saying all the right things. What was he yelling about in the first place? In that instant, He looked somewhere in the distance. It seems his opponent was not an easy one. Balac will bat against Lena. That's what Hennis thought. It's psychotic. She couldn't have missed that. We'd have to see how strong she was. If he loses to her, let him think he has no regrets. Duel asked Rood if Lena was really strong. Rood Denethos said that yes, he thinks she is the strongest among the freshmen, and even stronger than him, or what, but Rood Denethos confidently said no, he was stronger. At this moment, everyone had already gathered and was watching intently. Lena went up to the guy and said, she wondered who else could be a whole 10 minutes late to the contest. Turns out it was him. Balac said he had a name, and he introduced himself. The girl told him to stop and let him attack. Announcing his name at the very beginning of the contest is a tradition in their family. It's best not to interrupt him halfway through. In that instant, something began to happen. The guy was very much surprised. The girl then introduced herself and asked if he was satisfied now. The guy just smiled after that. He said fine. He could see she was strong enough to fight a noble like him. The girl prepared to receive his attack. But after that, it was up to the guy to defend himself. It wasn't a mana shield. He fended off her blow with his muscles, or what? He hopes she likes his beautiful muscles. He fended off sword strikes with his bare hands. This wasn't just some mana shield. Then the guy started attacking as well. Also his speed is wider. Pulls and he was pretty good. But the more range, the more open he gets. She was just taking advantage of the blow. In that instant, the girl became attentive. She realized it was a good moment and began to move closer to him. But then abruptly something really surprised her. The guy started to do something about it. She realized that this was not any unfortunate moment. He's not even going to duck or anything. Then the girl started fighting him with her bare hands. After that, she kicked him in the groin, stubbornly insisting on her own. Balac, of course, went ballistic after this. And after that, he bounced back. There was no sword technique of any kind working on him. His muscles were soaked with mana. He looked strong. She wanted to say the same thing about herself. Not a bad attacker. They may be critical, but it hurts the most guests. Did his physical abilities surpass her skills? In that instant, the guy decided to throw off his clothes. He then began to approach her and said that Stero's body could not be pierced by a sword. Lena was quite surprised at this moment, and the guy was already beside her. But after that, he fell to the floor. Afterward, she said that's why she doesn't use a sword. Then she went into a rage, called him a goddamn narcissist, and started attacking him. The guy paid attention to something. He realized that the girl had a very tremendous amount of speed. In that instant, he received a deafening blow, and after that, he took off backwards. He then told the girl that she was strong and that was a good thing. He will summon all the strength he has to stand up to her. At that instant, something shot up his leg. Some kind of lightning began to appear near him, and after that, they put a hand on his shoulder. The guy then informed him that he was disqualified. Balac felt it was unfair and asked why. He kept saying that Stero's body was not some naked real sculpture. Have him stop talking and follow them. And accordingly, thus defeated Lena. Rood Denethos looked at her in that instant, and she looked at him the same way. Hennis said that they won't say that she and Balac are friends. It will be their turn soon. What had happened to make Rood Denethos look at her like that? In that instant, she decided to ask him in person. A guy full of blood asked what the big deal was, and she repeated that it would soon be their turn. Let him not dare to yield to her. Did he understand? Therefore she may not worry. To fire which Hennis halfly. In the future will come the strongest call of fire and a great fight. She had been through so many fights, and there was no one who surpassed her. She became a household name because of her unrivaled skills and ability to make the right decisions. Hennis thought she could handle it. She lost. It was awful. But she was sure it would be different next time. The strong will never fade in her. Accordingly, Rood Denethos wins. He said he felt a little sorry at the end. The timing was right, but the kick was weak. The girl said he pissed her off. Would have taught her better dagger technique that. Asked him why he needed her. He could do it on his own anyway. He was helping Claire. Why wouldn't he want her to? At that moment, Rood Denethos looked somewhere in the stands. Rood Denethos says, it's time for him to go, because finals are coming up. Hennis wondered what was really going on between them. This time, all the freshmen performed well. It was as expected. The final supplementary exam was where the most students from Duel and the main members of the Dead Dragon Guild met. Lena was running at this moment and thought about how she didn't want to fight. Didn't he think he saw her when he found himself practicing for various excuses. That's why she didn't count on him. Why is he acting like this now? She looked at him fearfully. Why is he acting like he wants this battle for himself? She could sense a craving for victory and open hostility in him, but why was she so reluctant to fight him? There was no way the girl could understand it. At that moment someone called out to her. Rood Denethos asked what she would do now. In half an hour, the final battle will begin. Have her return to the waiting room. But that shouldn't concern him, as he is her opponent in this battle. She's not going to fight him, and she doesn't care about the prize. She refused to participate. Rood Denethos asked when he heard she would refuse. He asked if she was joking. Did she want to show pity for a scumbag who didn't even make sense to fight, or what? Not at all. Why does he say that? She wants to ask too. Rood Denethos didn't let her speak and simply ordered her to shut up, grabbing her. He said she had no right to give up the win. Lion didn't understand what he meant. Rood Denethos said this time, don't even think about running away. He remembered telling her to open her eyes in a past life. He was telling her to pull herself together. Lion turned to him. She hadn't even won once. If she died here, he'd curse her for the rest of his life. He's always been like this. Hasn't changed a bit. Rood Denethos told her to shut up and think about how to stop the bleeding. The blood just keeps spurting. At that moment she took his face and wanted to say something. Smiling, she said he was an idiot. For the longest time, she'd always called him scum, a jerk, and an idiot. She hated him, but he didn't like her either. Then why her? In that instant, someone said she had made a stupid choice. The guy said she was strong enough to kill the dragon Lazia, but chose to die protecting a weakling like him. It was the battle dragon Lifeless. Rood Denethos simply remained silent. After that, he said he lost interest, and there's no point in killing him. Rood Denethos laughed in rage at this. Then, with tears in his eyes, he brought her down and started screaming loudly. He himself knew that the lion he knew was dead. Knew it was just a stupid feeling of defeat, and now he was talking nonsense. At this point, the girl told him to let her go, and afterward, she asked what was wrong with him. Just don't let them follow her there. She looked lonely at that moment. He, on the other hand, wanting to overwhelm him by any means necessary, looked like a pathetic man who only goes over dragons for revenge. The bloody genius is a wall he must overcome, a goal he must achieve, so he cannot forgive or understand. Why her? Why someone like him? At that moment the king turned to him and told him not to say anything. Let him wait and keep it quiet. Rood Denethos just stared off into the distance. The participant in the final battle of the supplemental exam did not appear on the battlefield, which is treated as a withdrawal. Rood Denethos wins. Everyone is wondering what's the matter. What happened to her? Was she scared or something? Hennis didn't understand. Had she really run away? Rood Denethos realized she hadn't come after all. Okay, she can run. But this time, there's no way he's letting her go. Lion was sitting alone on a rock somewhere in the middle of the field at this moment. She realized that the supplemental exam was probably over by now. She wondered if Rood Denethos was angry. At that moment, she turned her head and noticed something. She then asked what on earth he was doing here. Rood Denethos appeared right in front of her. In her past life, she always came here when she felt anxious, and he often came here to meet her. Rood Denethos began to draw his sword. Afterward he swept it down right in front of her feet. But he told her to get up. The final battle remained. Lion didn't understand why she would do that. I mean, she said she has no right to turn down this fight. Let him take his time. Why is he saying this now? He asked what right now meant. He's been waiting for this moment. He was so looking forward to this rematch to end it. Her abuse of him. Lion drew her weapon as well. She kept saying she didn't want to fight him. Didn't he realize that? And Rood Denethos said it didn't matter. His punches were too hard. It was just unbelievable. The pressure alone is enough to knock her off her feet. Is he so confident in his powers, or what? But he still couldn't penetrate her mana shield. Rood Denethos tried his best. Let her do as she should if she doesn't want to die. In that instant, she noticed that her shield was broken. After that, she bounced back. He tells her to do as she should. Yeah. Does he even know what it means to do properly? That kind of reception at her age, she's still got an amazing ability. Since he was aware of it, let him stop. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat her without this sword technique. But Rood Denethos asked, isn't that what he would say? This will not be recognized during the battle. Her sword techniques can only stand up to the same technique or high-level magic, and with his techniques. Just at that moment, she received a punch to the stomach. She realized the guy had tricked her. It was a trap. It looks like he wants to bind her sword and fight with his bare hands. Gotta keep her distance. Can't let him drag her into these games. Their intense battle continued, and the tension was building with each passing second. Some of them thought it couldn't be. Afterward, Rood Denethos punched her in the face, and then bounced back. The girl couldn't believe that he had dodged her blows. It seems the problem wasn't the sword technique. She couldn't use it at all now. After that, she took up hand-to-hand combat. What a crazy reaction speed. He just read her movements perfectly, like he'd seen it on video during his fight with his mother. Rood said he didn't train for nothing. Lena is much stronger now, and she was in her past life without the use of the screen. Their measures with her won't fix that. On the other hand, he's gotten stronger too. What is this stupid feeling? Rood Denethos bounced back. He didn't understand why the feeling wouldn't go away. Pushing her against the wall, he drew his sword. Obviously, such a technique was disadvantageous to him in a fight with her. She had no way of knowing if he wanted to win or not. Now she doesn't even want to understand him. The girl became furious and said it was the guy's own fault. Rood Denethos looked at her in surprise. He expected action. After that, they attacked each other at the same time. Their battle continued. They ran into each other. The girl thought she had won. Rood Denethos continued to stare at her. Then on something really surprised me. She turned her attention to that color. Rood Denethos said he now has a fourth wing. His sword began to glow. Now he can use the fourth wing. The girl realized that the guy was using the sword technique. After that, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. The girl managed to bounce away. She realized it was the same, but the degree of her skill was completely different. The girl lowered her head at this moment, and Rood Denethos began to approach her. Afterward, the girl admitted that he had won. Lena asked if he was satisfied now. He should be pleased, for he has defeated a god who has treated him like scum all his life. However, there was one but. He felt somehow empty inside. Why was she agonizing over him? The girl asked what empty meant. He made her fight for no reason, and now he's talking about emptiness. The protagonist noticed the girl approaching him, and after that, he got punched in the face. Rood Denethos didn't expect this at all. She called him a psycho and asked if he was bullying her. I mean, she said she didn't want to and wouldn't fight him. Rood Denethos said he needed it. But why does he say his insides are empty? And Rood Denethos fell silent at that moment. He said he needed to beat her at least once. Lena told him not to make her laugh. It wasn't her he wanted to win. Rood Denethos asked what he meant by that, and then asked if he thought she didn't know anything. He had an incomprehensible evil sense of inferiority from the beginning. He showed his emotions towards her so openly because he saw her as someone else. He wanted to beat that particular man, and she turned out to be just a substitute. She knew that. The girl started crying and saying she knew everything. After that, there was silence. Rood Denethos asked what she was thinking. Don't let her fool herself. She was the one he always saw. She was the person he envied, admired, and whose recognition he was always trying to gain. Lena was very much surprised. Why her? He couldn't even compare to her. She was incredibly cool. He couldn't have the same power. That's exactly what happened. Together, in a rematch, it's not even funny. He just wanted to be her. He wanted to mimic her movements, her techniques, her feelings. Oh shit, that's what it was all about in the end. But no matter what she did, he couldn't be her. He couldn't accept that she died protecting a scum like him. Lena didn't understand what he was saying. Rood Denethos said it needs to be said differently. It doesn't feel empty, but unbearable bitterness. The girl asked if he was crazy. She couldn't understand what it meant that she died protecting him. He wanted to follow her techniques, but this was the first time they'd met here. After all, if he was going to bullshit like this. Rood Denethos interrupted her and said it was no bullshit. At this point, the king tried to stop him. Rood Denethos began to explain to her that she had died protecting him and left her stupid meeting. The girl, of course, asked what he was talking about. He called her stupid and said he was about a past life. He says to her, past life? Crazy wench. The girl didn't understand what past life meant. What the hell is he talking about? He didn't care if she believed him or not. He couldn't prove anything anyway. But as she already knew, he wasn't lying. He'd gone back in time, so now was a second chance for him. Lena didn't understand what back in time meant at all. If she's stupid, she should have sensed it. The level of Manhwa or refinement was too good to be considered just the talent of another martial arts genius. Possession of knowledge that you can't get without experience. mimicking the talent skills of people he had previously met. All of these things are only impossible if he hasn't studied them beforehand. So he's back, she says, but all the inconsistencies and doubts she's felt all this time may well be explained by this one return. If all these absurd words are true, that is, he already knows her, that he knows the adult version of her, which she can't. That's exactly what he told her. In her previous life, she had lived only for him and she had been treated like trash. In training, no matter how desperately he wanted to win her over, she was the one who never looked directly at him. Even so, she died saving him so he could at least imagine how hurtful it was. Lena asked if she'd done all that. Rood said she was so rough and strong that he risked his life just to fight her. The girl remained silent and continued to stare at him. The man he hated. I've been longing for someone who was like the sky to him. Was it all her or was it something else? So when they first met, he started a fight or something. Rood Denethos said he was going to fight right away, but she was stronger than he expected. If all that was said was true, she was much younger than him now. Did he really hate her enough to act like this? Of course, why else would he go that far? Somehow he apologized first. Rood Denethos marveled at that moment. If he hated her so genuinely, he could just walk on by. Rood Denethos asked if he was trying to resolve the situation quickly. After all, she had made such a ruckus in the lobby. I mean, he even taught her how to fight. The point of defeating her is only when she's strong. What about the weekend? Showing her around the capital? Rood Denethos didn't understand what she was trying to accomplish now. Had it not gotten to her? Or what? In his past life he had been on a par with a dog to her, so much so she had cradled him. The relationship couldn't have been worse, and that it's different now, he said it himself. This is her second chance. At that moment she put something to his face, then told him to stand still. This handkerchief he had lent her, and she was crying on the stairs. Did he remember it? Rood Denethos didn't know how to react. He just stood there and remained silent. Then he flung her arm away with aggression. Then asked what the hell she was doing. The girl said she apologized. She was sorry. She apologizes for always calling him garbage and ignoring him so coldly. Rood Denethos asked if she was a fool. What the hell does she think he's telling her about his past life here? All for the sake of letting go of those regrets that have plagued him for so long, even after his return. If it's really all for that, it's a great chance to get rid of their current relationship. And now it's really over. That's enough. Now that this weight is finally lifted from his shoulders, it will be enough. It has to be. It's not like she's some softie. Why would she apologize? Isn't she even mad? To him, the business of living a lopsided life won't stop making him feel like shit. Let it not make him even more pathetic than he is. At this point, she grabbed him and told him to shut up. Did he think it was so easy for her to accept this situation? She knows full well that he's the one here who should be apologizing, because he's the one here who can't let go of his past regrets, even after being reborn. No matter how much it hurt him, the current her had no idea about anything because of it, but this time she made an exception and apologized first. Rood Denethos was very much surprised, all because the past he's carrying, solidifying, is different from her. She believes her feelings and thoughts are real now. There's nothing she can do about it, no matter how much he hates her. No matter what their relationship has been in the past. Rood Denethos continued to stand and remain silent. Then the girl grabbed him and pulled him to her. Afterward, she kissed him. After they finished, Rood Denethos was very much surprised, and then she actually said she liked him. It doesn't matter what their relationship was like in the past. And now she likes him. Rood Denethos woke up at that moment. Rood Denethos asked if it was a dream, but the king told him that Dick 2 years such a thing could be a dream. Who knew what he was getting up to? He should be ashamed of himself. The hero was truly ashamed. After such behavior, he can seriously claim that this is his second life or something like that. What was he going to do about what he'd done yesterday? Not to dismiss it as if it never happened, but it was amusing to watch him freeze in place like an idiot and then hastily try to avoid the situation. It did seem very foolish of him. Last night he had been unduly impetuous. He had been riddled in his first life by his hot temper and his new crisp progress. Hadn't she already reached adulthood? He might have a good thing going with this girl to be sticking to his lips before they even started dating. He told him to shut up and let him stop with the relationship nonsense. He didn't have time for that. He just pretended it never happened. This girl was weird from the start. Why would she kiss a guy who said he didn't like her, fought with her, and admitted to being reborn? Rood was furious. He'd already done the above and would happily leave him to hammer it further into his head. Isn't today the day he should be rewarded for winning the trials? Rood remembered it abruptly and asked what time it was. You should have mentioned it first. Rood was walking behind the rector at this moment. The man said he looked tired. Had he even slept? She said she did. Just really excited about getting into the treasure room. The man laughed and said that explained everything. Inside the Academy's treasury is the old heritage of the Dragon Slayer, the rarest artifacts, weapons, they are all priceless treasures. Even if he won the trials, the treasury would only be open to him after receiving approval from the Academy director and most of the professors. So that's a big part of his discovery after all this time. He had the weapons that his older brother and Lion had gotten him out of here in his previous life. But were there really no hopeful rookies in this life that could replace his brother? A man reported that they are on site. Photo of the Academy treasury. He won't spare a single thing he takes out of here, but let him remember, this treasure is not limited to just Erathium. The entire history of Dragon Slayers, such as here, that he can come out here is already a great honor in itself. Make him proud. The doors to the treasury began to open. Rood confidently started walking forward. He said the Manhwa flow is different. The king told him it was subspace, and the kid asked what he meant. It's kind of like the one hovering over Dragon Island. Spatial coordinates are not fixed here. This is something that can be created by people who have reached at least the rank of Archimage. Moreover, to keep all these weapons in order, they definitely needed the Archimage's help. At first glance, everything here seems to be of the highest quality. Is he looking for something in particular, or what? Rood said yes. He is looking for it. The king asked if this was the weapon he had used in a past life. If there weren't better things from the past here, he'd do things differently. But that's not why he's here. At that moment, the hero noticed something. Full said he found a sword that defies the heavens, Dumios. Defying heaven is the sword used by the first dragon Pizzo, Vanner himself. This sword is darker than the blackest ink and is capable of cutting through the flow of Manhwa, neutralizing any high-level enchantments. Did he choose her because he wants to follow in the footsteps of the hero Vanner? Rood said that he had heard the legend of Valnara countless times, but he did not want to follow in his footsteps. If he needs to save the world, there's no room to spare. He'll just kill them all. Then the reason he chose this sword was simple. His brother had used this sword in his past life. In addition, this sword is ideal for slaying the higher dragon species. It was a quick fix. We have a return, or what? That's what he needed in the first place. At that moment, Rood stepped on something. He asked what it was. It's not a weapon, and he doesn't think it contains protective magic. When the hero realized what it was, he said it couldn't be. The king realized what it was, too. Rood remembered asking his brother if he knew why Professor Deepening had killed himself. It's all kind of weird. Rood asked his brother if he was listening to him at all. The guy answered him that there was something in the sky. Rood asked what the hell it was. At this point, the evacuation of students began. No one could understand what was happening. Then some dragon appeared. It was a stone stolen from the Thunder Dragon Karma. He learned of the existence of the 7 dragons when he was still lacking in skill and determination. The horrifying screams and the vile sounds of burning flesh that they brought cannot be forgotten even after a decade. However, here is the Thunder Dragon Seal Stone that brought this trouble. Why is the Thunder Dragon Seal Stone in the Academy's treasury? Rood doesn't know, but he sure as hell shouldn't be here. Everything in the treasury is cast with protection spells, but this thing has nothing of the sort on it. This means that the Thunder Dragon didn't attack the Academy. I mean, this thing has been here from the beginning. If that's the case, someone brought it here. It's been 700 years since the Thunder Dragon was sealed. Rood wondered about that. He then asked Feldrue if he could find out when the dragon was going to awaken. The seal is not in very good condition right now. From the looks of it, it will last about 2 years. His life will be attacked by another dragon about 6 months from the current moment. Just a few months after Professor Deepening's death, it's clear that the 1,000-year-old dragon heart that Jeremy stole has stimulated the Thunder Dragon's activity. The hero was seized with the consciousness of all this, and he became furious. The man asked if he would take it with him. Rood said that, of course, it's like the seed of disaster, so he needs to act ahead of the timeline of events. The man remained silent, but then added that the guy had told him he was going to kill all the dragons in the world. He asked if his decision would remain unchanged even if there were good dragons somewhere in this world. Rood didn't understand what good dragon meant, and added that if such a thing existed in their world, it was already dead. It was a dead dragon. They couldn't affect the seal stone, as the seal would eventually break anyway between 6 months and 2 years. However, it was worth preparing for the coming events. Fortunately, they were in constant contact with Professor Demain. It had been quite some time since he had attended the preparation class. The professor made the atmosphere more comfortable, but he still remained a bit terse. The professor asked what happened. He replied that it was nothing, and added that the coffee smelled wonderful. That brought some relief, but in truth he still had his doubts. His dagger skills had already surpassed the level of an apprentice. Nevertheless, he wondered why he continued to attend his lessons. Now he knew it was because he liked coffee. Next time he would find better coffee beans. Rood said that wasn't the main reason, as he still had a lot to learn from him. He wanted to know more about his experience, for he felt that no one else deserved respect as much as he did as a future or former dragon slayer. The professor wanted to say something to him. Rood didn't understand why the man was silent. Perhaps he thought he was guilty. The boy was sure the professor was aware of his origins from Duel. It was most likely due to the fact that he had the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon that had destroyed his hometown. That much was obvious. Given the professor's cautious nature, if Rood could use this opportunity to provoke his senses, he would get to the bottom of what was going on. Determined, Rood said he knew it was inappropriate, but asked if he had ever been to Duel, a village on the outskirts of the kingdom of Calvin. It was now ruined, though it had been his homeland. Upon hearing this, the professor had a panic attack. Rood went on to say that it was a really nice area, peaceful and quiet. He and his father equipped all the hunting areas with wildlife traps. He remembered eating the hot stew his mother served for dinner. Rood said he thought he was happy. Until that dragon showed up, by the mind of the world, the villages were destroyed, and only he and his brother survived. The professor, whose body reflected emotion, asked if he had an older brother. Rood confirmed, adding that they are not together now, but his older brother was an important part of his life. He began to remember moments related to him. Rood went on to talk about his brother. He also never stopped immersing himself in the memories of those days. Rood believed that if it weren't for his mistakes, his older brother would still be alive. There was a tense silence between them. At that moment, the professor stood up abruptly and said it was time to end the conversation. Continuing the topic, he suggested we revisit this next time. Rood Denethos responded that it didn't make sense, because the story was boring. He called her a typical cliché about losing everything and trying to regain what was lost. Rood was about to hit the road. However, he suddenly rested his hand against the wall. He began to breathe heavily, clearly experiencing an internal struggle. The king noticed that Rood looked tired. Rood thought it would be all right, but the heat and guilt inside him made it hard to concentrate. They had become so close now that they needed to talk to understand each other. He pondered that if he never spoke of what had happened to the 1,000-year-old dragon's heart, then all his stories would be meaningless to the professor. Rood Denethos asked why the professor was interested in this. Obviously, if he knew the truth, he would have killed him. Rood replied that it wouldn't happen, but the professor asked why he was so sure. After saying that, Rood looked at him with a look of incomprehension. He added that for a man, the professor blames himself too much, and noted that the man apologized sincerely, saying he was sorry. Rood Denethos realized that the situation was still uncertain. Some time had passed, but there had been no word from Professor Damir. Soon you would have to do something about it, and come up with a new plan of action. At the moment, he could only use his four wings, which allowed him to control the will of the sword and subspace. But that was still not enough to defeat the Thunder Dragon. The man asked if anything about subspace was mentioned in Chang Kun-sik's records. Rood replied that yes, the section on celestial spirit mentions personal space only available to the heir. He said that in a past life, his older brother had used countless weapons stored in this space, and that it was an ability he desperately needed. The man asked if he could use it for protection in an emergency. Rood confirmed, but noted that chaos could ensue inside the space. At that moment someone indignantly shouted, indignantly for the other to keep his clothes on. Turns out Lion was telling Balac that he kept trying to take his clothes off while at practice. Rood wondered why they were fighting again. Lion replied that she was practicing jujitsu, and Balac kept walking around smelling bad. Guy noticed that Hennis had no complaints. It turned out that Hennis had a clothespin on her nose. She added that she didn't side with him, but recognized that he was cool. The hero remarked that he wished they would take the training seriously for once. After that, Rood used his mana and asked if they were down. Hennis noticed that it was elemental magic and asked when he had time to learn spiritualism. She suggested we stop fighting and mind our own business. Since he had stepped in to calm everyone down, why not practice together? Balac said he'll do individual workouts later, but he's not ready right now. Lion noticed that the man was pretending as if nothing had happened and suggested that he give him a normal answer. Hennis inquired as to what he should be responsible for. Lion looked at her in surprise. After that, she fell silent. Lion then said that he should respond to her confession since she had confessed to him. Hennis was shocked. Lion shared that she confessed her feelings to Rood. At that moment the boys heard someone scream. Rood asked what had happened, and Hennis in that instant tried to realize the whole situation. Then they all noticed something unusual. Lion said, sounding like it was from outside. Balac backed her up and said it looks like it. After that, all three of them looked at what was already happening there. At that moment, some guy was telling another guy that even the future is so beat up that he still can't come to his senses. It was William who said the guy apologized immediately. Lion asked who it was, and Hennis told her it was kind of like Fartheta. Balac asked if Rood was going to stop him, but Rood replied that kids grow up fighting. At this point, the guy burped to apologize a second time for insulting Rood. William said he was his rival and didn't deserve such insults. Just at that moment he received a blow to the face. Of course, he couldn't stay on his feet after that. At this point, the guy said they were playing a giveaway, unaware that he was an orphan who was just lucky enough to win. William sent it to me, telling the guy to apologize. He called him a bastard and asked if the adults had taught him how to talk, if he had a lot of hubris. I'm gonna kick the shit out of her with me. Well, just as he was about to strike, someone stopped him. As it turned out, it was Rood. The guy didn't expect this turn of events. Rood said with a smile on his face that the orphan was spot on. After that, he hit him and told him to meet the damn shoe. In that moment, Balac said that he too, after all, would like to join the protagonist in taking on and shooting them all down. William asked if the guy would stand up for him one more time. Rood asked if he could still call bullshit after being beaten so badly. Balac said, it's a great attitude. He deserves to be friends with Steros, not a friend. More like a punching bag. At that moment, all the guys put their hands up in the air. Rood walked over and asked why suddenly the older one was catching the younger one and beating him like gangsters, and how dare they insult the younger one. Lion stood nearby and couldn't understand who the other gangster was, since he was the one who beat them up. William also intervened and told them to remember well. He told them they would still answer for their words, and to the orphan who didn't finish her meal. Lion said he was right about something. The girl said he was about orphans who don't see flights in their lives, that's why they don't eat it. Rood said that even though he was an orphan, but his manners were almost flawless. Right after that, three guys replied that it was just like that. The students and professors praised him a lot. It turns out they know everything. So why did they do it? Find out. At that moment they began to speak, so that Brett himself would explain, for he would be the first to open his mouth. The guy started to explain what happened. He heard that Rood was a freshman, who was now in everyone's ear, had behaved rudely and was being rude and boorish to the student council president. Hennis said, if it's about the student council president. At that moment, the guy said it was about time. He told Rood that he was running late. So what brought the freshman to the council room? At this point someone started asking what on earth he was doing. The girl told the president that this guy does what he wants. Let her not worry. He's his guest. He'll take care of it. She can come back. After that, the girl just looked at him and started to walk away. With a smile on his face, Jeremy told the guy that they hadn't seen each other in a while. He showed up later than he expected, but Remove started. Let him take a seat in the chair. But right after that, Rood aggressively hit the chair and it flew off. He told the guy to stop talking and lay out what was on his mind. The guy grabbed his head and said that's student council property. Rood Denethos asked why the hell he told that bastard named Brett to smack him around. What the hell is he talking about? I think there's been a misunderstanding. I've never given an order like that. He did complain a bit to Brett, but it was true that he had behaved rather rudely that day. Rood asked, or he wanted an apology, but he just wanted to talk to him. But he chose a shitty way to invite him over for a chat. After that, Jeremy sighed heavily and spread his hands. He had been in frequent contact with Damien Grace the last few days. Hadn't he warned him earlier that the professor was dangerous? Rood said he doesn't memorize shit. The guy laughed and said he still didn't realize how much he'd surfaced, but but he still didn't know anything about the professor either. Rood asked, "Or is it all because he has the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon?" The guy was surprised that Rood already knew, and he hadn't expected that. He is the inheritor of the Heavenly Sword technique. After all, he probably heard about it from the Heavenly Sword, Immortal Master. But then he can't understand why he's so close to the professor if he already knows everything. It was clear to him. The Sky Swordsman asked him to keep an eye on him and report back at the first sign of a threat, or what? Nasty bastard. How unlucky. It's like he sees right through everything. Of course, the Heavenly Sword would take it upon itself to kill. And just like that, Rudu was only asked to observe. That's why he stuck with it. It was abundantly clear to him that the swarm's predictions were in his head, but he was wrong. Professor Deepening wasn't going to die. At that moment, the guy looked at him in surprise. Rood walked past him and said he'd see to it. He can't avoid it anymore. He has to come clean to Rood. The fact that he has the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. And tell me why. The kid asked Grandpa what he was going to read to him today. He pondered and chose the diabolical territories beyond the mountains or the original heavenly evil, whichever one he wanted. The kid said he wants a Dragon Slayer story when he grows up, wants to be a Dragon Slayer like Grandpa. His first memory is the soothing aroma of coffee and his grandfather's big hand ruffling his hair. His parents, who were Dragon Slayers, died when he was small, so he was raised by his retired grandfather. Thanks to his grandfather's care, he grew up safely, not feeling the absence of his parents. He wanted to become a Dragon Slayer like his parents and grandfather, to make him proud. At that moment, Grandpa noticed something he would have if he hadn't started suffering from mana hypersensitivity. It was a rare disease in which the patient's body overreacted to mana, the source of all life. Even if it flowed as it should, a steady stream, his body was torn by the excruciating pain that flowed through him like blood through his veins, every breath coming hard. Despite countless visits to healers and mages, Vaughn had lain on his bed for so many years, clinging to life with no hope of recovery. He had completely forgotten what was going on outside. Grandpa walked in on him at that moment. The kid saw who it was and asked if it was his grandfather. Afterward, he asked him what was going on. Grandpa directly asked if he wanted to live. Deepening looked at him fearfully at this point. After that, Grandpa started pulling something out. He took out the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon and told the guy to swallow it. The guy asked what it was all about. His grandfather answered him nothing, only saying that he would be well in no time. The man then forcibly took his arm and grabbed him. Then he also gave him the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. The boy tried to resist, but his grandfather held him firmly. The man hadn't stopped apologizing to him the whole time. With tears in his eyes he did all this. The professor couldn't get rid of these thoughts and memories. He said his grandfather had done nothing wrong, he had only saved him, his grandson. If they want to blame anyone, it's not him who took so many innocent lives just because he wanted to live a little longer. He felt very sorry for his actions. Just at that moment, he saw Rood in front of him. Alchemy Club room in the Knowledge of Magical Research B. Hennis didn't have thoughts of lying confessing to Rood that she liked him out of her head. At that moment, someone told her to wake up. The girl asked, "Doesn't she have a vocational training session today? She always gets up half an hour early to meet Lena." She couldn't concentrate. Too many thoughts in her head, so she told her to rest today then waste her energy and not finish sooner. The professor had told her that she was having trouble concentrating today. If she kept this up, the training ground would turn to ash. She should stop there today. What was she so worried about? I remembered. The festival season was coming up, so maybe she was worried about attracting more members to the Alchemy Club for a special event. Wasn't she busy writing her graduate thesis? Less than half of the graduating class graduates every year. She should try harder. Well, what was she thinking about then, if not the festival? The girl replied that senior nice, let her tell you what those feelings are like when your friend turns on a girl. Is she worried that he won't spend time with her anymore, feels discouraged, broken, can't sleep, or what? It makes sense now. She's so stressed out about the relationship. She started teasing her and asking her if this boy is just a friend of hers. Is she really friends with him? Isn't he a little arrogant? Or maybe he's an old man who doesn't know what he wants anymore. That Hennis started to explain that it's not that kind of relationship. At this time, someone walked in on them and immediately apologized, and then asked, or was it the Alchemy Club? Rood was in front of them. Hennis stood up abruptly and asked how much he was paying. Rood didn't understand what she meant. He's here to join the club. but he's not even a wizard. But the girl explained to her that not only wizards could join. The girl greeted him and told him to come over here. All he has to do is fill out an application. The girl realized that he was the one she was telling. Let her go and seduce him. But why would she do that? She greeted him and told him that Hennis would tell him all about the club band. She had to go write her diploma. Hennis clenched her elbows as she was thoroughly annoyed by everything. And Rood informed her that he was done. She's going to freak out like this. Still very embarrassed to look him in the face. No background in alchemy. No understanding of magic. Motivation for joining. Creating medicines. Like potions. This interested the girl, and she said that it was a rather unusual reason. Rood asked what was so unusual about her. She meant that it was rather unexpected. Let him take a seat there and wait for her. She go get the research notes. Rood at this time noticed the research on the symptoms of magic fever. The source of life is mana, the power of the surrounding world that flows within the body. It is an unknown force. Even after centuries of research, it remains an object of study. Because of this, there are many special laws and diseases that have not yet been identified. Magical fever is one of those undiscovered diseases where excess mana is released outward and the body can't handle it, dying of fever. This is similar to Professor Damirn's illness, but still different, as he suffered from mana hypersensitivity. Hennis spent her entire past life creating treatments for her older sister, Leela Halfley, who suffered from fever. With a steely persistence in researching the disease, she was eventually able to find a cure. Hennis came to her sister and told her that she had finally made it. But that's when she noticed something. But it was already too late for Leela. For months after Leela's funeral, the protagonist asks, or the girl still doesn't eat, and cries all day long. Balac understands the pain of losing a family member, but the position of Sacred Fire Guild leader has been empty for too long. Even within the guild itself, voices of discontent can already be heard. Rood abruptly went somewhere, the guy asking what he was going to do. After that, Rood kicked the doors with energy and turned to the girl. She continued to cry at this time. Hennis looked up and asked what he was doing. Rood aggressively started to ask and she was going to shed tears. She has no right to ignore her duties to the Sacred Fire and the Dragon Slayers just because of her sister's death. Hennis, of course, went past furious after this. Rood said that she was so steeped in self-pity that she'd given up on the world her predecessors had defended at the cost of their lives. That she balked at her claim to be heir to the Sacred Fire, in her place as Empress of the White Flame. Or what? Let him try to tease her like that one more time. What's gonna happen? Is she gonna complain to her sister, or what? Of course, after such a thing, the girl was furious and immediately attacked him. Balac said he knew that would be the case. Hennis said he can't win, so why does he keep pouncing? The guy started to say that she was a little pest who always had a temper and sat in her room whimpering like a fool. So he decided to see if she had any brains left in her head, but she's still strong as hell enough to be accepted into the group. So let her finish spreading snot like a horse and joy starting tomorrow. Hennis smiled at this time. After that, she punched him in the head. Still with a smile on her face, she said he was indeed a psycho. Hennis came back and couldn't understand what it was like, him reading other people's research notes. Rood said she scattered them like that, as if she wanted him to see them on purpose. Why study such a complex incurable disease? She replied that it was because this disease could probably be cured. Magicians, healers, pharmacists, noble priests, none of these idiots could find a cure. Her older sister was like a living corpse. Rood said it was incurable. He's seen patients who've been cured. Hennis asked if it was true where someone was able to do that. Rood said that the very cranky woman who was studying the curing method was already dead. However, he doesn't know that much about alchemy either. But he learned a little from her. If they gather the right ingredients, it won't be that hard to create medicine for her. If she wants, he'll help, but she have to buy him a couple potions. He's gonna need a lot of potions. At this time she ran up to him and hugged him. Rood was quite surprised at what she had done. Then she thanked him. Rood looked at her with an understanding look. He wished she wasn't late this time. Every year at the end of spring, the Academy holds a festival. This annual event is important not only to the Academy, but to the entire nation, commemorating the beginning of humans when the first dragon Slayer was sealed by the 7 dragons. Because of this, everyone is allowed to enter. Many tourists come from outside the LTA Empire and flood the festival with crowds of people. Lion arranged with him that they would see the sights together during the festival. So why has he been so busy these past few days? Doesn't she think he's avoiding her on purpose? It was just hard to even see him. At this moment, the two girls simultaneously sat up and sighed. After that, they noticed each other. Lena asked why she was here alone during festival season. Hennis started to get nervous and tried her best to answer her somehow. Why is it driving her crazy again? Even though she's relatively resigned to it that day, she's not mentally ready yet. Why should she have to explain anything to her at all? Listening more closely, it turned out that they weren't dating at all. Nothing like that. Instead of answering, Hennis asked why she was sitting here alone. Doesn't she have any friends or something? Lena said that of course not. She just had an appointment. She's pretty lucky. All her guys ditched her. Now she has no one to hang out with at the festival. Lena laughed and said she was so honest. Hennis got angry and asked why she was laughing. Was she teasing her? Did she dare or something? She actually lied about having a meeting. She doesn't have any friends at all at the festival together even. Hennis looked at her after those words. It's not like she's a sissy. She can just call her Hennis. They don't get along well with each other, but at least she's talented enough to set an example for her. Like it or not, but I won't be seeing much of her. She's not one to mince words. Why does she keep getting in trouble? Lena said it was a compliment to her undefeated honor as well. The girl didn't know how to react to that. Hennis wanted to talk about her saying that. At that time Lena appeared and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, asked what they were doing here. Hennis said that's the way things run down in the morning. Lena said she was rude. She did say hello to her. After all, because they know each other. Lena approached Lena and asked who she was. Is she also a friend of Rood's, or what? Lena Claire introduced herself by name and asked the girl who she was. Lena Selkid also introduced herself and said that she was technically speaking her much respected senior student, but Rood's friend was also her friend. Hennis asked what she was up to. Hardly had to come here just to have a nice chat. Had Rood Denethos asked her or something? Lena confusedly said no. Hennis asked what other no. What did she even think she was thinking? She saw the two of them wistfully inhaling at the festival. With that kind of personality and intelligence, it's hard to make new friends. So why don't they have fun together at the festival? Hennis became furious, started asking who the hell she was, what the hell to do for remarks about her character and intelligence. Lena, in turn, tried to calm them down. But Hennis is furious with her already and tells her she should come to her senses. There are already plenty of rumors going around the school. In that they're a group of inadequate students. Did she know that? You can get a lot of attention if her group consists of a fucking genius student with gangster support, a muscular dude, and a freshman rep. Let her add a crazy maniac barbecuing on the roof. Let her watch what they say about them. People are actually watching. Lena thought about the fact that her family weren't gangsters at all like the girl said. At that time they heard some sound. Balac, in very strange clothes, was saying that Hennis was attracting too much attention. She better be quieter in public. He'd heard that starting today, the celebrations in the Steros family began. It's customary to give your best, even on holidays, and what does that have to do with his striptease? At this moment, William appeared sharply behind him, and he couldn't understand what he was carrying. His body was perfect. On the way here alone, 6 people asked for their photo together. 8 asked for autographs. Master Balac is a god incarnate, a true god of muscles. Hennis didn't realize when they had managed to become friends. The guy had told her that William was pretty strong, he'd invited him to train, and they'd been chatting about the beauty of their bodies for weeks. Lena said it was disgusting. The girl said she could feel how they would stink afterward. Balac said that the man in the Steros family was a gentleman. Gentlemen should accompany ladies. Since they met in this way, why don't they go together? Hennis said at this point that she had just remembered. She had seen a deliciously delicious creme brulee in one Eskov. Lena supported her sharply and said she'd like to go in there, too. Lena said the air here was kind of foul. Hennis said she was tired. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. What was he even thinking? Lena asked Julie, is she talking about Ruda? He gathered people into a group, planned something, and then directed all his attention somewhere else. He had even bought a bunch of potions a few days ago. Lena asked him about the potion, but she said nothing at that point. Lena asked her if she was blabbing about the main character behind his back. She thought he was her friend. Now she thinks she should stop calling him her friend. Hennis freaked out and asked what she even knew to interfere with. Was she going to shield everyone from him like that? Lion told them to stop. She's leaving. She wants to get some rest. Just like Hennis said, Rood Denethos was focused on something else. He said he saw a terrible future. Even now, he is stealthily preparing for these events. She doesn't want to get in his way, but also hopes he doesn't try to go it entirely alone. At this time in the library, Rood sat reading books. Then he closed one of them. After that, he sighed heavily, threw his head back, and said he was finally done. It took him a decent amount of time. Rood Denethos asked, telling the king to shut up. Who knew he'd have to study something like this? The king couldn't believe it took humans so long for such a drop of knowledge. Rood told him not to judge people's low intelligence from the height of the Spirit King's standards. Even though he's human, he still doesn't know much about his physicality. Rood asked, wondering what he was talking about. Is he talking about being a man with a weak body? News to him. Even he was aware of that. No matter how much mana he collects to enhance his physical abilities, there is a limit to the strength of his body. All the techniques he uses must be too difficult for a body of average training. How did he handle it in his past lives? Rood Denethos said he had no options. He used them until he was crippled. His limbs were crusty as rust, and he often spit up blood. Even wrapped in bandages, he still fought well. He had nothing to worry about. There can't be all these effects, especially if he's using extreme flare. There's definitely got to be more side effects. No matter what the side effects are, their enemies are the 7 dragons. Even though they may be called dragons, they are actually real disasters. He can't guarantee that they will win the battle even if he puts his life on the line. Even if he loses an eye or his sense of taste, he will be crippled, unable to feel pain. He will do anything to slay a dragon in this world where his big brother is not. The king turned to him at the last moment. Rood went on to say, if sacrificing all that is still not enough, there is one thing left in him in which he trusts himself. He was actually curious. Faster Leon can kill all the dragons in this world, or else. At this time the rector came in to see him, or Rood will become a cripple sooner. Gerard de Graham, true to his nickname the Executioner, is a hero who has slit hundreds of dragon throats and returned alive after a battle with a celestial dragon. He later left the front lines after being wounded, but all his merits were recognized and de Graham was appointed head of the Erithum Academy. He is a dragon slayer who has earned human honor. The man asked what had already brought the boy to him. The heart of the 1,000-year dragon ... That old man stole it, didn't he? Rood said he'd only come to check on him, apologizing if he was disturbing him. Of course not. Such a guest was always welcome here. A man asked if he was enjoying the festival. Rood said no. There was no time at all to even look around. Too much to do. He shouldn't do that, since he was still so young. Even to slay dragons, sometimes you have to let go of your worries and responsibilities a little. Rood laughed and said about youth. He's not stupid enough to worry about the days of his youth in such an emergency. The man tensely asked, is the situation that much of an emergency? Rood said he had been in frequent contact with Professor Damern lately and had learned a lot, like the fact that their professor's grandfather is their principal. The man asked if he was the first to confess. Rood said he had a lot more to say about his chronic illness, for example, and the specifics of that illness, its effects, and how he got an unusual heart. The man tensed up even more. At this time, Rood doesn't know if he's hard of hearing because of his age, but he talks about the very heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon that he placed in his grandson. After that, the man became enraged and started attacking Rood. There's nothing to think about. He'll rush right in. The man instantly grabbed Rood by his neck. After returning from the battlefield, has been lingering here for some time with a benevolent expression on his face. However, he is still an executioner who can manifest aura with swords and hands, right? But he had prepared for it. At this time the man noticed something. It surprised him very much. After that, he started pulling out his weapon. He has no idea what the guy was thinking telling him about it. He then asked if Rood was ready to die. Rood asked if the principal was going to kill a student, even the future principal of this academy. Of course it's a joke, but we'll have to cut off a couple limbs to shut him up. Hands and feet. He's the Joker. Yeah. In the moment, ripping his body to shreds. That's when the explosion happened. Low-level wine spirit magic. Rood and the director were already outside. If he had gotten that hit, his back would have been shredded. It's too much for him to compete with a 4-winged executioner. Mana density is on a whole other level. The man spotted the potion from under the space. This was how he expected a battle. Was he right, or was he Rood said he came whistling that he was going to extract his grandson's heart, that's why he was so well prepared. Doesn't matter, because he won't be dealing with him. The man couldn't understand what it meant to notify. After that, there was some sort of explosion behind us. Someone said, I have to say, his spiritual grandson is a bully. He sure knows how to make people mad. It was that heavenly sword teacher, and he said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. A couple days ago. That was his plan, and he's more honorable than he thought. This guy is nothing more than a relic of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Is that still not enough to make him want to kill him, or what? That he wants to kill a 1,000-year-old dragon. Not a professor, even if it's severely taxing on him. Let him consider it the folly of his favorite student. He had a smile on his face after that, and then he laughed out loud. How dare he ask his immortal heaven's sword to just stall for time without killing his executioner? The variety of faces, such a serious expression. He can't just stand by. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he told him so. The headmaster was surprised that Ain was in front of him. His behavior had been rather suspicious lately, since he had come to the academy for observation. Well, he was half right. He had a fancy plan. He's in the know. Generally pick up the idiot. This plan is costing the precious life of his only grandson. What the hell is he talking about? If the heart is destroyed, Damien will slowly die in terrible pain. Does he seriously think he's going to let that happen? The day he took the heart, he promised he would kill Damien if he failed. But the boy has managed to survive for so long with no problems. Did he decide to renege on your words, or what? Rood said he wasn't going to kill him, just take his heart. But the man became furious and told the guy to shut up. Then someone grabbed Rood right off his back. The teacher said he's complicating things. Why he keeps choosing words that piss people off. Rood said he was merely explaining his plan, and how he'd chosen such a coked-up jerk as his heir in the first place. He can't go backwards anymore, can he? The guy expressed his displeasure through sounds. He said okay, they're proceeding according to plan. He'll keep the jerk busy for now. He'll empty and heal the heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Like Rood said, let him just bide his time without killing him. That the principal got furious and started saying that he would not allow it to him. Talks like it's easy to do. Then the guy started using his wings and seal. The men began to fight. The director tried his best to resist the enemy's attacks. Of course, when confronting the techniques of the vortex bronzing the heavens, everything suddenly becomes unattainable. The man looked fiercely at his opponent. The director continued to fight him. After that, they faced each other again in battle. Rood thought that was great. So far everything was being conducted according to his expectations. This time, the ghost of the past, the 1,000-year-old dragon, will not return from the world of the dead. But at that time he sensed or noticed something. He couldn't understand what it was, and thought it couldn't be. The professor at this time was leaning against the wall and holding his head. I think his skull is about to crack. It's hard for him to keep his sanity. He thought guilt was the cause of the pain that started after he talked him into suicide. He told everything to Rood, but the pain hasn't gone away. He guesses he needs to avoid people as much as possible until the pain goes away. At this time, someone appeared behind the troop and said about disgusting. As it turned out, it was Jeremy, who said he was indeed a disgusting freak who belonged in a dirty alley. He asked, or he still hadn't realized, like he said earlier, before he got even more pathetic. Then he realized his hand, and then he grabbed the professor by the neck. He felt, of course, unbearable pain at this time. Jeremy said the professor better be dead soon, and he called it a relic of the 1,000-year-old dragon. The professor tried every way he could to say he wasn't a monster. The guy asked, or with that expression on his face he says that, let him look at himself. Does he want to survive even becoming world evil, or what? After that, the professor let him go. Jeremy said, if he was tired he would help him. Just let him stand mortal, at which time he pulled out a knife. It was the right choice in his opinion. Yeah, he's the killer of another. It's better that way. It's better to die than to become an obsolete monster. He remembered his grandfather's word on whether or not he wanted to live at all. Jeremy was telling the professor that if he really sympathized with him, he must survive against all odds, like a true villain. The guy's knife was coming toward him at that moment, but the professor put up his hand sharply and prevented himself from being killed. After that, the man began to turn. Jeremy called him a goddamn monster. The worst has already happened. The second coming of the 1,000-year dragon, the Scarlet Knight, has arrived. Lion couldn't understand what strange feeling she just felt. No one could figure out why the rain had come so suddenly. and neither could they figure out if it was really rain. Why it was such a strange color. Lion realized it wasn't raindrops, and someone else's released mana shards, patterning these shards so chaotic and unique that even she can't capture their essence, but she can still feel that insatiable appetite for more mana. Gluttony. Lion turned her attention to the weapon. Everyone said the sky had turned black as pitch. The guy said the rains were ending. At that moment the girl began to call out to her father, for she saw something inexplicable on the ground. Then some wolves emerged from this inexplicable puddle. One of them immediately pounced on them. The father covered his daughter with himself. But at that moment Lion appeared and stood in their defense. She told them not to run from here if they wanted to survive, as far as they can go. The girl then began to fight them. One of the guys was really freaked out by the overall situation. After that he could not stand on his feet and fell down. The girl told him to stop being afraid and go up, for they were not Erasium students. Either let them run or fight, but they should do something rather than give in to fear. At this point, they did make a decision and disassembled all the weapons. One of the girls started directing civilians in the building to be careful. One of the girls took a bow and told everyone to watch out. After that, she started shooting at the wolves. Lion realized that these black dogs, even if injured, could not be killed permanently. In that case, she thought of something and told everyone to lie down. If they have incredible regeneration, so we have to make regeneration impossible. The guy asked, or was that a hypermecha aura? These dogs, they're just dust now. They can't regenerate anymore. Not even trolls have that kind of regeneration. Is it demonic or something else? Everything was right, except it wasn't the work of demons. Everything felt more and more like the remains of someone's possession, and black rain, constantly changing patterns, and an insatiable appetite. It was a 1,000-year-old dragon. The girl realized that she must hurry to Rood, let them split up and protect the inhabitants, the wounded, and evacuate to safety. At that moment, the girl shouted out that there was something in front of her. At this moment, the girl saw this dark power in front of her. Lion reacted quickly and bounced away from the spot. The millennial, aka the dragon of 1,000 forms. This refers to the hail of alter egos he has created that mimic the appearance of the people he has absorbed. The appearance of these grotesque beings is constantly changing, and the stronger the people he absorbs, the stronger his alter ego becomes. The stronger his alter ego becomes. Lion laughed and said, "Come on, she's so busy. The damn future has changed again." The director realized something at that moment. The teacher told Rood that it seemed like someone had tried to extract the 1,000-year heart. He could already guess who it was. So is he gonna kill him now or what? But Rood said confidently that no, it wouldn't. They would continue to stick to the plan. Still want to find Damien. In a situation like this, it was surprising. Rood said there was no need to look for him. At that moment, the teacher said he would see him. He came to them on his own. The professor had already turned fully, and at this point was screaming in pain. It was hard for the principal and his grandfather to look at him without his eyes hurting. He hated his father, but he never knew how to take offense because, when he let his mother die, he was saving the world. Make him promise to protect Damien no matter what. Let his father promise him that. In the end, he made the same mistake. The professor looked at him at this point, and then he lowered his head. He then made the decision to attack his grandfather. The principal just stood there looking at him. Then he closed his eyes, as if he was ready to accept this death. After that, there was a massive explosion. The principal opened his eyes and saw Rood's blue hair in front of him. Rood defended him, as one could understand. He began to fight the professor at this point. The professor was unable to dodge his blow. Rood stood his ground and continued to fight. The principal said it couldn't be. He can't kill the kid in front of him. But of course, the protagonist kept attacking him. The teacher asked if he had lost his mind, if he wanted to die, or what. Rood asked. He was supposed to let him die, or what, but he brought it on himself. Since he had touched the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, he must have prepared to die at the hand of his grandson who was destined to become a monster. But no one needs to die. All he has to do is take care of the dragon's heart. So did he create this whole mess for his grandmaster to deal with later, or what? Rood said that's what it was. That even if I didn't follow his plan, his merging with the dragon was already well advanced. He already looks almost like a dragon, and he's also commandeered a low regeneration ability. It won't be long before his final transformation, and when it happens, it will be too late. Rood Denethos asked if he knew it all. but still let the Great Master keep an eye on that side. Just let him try to end up in the grave after all this. Like he said, he doesn't have time, now that the executioner is busy. It's time to go ahead with the plan. His eyes were almost dragon-like. Afterward, Rood said something about Kian. Rood and the professor continued to fight. Though the mind is completely under the dragon's control, it's still the professor's body, which is why all of his actions follow a familiar trajectory. He had learned all of the professor's species through lectures and sparring with him. Because of this, Rood easily reflected all of his punches. That should be enough to protect him, but what is its purpose? Rood continued to attack the professor with quick, precise blows. He was too protected. The dragon's heart is in his neck. Since the dragon didn't have time to take control of the body, if you destroy the heart, it won't have time to regenerate and will be destroyed. Of course, this also applied to the owner of the body, but that's not something to worry about right now. He should remain ignorant now. Rood drew his second primary weapon. After that, he attacked him again. Their forces clashed with each other. So why does he only parry? Does he have some sort of dignity? So he only reciprocates, or what? But even so, he was too clumsy. He wasn't good enough. He's just a completed version of Keelan. Rood proceeded to kill him. After those words, right in the face like that, just looking at him, Rood decided to use the wind fist. He told the man not to get his hopes up, his sturdy scales saving him. And it actually worked, and the professor coughed up blood. Rood said very well, if that's the way he wants to play, he's ready. At that moment, Rood bounced back. Now the professor came on the attack. Rood realized that he was purposely avoiding counterattacks. The guy said it was awful. Then he began to stand firmly on his feet. After that, the professor simply remained silent. Rood realized that he had already adapted to his attacks. Catching him is going to get harder and more sophisticated than it is now. He needs to finish this before he does something stupid. Long dreams, never-ending hunger, empty stomach, Tu. Ba. Black moon. The smell of fresh flesh, fresh blood. An exquisite dinner awaited him tonight. Rood continued to watch him. After that, the professor motioned with his hands. Rood couldn't figure out if he was restoring his mana. What was the catch? Then the professor just disappeared, and then reappeared, and his transformation was even more advanced. After that, he had already started using his new powers. Rood noticed the new forces slipping closer and closer to him. He decided to use extreme flare at this point. He can't even use the heaven-defying sword because it requires too much mana. Rood continued to watch him at this point. The Spirit King asked Rood if he was okay. The protagonist replied to him that he had nothing to worry about. He's known for appropriating the power of the opponent he devours, but he didn't expect to use so much magic while he still hadn't completed his enslavement yet. It makes sense, like 10 years ago, when he absorbed hundreds of slain dragons. Rood took on some sort of potion afterward. The professor, or rather more likely the 1,000-year-old dragon, said they were all finicky humans, let them all die. A snack would do. They looked delicious. He was so hungry. He lit him up and nibbled him to the bone. His movements suddenly became so smooth. The adaptability of another 1,000 forms is truly impressive. This adaptation of his has a reason why the Academy stole a heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. It became the perfect panacea for mana hypersensitivity. Even now, it moves the host's body as if it were its own. Rood Denethos said let the professor's skills be barely above normal in the first place. Well, to the extent that, even he from a past life could defeat him. In a moment Rood reached him, and the professor felt unbearable pain. Then he looked at the bow. After that, the professor began to use magic. He concentrated his strength and was ready to attack Rood. Of course, he could have blocked it with a heaven-defying sword, but continuing to use high-level magic was painful. Perhaps he should draw her in and attack her at a time. He thought back to the man's words that his copy technique was nearly perfect. In his case, all he lacked was experience. As his professor, he'll take it to the next level. It's a technique called Thunder Spear. The protagonist wanted to use it right at this moment. Rood concentrated completely by using this technique. After that, he started attacking with his spear. Balac said he could hear a strong wave. William asked if he could feel a black dog chewing on his ass. He said it was minor shit, a scratch on the skin, couldn't leave it, and the guy was delighted with it. Hennis told him to stop flying around in the clouds, have him focus on blocking that dog shit. If even a few get outside the academy, an entire village could be destroyed. Lena said it wasn't some dog shit, it was the dogs themselves. Hennis said she's actually aware of it, it's just that the twigs don't think running out is pissing her off like hell. Even if she starts killing left and right, there's still no end to them. What if she's worried about ruthless extermination? Hennis asked her if she was crazy. What was she doing? Lena just sat on her knees at this point. The girl froze them all at once in 1 second. Hennis and everyone else were very much surprised when they saw this. Lena said it's settled now, let her go and kill them. Hennis asked if she could all do that, but she had already spent most of her mana. She can do it, right? Let her do it. She's only a 3rd district mage, she won't be able to take care of all of them by herself. After that, she began to recite some kind of spell. If she casts a first circle spell, but on a different Great, the coordinates have been set. Immediately after that, she started attacking them all at once with fire. Hennis collapsed and said she was overreacting. Lena said she put everything she had into it and couldn't even burn anything. Let her shut up. Most of them were even frozen. Balac at this time, as always, was fighting with his strong muscles. He told them both to save their mana. He would take care of them from now on. What's he talking about? He hasn't done anything at all up until now. Yeah, what's he saying? The mentor was watching over them so they could cast their spells. The guy said the mentor was just taking a break. He'll take over from now on. Well, just then he was attacked and there was nothing he could do. Balac was very much surprised at this time. He realized that he hadn't noticed this opponent's movement at all. He noticed that the opponent had decided to use a restraining skill. Balac also took notice of these unpredictable movements. That was the Steros family's battle equipment. This guy is definitely a warrior of the Steros family. You can feel the power of the ancestors, the power of mana. Everything is just perfect. Balac, in spite of all this, continued the battle. He dodged as best he could. The power differential just overwhelms him. He feels it even in one single blow. This battle is lost to him in advance. And yet, Steros don't enter. Just then, the opponent swung in for another strike. Balac swung for a punch as well. Then someone told him to take care of himself. At that moment, the professor appeared. Balac was surprised that Claire Mason showed up. She freaked out and said he should call her professor, and then called him a useless bastard. Let him follow the situation to the end, and do not stop thinking with his head. How many times to tell him that on one strength and will not go far? Then she asked the girls if they were okay. They were fine. The monsters, they were advancing more and more. Their numbers are growing by the second. Okay. Don't get cocky just because there's more of them. I mean, she's a professor. At this time, the professor also came in and asked if everything was okay. And Claire freaked out because he took the time to interfere. Hennis was happy to see him and asked how the other kids were doing. There was nothing to worry about. The Imperial Black Wolf Knights had already arrived at the academy. Everything would be fine. They did a great job, though it was difficult to protect the residents. Now let the adults do it. At this time someone turned to Professor Daniel. It was the leader of the Black Wolf Knight Order named Ravenadelph who said that there were only weak demonic scions left here. He didn't confuse these scions with the dragon of 1,000 forms for the sake of summoning knights, did he? The professor said that the dragon had divided its body and those parts were sent out to hunt. Let them all stand. They didn't come here to fight a couple of weaklings. For the honor of the imperial family, he must face the dragon of 1,000 forms with his own eyes right now. Lion said that in such a horrible situation, all they can think about is honor. Yeah, that's just crazy. The man became furious at these words. Lion walked past without paying attention and told him to stay out of the way. Of course, the man became even more enraged. Then he said he was a useless piece of shit. But at that moment he was abruptly stopped. The professor said he didn't touch them, they're students. The girl was about Vasia. The situation was an emergency. When it is resolved, he better be prepared for the consequences. Have everyone listen carefully. Destroy any remains they see. The professor was informed there were wounded. Anyone who has depleted their mana, have them return to the evacuation center. He's sure that the invasion started from the North Tower. That's also where the Academy Director's office is. At this time, they all turned their attention to the distance. Lion immediately thought of Rood. Rood at this time managed to hit on the professor. The guy said he missed a bit. Lightning Spear, a technique that speeds up swords and coats its blades with lightning that focuses on the tip. Since he didn't have as much strength as the professor, he used the Lightning Spirit as a substitute. Half of the Heavenly Spirit's mana immediately flew away. He thought this technique needed a model of organization. If things continue like this, he's going to die. Again because of a lowly man. He needs to recover. And Fu, you have to eat something fast. Rood Denethos asked, saying that even if he closes his eyes, he's gonna end up dead anyway. Kienlo realized he couldn't dodge. All the professor thought about at that moment was death, extinction, the end. But he didn't want to die. After that, there was a massive explosion. Rood fails to stay on his feet, so it turned out to be the principal. He turned to his grandson. The man said he would protect him, no matter the cost. And he still won't give up. Walked up to his grandson. He crouched down on his knee and said he would protect him. No matter what he does, he will. The professor recognized his grandfather. After that, he started laughing frantically, then called him a stupid man and simply bit his hand. Master said, letting out a sigh at last, that the man was using a protective sphere at this point. To him, so persistent and so stubborn. Keelan realized that the food itself was crawling into his mouth. Fascinating. Centuries have passed and people are still as stupid as ever. This body was immortal, but he's still missing something. Lighter, even more flavorful, fresher prey. Rood Denethos asked, saying it's getting crazy. The Spirit King tipped him off about the potion, but the head talker said he'd already used his share. What? Do they think they've won already, or what? Keelan began to approach him. Rood realized he was so unarmed because he was only slightly healed or something. This slime was easier that way, but much stronger. The strength differential has increased significantly due to recent injuries. Then Rood turned his attention to something. In other words, if he had the physical strength, it would be possible. If his body were in perfect condition ... If he could recover the power from his past life. If it wasn't him here, but his older brother ... Rood realized in a moment what a bullshit excuse he was carrying. One attack will be enough for him. At that moment, he began to attack the enemy with all his might. Why is that? Whether it was strength or speed, that body was superb. So why is his body being torn apart? Rood understands everything now. He remembered Lion's words about relying too much on his seat. Why not trust his eyes and look further into the future? He wasn't a genius. Unlike her, he wasn't blessed with a good physique. The environment he was in was garbage. He didn't see it. Reduced muscle relaxation, directed movement of force and mana, involuntary habits, the center of gravity. That's what Lion was trying to convey to him, that determine not only the speed of movement, but the behavior pattern itself, all for the chance to get in. And after realizing all of this, Rood was able to hit. After all, it felt like every muscle in his body was ready to tear itself apart. His body had definitely reached its limit, but as long as he has the strength to hold the sword, he will fight to the end. Just at this moment, blood appeared on Rood's sword. Rood was sure he could do it this time. Rood looked at his opponent, straight into his eyes. Keelan felt a wearable pain at this time. Rood continued to hold his sword tightly with his hands. After that, something started to happen. Rood was very much surprised by this, and then the professor abruptly disappeared. Rood continued to hold his sword. At that moment, the professor reappeared. Rood said something about heavenly spirit mana. He realized she had hit rock bottom. At this time, people were running away. Lion said to the north, surely Rood was there. At that moment she turned her attention to something. Just at that moment, she saw Rood in front of her. She asked him if he was scared. And he said, scared of what? Those stupid lizards, or what? He's not afraid of dragons. His only fear is that his loved ones may be hurt or disappear. Of course, the girl started to worrying about the guy. At this point, the hero looked at her. He wanted the girl to stand still. At that moment, Keelan bit his shoulder. He literally chewed off part of his flesh. After that, Rood bounced off of him. The Spirit King asked him if he was alive, and Rood wondered, somewhat, as his body was badly crumpled. It was lucky he'd gotten a grip on his arm, and not his neck. Rood Denethos asked and said, he was right. At this time the professor still had less right in the middle of his neck. After that, he got rid of him, and said that's why they humans are nothing more than food. Worthless fools. Hope is lost to them. All that's left is him satisfying his hunger, and they will be chewed up and devoured until he gets his body back. At this time, he was surprised at something. Then he pulled out his long ton. Rood recalled him saying that he said he would devour everyone. So why isn't he? Or should he feed it? That's what he was talking about when he said he put all his faith into something. Rood said, simply put, he has a special body. It's the only reason the little he and his brother survived in Denethos' special blood. 10 years ago, an earth dragon attacked his family, killed his father, and then swallowed him whole. Because of that incident, they didn't find out that their blood is very poisonous to dragons. They had no idea why that was the case, but it didn't matter. They were too caught up in survival. Rood said, it's not the first time this uniqueness has saved his life. In other words, his existence is a curse on their kind. That was quite a gamble. He pretended to run out of mana. If his blood didn't work or this guy wasn't really hungry, he'd be dead by now. But if he didn't stop his dream, Professor Deepening would die. Now he was truly finished. At this time he began to be stopped. Then some sort of vortex formed. The master told them not to interfere. Let them just watch silently from the sidelines. At this time, the professor simply grabbed his sword and thanked him. Then he said he was sorry, and thrust the sword into his own throat. At this time, the heart was released. Rood Denethos watched the whole process closely. Everyone else was also watching it. The principal couldn't watch his grandson die. At this time, everyone could observe Deepening. Rood already told me that. If he's really sorry, then let him stay alive until the end. The dragon's ability to adapt made the flow of mana that had previously been in him monstrously confused, move in cycles. As a result, the dragon in him no longer exists. Even if he survives, he will still die from mana disharmony, but with a heavenly divine sword that can redirect mana flows. It would be a very different scenario if he has an accurate idea of the distribution of mana blood vessels in the body, a complete knowledge of anatomy. The cure is very simple, and let use the sword's mana refracting ability to cut the wrong flows and use the recovery potion to create the right ones. The reason he was able to prepare all of this is because of his rebirth, so the explanation is obviously not going to be very stock. Rood Denethos asked and sprang into action. At that instant, someone stopped him. The grandfather requested that he keep his grandson. He couldn't just watch it. He asked to keep it. It was his grandson. Let him live. He'd already told him, hadn't he? Deepening healed in that instant. Rood had already told him that no one would die. Immediately after these words, he began to fall. Then everyone immediately ran towards him. The calamities of 10 years ago are back again, and the cause of it all is the professor from Eratium. Gerard Degraham, rector of Eratium Academy, has committed an act of treachery. His grandson must be executed immediately. Ain, the figure who greatly influenced the 1000 Shapes Dragon incident, was very insistent, so for the time being, he would just be placed in prison. That the below put their country in terrible danger. Just let him stop. This story will not be heard from the mouth of the bow who defeated the dragon of 1000 shapes. The master came to warn him that the emperor would soon be summoned. Is he flirting in a hospital bed or something? Lion tried to explain what they were doing, and Rood Denethos asked him if there was an eye problem. Yeah. He didn't give a shit. He needed to talk to him, so he would ask the ladies to leave. Yeah. She was just about to leave anyway. Lion said they were given a whole month to do nothing. After all, the master was sure he was flirting. The criminal hero tried to explain that it wasn't like that. He was about to look for a new apprentice. The old one had been unconscious for 3 days. He'd been his apprentice for all of 4 weeks. How could he justify it? Lion, when she came out, realized there was nothing she could do or help. She thought she was weak, immature and stupid. Funny how they can still be considered comrades. Next time, she wouldn't let that happen and called him an idiot. Even if everything goes according to his plan, shouldn't his body be taken care of first while trying to save these 2 idiots? Let it take into account a bit that it was a 1000-year-old dragon, one of the 7. The result was not bad. One way or another, he meant it. After that, the master grabbed his head. He said he did a great job and that he was well done. Rood Denethos asked if he had gotten worse. Master asked if he is going to cuckoo even when he is nice to him. Let him remember how he usually behaves. In his past life, he was a blank slate for him. If he behaves like this in front of the imperial family, his head will quickly be on his shoulders. He realizes that, doesn't he? Rood Denethos said, he's not that over. It's going to be difficult in most cases. Gerard, Deepening, they both crossed the line. Rood knows everything, so he's trying to cross that line too. Killing a 1000-form dragon was completely dependent on luck. Moreover, it was just a fragment. It wasn't entirely his strength. Denethos' blood was no match for the way his brother had fought against the Thunder Dragon in the past. That's why he was dubbed a hero. Rood stepped out of the carriage and was met by a guard who said he would escort him to the throne room. The Spirit King said he hadn't been to the palace in a long time. Rood asked if he had been here before. There's no place he hasn't been. He had seen everything from the beginning of this empire to the construction of this palace with his own eyes. He would like to know why they had called him here specifically. It was rumored to be related to the Millennium Dragon incident, or just to praise him for his victory. The second option is preferred. The full hero stepped inside. All the leaders of the guild are here, so the meeting is to discuss the current situation, or what? Well, that's even better. Prince of the Empire of Alpheus, Grim Burstein, the rulers of the Empire of Alpheus, the Bursteins, are descendants of a great hero. The full name of the hero is Panara Burstein, the first dragon slayer. This is the well-known story of how originally just people with no last name were given a last name upon the arrival of honorable guests named Jar. Rood knelt down and said that it was an honor to meet the crown prince of the empire. Let him raise his head. He knows why he was summoned to the imperial palace. They applaud him for breaking the seal and suppressing the last dragon king, the dragon of 1,000 forms, Kianal. To defeat a 1,000-year-old dragon without a single loss yet at such a young age. Rood said that praise was too high. If the professors and students hadn't blocked the separated parts of the dragon, none of the above would have been accomplished. He just had to do what was necessary. The prince noticed that he was also modest. The imperial family would die at shame if they didn't reward such a brave young man for defeating a dragon of 1,000 forms. Could this be what he desires? Rood asked if he could ask for something. He started listing people like Gerard, Degraham, Damien Grace. He would like to see their death sentences overturned. Everyone present was greatly surprised when they heard this. Someone said it was outrageous. Even death is not enough as punishment for these two, to save those who contributed to the revival of the 1,000-year dragon. The words of Yus, who had no idea what the 7 dragons were. At that moment, the prince raised his hand. He believes Rood has a hunch that it's complicated, and no matter how much he wants it, the chances of overturning the conviction are close to zero. Rood said that he understood everything. He knew in advance that it wouldn't fly. The empire was in complete chaos, so the usual methods would work. Rood Denethos asked, then how about ... Thunder Dragon Seals. The Thunder Dragon Karma is the only one of the 7 dragons that has been recognized as part of the dragon race without being a dragon, the only polymorph, and is considered insanely strong. He is wise enough that when faced with adversity, he does not hesitate to retreat and then ruthlessly return to counterattack. In his past life, many dragon slayers sacrificed their lives to stop him. Thanks to the efforts of many people and his brother's great contribution, he was able to finally kill him. Everyone here is well aware of the implications, even if they haven't experienced it firsthand. What is the danger of this seal stone? Everyone immediately pointed their weapons at it. The man started screaming that they should kill him immediately. He had brought what was almost a time bomb into the palace. The prince said, as everyone lowered their weapons. Of course, those present were surprised. The seal stone and the thunder dragon stone. How did he get it? What are his intentions? Rood said he discovered it in the academy treasury. Has no idea how it got there, but figured it would help advance his proposals. The prince didn't understand what the offer meant. Rather, he was using it for blackmail. If he was going to do that, he'd get it right away. Everyone was watching him closely. Rood said to check and see for himself. This seal stone, in an unstable state, could break at any moment. Indeed, it was just as the guy said. This bow isn't bluffing. It's the first time she's seen something like this, but she's sure the seal is extremely fragile right now. The seal will be broken in the near future, but that doesn't mean it can be touched while standing unconsidered. Rood Denethos asked if he said the outcome would be unfavorable and there would be no way to fix it. So here's his suggestion. Since the seal is about to be broken, they'd better be well prepared for it. The prince reflected on the fact that they needed to prepare. Rood said he would slay the thunder dragon, and after that illusory, blazing and icy too. He killed the battle dragon and the void dragon one by one. After slaying 7, destroy all the remaining dragons in the world. He was asked, or he would destroy all dragons. Does he think he's a hero or something? He barely managed to kill the remnants of a millennial and has no idea how much fear the 7 dragons alone inspire. Rood asked, or the man is afraid. After that, the man went into a rage. He asked if he would be quietly eaten without fighting back because of his fear. Of course, the man went into a rage. The prince asked the reason for his confidence. Even the great hero Vanner could not kill all the dragons. He could only seal the Great 7 and push the dragon race back beyond the Great Northern Mountains. Besides, 10 years ago, the dragon of 1,000 forms invaded and destroyed parts of the southern continent. The Thunder one is even more ferocious, and he's just a student. Does he want to defeat it, or what? Rood said that of course he doesn't plan to do this alone, so he will need a couple things. The first is he needs a field where he can place the dragon. The prince didn't understand what the field meant. In order to avoid casualties, it is necessary to place the lightning dragon in an area created with spatial magic. Isn't there such an expert in magic in the kingdom? Mistress of the Crimson Tower, Iris Halfley. Rood said he'd kill him there. Time to prepare is about a year, plus another half. The second is the participation of everyone here except His Majesty. But there is no need to lead an entire army. Multiplying casualties and training an army would rather hurt than help, as it would take away precious preparation time. The prince continued to listen to him attentively. Rood Denethos said that exactly those who are insanely afraid can stay out of it, alluding to the man who was aggressive against him. None of this is compelling enough. A battle with a thunder dragon wook in space, yes, with a small number of participants. What guarantee is there that they won't be pinned there in a flashback? Rood said that in the worst case scenario, that would be the case, but if the people of the continent couldn't survive the battle, there was no point in trying to fight the dragons at all. Duel was right. In his opinion, the chances of winning are not zero. He thought it was worth preparing and praying hard. After a silence, the prince agreed, but the man, as always, disagreed with him. Will he run from the impending calamity or face it head-on? Judging by the face of this shining young hero, the answer is obvious. Who knows? Suddenly, this young hero would be able to slay not only the Thunder Dragon, but also patch up the infernal abyss that had appeared in the southern part. The prince turned to him. He frees Damien and Jared Degraham from the death penalty, and appoints him leader of the Thunder Dragon slaying force. At this point, Damien was in jail. He was approached and told he was available. The professor, of course, didn't believe it. Then someone walked in on him. It was his grandfather. The guy was very much surprised. The man just hugged him and apologized for everything. He began to explain that his desire to save him, driven solely by greed, had only brought him more trouble, and he would have to repent for all he had done to all those who had suffered because of them, and to the boat who had freed them. Now that it was finally over, he could live. The guy said it wasn't like that at all. He's done everything to prolong his life, he's hurt everyone, and he's not sure he can live with the sins he's committed. That rude boy said something. If he's at fault because he was trying to save someone's life, it'll be easier for once. The grandfather suggested that his grandson live his life-changing things for the better. A month after the attack of the thousand-shaped dragon, the Academy was officially announced to have found the Thunder Dragon seal. Rood Denethos, the young hero and heir to the heaven-throwing sword technique, was credited with a single-handed victory over the Thousand Forms dragon. The Emperor appointed him to lead a team to destroy the Thunder Dragon. Despite intense pressure from the neighboring countries, Rood backed down. He took an unprecedented step. Not only did he recognize the return of all 7 dragons, but he wanted to unseal them himself to make the first move. The Crown Prince recognized Rood Denethos' services and gave him the title of hero. It turns out he wants to rebuild the South by pulling together and building up forces on the continent. This dream has been nurtured since the last meeting. The southern part of the continent has been abandoned for 10 years after the incident with the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. The problems are piling up like a snowball, and it's annoying her. Balac asked what that meant. The girl replied that he was doing everything alone again. He should ask for help and let them know if something happens. He doesn't have the skills to do that. The girl said that the main one didn't die that day. They could barely overpower the smaller entities by overpowering themselves. She was tired after creating one large fireball. She knows all this, and also, she remembered asking Lena where Rood was. In that instant, she said, they were pathetic. Hennis herself admitted that she was pathetic in that moment. He helped her, and it was only because of him that she was able to find the cure to save her sister. Now she owes him, but she feels she has no way to repay him. The guy told her not to make things up. It's simple if you think about it. They are still very weak. They should learn from what happened and do their best to become stronger. Then they can help their friend when they need it most. Agreeing with the prince was expected to be easier than with the emperor. He doesn't know what happened. But Rood, Damien and Jared Degraham didn't get out of this incident without arguments and scratches. And why was he like that? And the young hero, Rood. At this moment, Rood became furious and asked what other hero. He called him a fucking piece of shit and punched him. The guy couldn't stand on his feet and just fell over at that point. Rood said he shouldn't make others clean up after him when he was able to do it himself. He made such a fuss and thought he could get away with it. If it weren't for one thing he still had to check, he'd be counting his teeth right now. Rood Denethos asked how he knew the professor was the heart of the dragon of 1,000 forms. Duel replied that he had good eyesight from birth. Rood asked if he was begging to nail him. He's serious. His family has really special eyes, so it's not just good eyesight, but a kind of intuitive perception, especially when it comes to watching the flow of mana. The professor used his mana, running it down a tangled path. If his mana tangled around his neck along with his heart, he confirmed his suspicions, checked past events because he doubted. Degraham's grandson suffered from mana hypersensitivity from a young age. Then he woke up in the hospital right after the incident with the dragon of 1,000 forms. That's how he got the nickname Predator. Rood asked if he drove him to suicide. He said he did, but the plan failed. He almost died. If the man had thought with his head or tried to escape, suddenly he wouldn't have been so strong. Rood told him to stop screwing around and asked if he wanted to expose him, to present him as a hero. The guy admitted that his plan was much better, but he didn't want to become a hero. He wanted to witness history. The heroes are given the opportunity to see everything with their own eyes, just like the first heroes of Van. He will become a hero. He will have an unforgettable adventure. He will slay the 7 dragons, and at the end of the war, he will become a legend. He'll be satisfied just being around. He doesn't want to play the role of a fellow hero for long. He'll be the one to write the legend. That's his ultimate goal. Rood said he was wrong. He doesn't give a damn about all this heroics. What they wrote in the papers were just nice headlines to sell more copies. In fact, if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to play that role. Now he realizes why. In his previous life, Jeremy was so subtly difficult to communicate with. He took the role of fellow heroes as he wished. But was that the only reason? This kid was wrong about something. In a previous life, his brother was close to perfect, but not perfect. Because all people make mistakes, he didn't properly appreciate the fatigue that had accumulated. He was constantly pushing his body to the limit. Everyone had grievances and grudges against his brother. They expected him to take the role of the chosen one to push propaganda on behalf of the imperial family, while everyone else worked to save the world. And he was racking his brain trying to figure out what nonsense they were telling him. I guess everyone's bound to run into crazy people. If that's what he wants to do, let him do it himself. The boy reached out and tried to stop Rood Denethos. After that, he said that Rood should become a hero. The guy didn't get it. Was he out of his mind? Then he said the guy was from Aton. Rood immediately remembered. The trade kingdom of Aton borders the empire of Alpheus, the magical kingdom of Parma, and the spirit realm of Vernic. It is the center of trade between the 4 borders. Does he realize that crime and money are actually connected there? But how could he not know that his days were spent there? But he didn't know that the guy he thought was from a family of aristocrats would turn out to be from Aton. Duel, a fallen family, was not the only one to survive, but he was eventually killed. He's pushing pity. He wasn't a good person to begin with, which he inherited. Rood said he had no business blabbing about it then. From then on he would be honest. After his father died, sorting out his inheritance, he went down to the basement where he found an old chest. The preservation magic must have belonged to his father. The trunk looked like trash, since he had spent all his money on alcohol and entertainment. The chest looked like it would be a couple thousand years old. Inside was an ancient book, drawings, a musical score and manuscripts. He also found the diary of the owner of this chest. It was Alan Duel. Spirit said Alan Duel was the kid who was always hanging around Vanner. The guy said this diary was written 7 years ago. He was Vanar's greatest hero. His basement diary had entries for the first 5 dragons. The order of his family was a traveling minstrel who followed the first dragon slayer. The diary contained all the details of their adventures. It was an incredible record of their travels. Rood asked the spirit if this nonsense was true, and he told him alas, yes. The hero sang the world, and the minstrel sang of it. It was happening again in front of him. The ancestor of the author who wrote that it wasn't fate. On top of that, the sealed thunder dragon was hidden in the academy. He doesn't mean to say that it never occurred to him that the seal might be in the treasury. It was Jared Degraham's safety net to hide his grandson's secret. It really was a chance. Duel promised that he would be useful. He has trained hard to have enough knowledge to become a fellow hero. He could use his eyes, his heart, anything, so let him accept it. Rood quickly interrupted him and told him to shut up. This is getting out of hand. He's just a smart bastard who didn't know anything about the seal stone. Then who was it? What kind of lunatic placed the Thunder Dragon seal stone in the Academy's treasury? The location of the seal is not mentioned in any record. If one tried to take it away, he should be thrown off by the 3-stage defense system. If there was a new artifact in the Academy treasury, he would definitely notice. Unless the seal was put there when the treasury was first created. Rood started talking about this diary. He said it contained some special details about dragons or like sealing techniques, where it was sealed or how it was handled. I don't know about the specifics. There was nothing about battles or sealing. All those things were too dangerous for a minstrel to be there. The diary was at home, so right now he could show it to him. If he doesn't believe him, he can take a look himself. He lives alone in an empty house anyway. The diary is in the basement, so he'll give him the keys. Just please let him recognize him as a comrade and a hero. Rood Denethos repeated one last time that he's not interested in becoming a hero. No matter what the royal family decides they're about recognizing a hero, it all remains under the jurisdiction of the papacy. The subject of anyone of authority and authorization is not granted. The only reason he's alive is because his stupid eyes can help him slay a dragon. That means he's not allowed to spout any nonsense about it in public either. He wants to live. Rood advises him to listen, realize or not. The guy replied with a smile on his face that he had provided him with a key. And so he says that whoever sealed the Thunder Dragon left a stone there. Rood said he thought so. So Air Tech and Sky Throwing founders, or what? But he doubts it himself. It turns out that the great hero Vanner did not kill the Thunder Dragon, only sealed it. But then why didn't they write anywhere where and how he sealed it for his descendants? The hero Vanner must be strong enough to destroy the 7 dragons that played with humanity like toys. However, he threw them back into the northern mountains. As a result, the humans have escaped from dragon control, but the constant lurking threat still remains. After that, they fell silent, all at the will of the founder. Rood suggested changing the subject. The Academy has almost recovered from the incident with the professor. The Academy has appointed a new head. Was he at the inauguration ceremony? So your man is the new head. I guess if he's lived long enough he'll see less of this. Arthur said he took a sabbatical. Rood said he plans to finish the remainder of his first year's training. 6 more months remain, during which time he plans to complete the second-year course and spend a year preparing to seal the Thunder Dragon. The new chapter said it will support him. They're doing a massive sweep of the treasury after what happened, so while it's open, he takes whatever he needs. Rood said, after that, he's going to spend 2 years interning in different places. The guy interjected and said, she had some pretty tight plans. That wasn't what he had originally planned. The Dusha leader proved to be much more persistent than he had expected. He told him, don't even let him think he's going to slip up this time due to a personal relationship. It's just in his opinion or something. The conditions of their participation in the sealing mission. A year of internship in. This kid has set such conditions. What a shame. All because he's such a charmer. What are your plans for the most part? Rood is going to join the dragon slaying squad. That's at the top of the list. After Thunderous will be the Dragon Eye Lujo. He plans everything so he can be there beforehand. If anything, he's about the dragon slaying squad. He means Claire. Rood asked what he was looking at him like that for, but the guy said nothing. Then he will go to Parmet in 6 months. We can prepare. The hero said he got a request from the Tower authors too. He also wants to study magic. Isn't it a little late for him to learn magic? Rood Denethos asked the teacher how he could prioritize age. Afterward, the man said he was an asshole. The leading edge said he would go to Aton first, and only then to Parma. Why would he go where the poor bastard swore? Rood Denethos said he needed to check something, and the key the guy gave him was solving in his pocket. Rood told the teacher that the guy had told him he was hiding in the basement of the mansion, the diary of the weirdo's ancestor. At the same time at the Duel estate. At this point, the glass there was broken and there was some blood on the floor. Some man was going through their things at this point. He was looking carefully for something. After that, he said there was only trash here. Just started walking away. 6 months later, Hennis sneezed at this time. Alabuk said that today is the last day, and she, instead of going home, is sitting here studying. How unusual, she's sneezing. Why is that? Is she so interested? Didn't he also say that he would stay at the academy during the vacation? The guy brought her a drink and told her to make it while he was studying. When did he get so caring? What is this? He said it's like tea with goggle. It steams the whole case at once. If she drinks it, practices it, all her sickness will go away. She said she didn't need it. After that, he, frustrated, just walked away from her. Disease research is going smoothly, following Rood Denethos' advice with the help of a chemistry professor. If one puts in a lot of time and effort, he's sure to cure it. Would there be enough for that? However, she didn't know. Rood Denethos said she has things to do for the holiday season. He helped her on the body of the medicine for the disease. Then he specifically brought it up knowing her sister. How was he able to cook up such a huge number of episodes, as if he had foreseen the appearance of the dragon in 1,000 forms just in case? At that moment, someone turned to her. Just at that moment, she saw Rood Denethos in front of her. He wondered why she was lost in thought, or if it was just that she didn't need to focus. The girl said she was just surprised. What's that in his hand? Is it for her or what? But Rood said no, he'd drink it himself. Then why did he come here? To quarrel or something? Let her not be idle. Study hard while he's away. At this point he asked the guy if he was cold, but he replied that when he drinks this goggle eggnog tea, he doesn't feel cold at all. Does he want to try it? But he'd rather rummage. The girl at that moment thought about how much she wanted to ask him, the reason why he seemed to know everything in advance, why he was so green at his age. They should be there when the protagonist needs them. Their presence will be enough. Hennis fell silent after that. She said she had to study and didn't want to think about the guy. The girl continued to study hard. She thought of the main character waiting. She would be there soon. She'd catch up with him, for sure. The main character said he was cold. The spirit said the royal family sent him a magic cloak. He's still whining about being cold. The protagonist said, it's because it's the cloak that's going to eat him up. And is he not ashamed? Contractor of the Ice Spirit King. Let him face the cold. I wonder if it's all because of his moo, or if he's just so happy to be so thoughtful. At that moment, a girl appeared and asked who he was talking to here. The protagonist did not understand what it was. What was wrong with her? He was leaving today, but she didn't know what time, so she decided to wait. The main character asked, or has she been hanging around all day, crazy or something? Is there a weird point at all, or what? Now that he says that, she freaks out a little. She was very much cold at this point, and he noticed it. The protagonist asked Lena what is trying to get sick, because something is easily awakened. Is he trying to strangle her or something? That she doesn't have a cold, seems to be talking normally, that's a relief. How did he even know she would catch cold easily? In his past life she had fallen into an icy lake while fighting an ichthyosaur, but everything turned blue. It was funny to watch her shiver all over. Rood Denethos laughed so much she freaked out. Threw him in the same lake, he almost died. The girl said he deserved it. But isn't that enough? The main character asked what it was about. His past life is gone, and there's so much more to come. She doesn't say he should forget everything that happened in the past. She just wants him not to feel guilty anymore. Just wanted to tell him that his comrades, including her, didn't die because of him. The main character told her to stop talking nonsense here and gave her a flick. Let her floor it while he's gone. Try to make friends with someone else, even an hour. She gets all red when she sees their faces. She said she had one such problem, but wouldn't even argue. That after that they went to the carriage. The main character said he was leaving. The girl just went silent, and after that, she turned to him. Then she hugged him tightly. Afterward, with tears in her eyes, she said she would miss him. Rood Denethos said she was cold. Let her go inside. After that, he left. The main character sat there and just stayed silent. Then he remembered the girl's words about how she only wished he didn't feel guilty anymore. People died because of him as well. But Rood Denethos realized that he could never forget it. He was guilty of being the only survivor. No one would have died if they were so weak and useless. If anyone else and their damn geniuses had gotten out then, this cycle wouldn't have had to start over from the beginning. Now he can't even ask why she saved him. Why she doesn't hurt him. The protagonist thought about everything. He realized that he would have to find the answer to that question himself. The time is now. It's time to spread the teachings of compassion and grace to the poor lambs. It's time to put the world, which is mired in chaos, deviating from the road of life, on the path of truth. May the protection of the dragon's wings be with them. The journey from the academy to the capital in a carriage takes half an hour. In the capital you need to go through the warp gate 3 to 4 times to the border, another 3 hours. Ibre is the capital of the trading kingdom of a ton, or rather busy city, as befits a business center of the mainland. However, those bright lights in the center of the slums on the outskirts of the city are painted with the colors of mud. The spirit Gavril Rood Denethos said he had to admit, the boy asked what exactly, that he was a topographical cretin and, even in the daytime with a map in his hands, was capable of getting lost. What's he talking about? He's very good with a map. He's not the kind of guy who wanders around the woods for a week, has an accident in the mountains, and then mistakes a dragon's mouth on a volcano for a cave. Okay, he wasn't a topographical regular asshole. The main character said that yes, it did look like a cave in there. Will he be able to make it to today, at this pace? The full hero said let him not worrying. Let him not know the road. But the man in front of him should definitely know. At this point someone told him that there was a toll in these parts, and if he fumbled around he risked losing his head from his shoulders. So be it. Let him live. Give him everything he's got in return. The protagonist did not wait and took immediate action. At that moment, the man suddenly noticed and marveled that he was so fast. But to the man's surprise, that was not the case at all, as the protagonist showed him a map and asked him where the Duel house was located. What a freak! Has he lost his fear, or does he even know who he is? The protagonist asked with a nonchalant face who he was. The man told the guy he was sick, that he was acting so brazen. He himself is the executioner of Volvic and a troop of beasts, plowing dogs. The clever hero easily repelled his attack and asked, or a squad of beast dogs. The man was surprised the guy didn't even flinch. Rood Denethos said he's already nostalgic because there was a time when he was indebted to them. If that's the case, he was standing there way before he was. I get it. He's obviously got the wrong guy. Rood Denethos asked afterward, will the man escort him out? The protagonist asked, was it here for nothing that he circled around like this? The spirit asked if he knew people from the beast dog squad. The protagonist said that he did mercenary work until he entered the academy. Not only called that, they're actually horny mongrels. I wonder if the leader of those mongrels is still alive. The protagonist realized that there were visitors here, as the lock was picked and the window was broken. After that, he came in and said they definitely wouldn't need the keys. Then he kept his hand on his weapon, for he was ready for anything. After that, he noticed something and was very much surprised. He noticed someone lying on the table. As it turned out, it was a fairy. The protagonist said it was the corpse of a fairy, but the spirit answered him that it was almost dead, but she was still alive. He had heard it was common in Ibre to have slaves secretly. Another time, he wondered if it might be a curse on his legs. It seemed too late to do anything about it. It's the work of the dark mage. It's a wonder she's held on all this time. Just at that moment, Rood Denethos attacked someone and told him not to touch. He immediately activated the protective sphere. It was some kid. The hero was very much surprised when he saw him. The girl told him not to touch her. Afterward, she said it was her mom, and called Rood Denethos a pervert. She was very much surprised that Rood had repelled her attack, but why wouldn't the spirit listen to her? Seems afraid of the repercussions if he hits his boss. He's been informed that this child is cursed with the same curse. He knows it, but judging by the way he's losing, there's still strength to endure. After that, the girl thought she was finished. The main character was squirming his face at this point. He said she didn't yell like that because his ears hurt. At that moment, she noticed that her leg was beginning to heal. Then he told the sword to stop chewing. He didn't realize he'd spotted one that gobbled up everything. Curse, mana. Adsorption is harder to deal with than radiation. At this point the girl turned to him. She asked, is this his house? Is he going to sell it to someone else, or what? The protagonist asked, why is she so special all of a sudden, or what? The guy starts telling me that it's not his house, it's hers. He is not interested in the circumstances. Let her not bother him and get lost. He has one book to find and he'll leave right away. You took the curse off him, and now he's grumbling. He's a humble man, but I wish he'd shut up. The girl continued to just sit there. After that, she looked at her mom, and then she started saying that the book he was looking for ... She asked, is this by any chance the one she was holding? He's gay. Well, that's exactly what she was. Then she asked, did that sword take away her curse? After that, she started running toward the fireplace. She held the book to the fire and told him to save her mom before she burned the book. She asked that he save her mom. A curse is a type of magic. It enters the body by passing through the heart. The curse eventually spreads throughout the body and infects the source of life, the heart, and then no potion or other remedy will work. That means no matter how hard you try, her mom's gonna die anyway. Of course, she didn't believe it. If the curse was broken, she could live if they did the same to her with that sword. Full load asked, or maybe just hit her once. Take the book away. But what about it? Just a kid. Here he went on. Now we'll have to survive on our own. It was better to realize, as soon as possible, how cruel reality was. Why is she making threats in the first place? If she can't even hold some book, no matter what he does, her mom dies. Stop being stupid. He saved her life, by the way. He better think about how she's gonna survive on her own. The girl started begging and saying she would do anything. She could do the laundry and cooking. She could be her slave. Mommy is everything to her, she begged. Let him not torment her. Rood Denethos asked, or did she think that all the horrors that would now befall her would solve her problems? Can my requests be solved? Should I trust my life to a prank that worked a couple times, or what? It's worthless. It's of no use, not even as a job. Her mom's gonna die, and she's gonna be alone. If she wants to live, she'd better think about getting stronger. The girl started to say that she was too. Doesn't want to live like that. He tells her to get stronger. She's not as big as him, can't swing a sword and is weak in magic. He really knows how a helpless child feels. What can she do before she becomes an adult? He's an adult, strong, so he speaks so easily, but he can't understand how weak she feels. Rood Denethos remembered himself in her words, for he had also definitely said that they were already born like this. The protagonist wondered about this. He said let her live here like this until she died. The girl just went silent after that. Then she put her head down. Afterward, she fell to her knees and began to cry. The protagonist started reading a book. At this point, Spirit tried to tell him that it was wrong, but the protagonist said it was her decision to get out of this situation or not, and his goal was to get that diary. Let him leave him alone. The diary wrote that the man was a bard. Bards place their experiences in the elements of music, experiences related to different people and times, not inner reflections. The one who records them must remain only an observer. If he does not stop talking only about himself, he will disrupt the general flow. Even so, he records a story about himself. His experience is so valuable that he wants to pass it on and memorialize this remarkable moment in history. An unknown day and month. Could this be fate? Today, on their way to the desert, a year and a half was waiting on them. Just as he was about to die, he was saved by a man named Balac. This man said he would save humanity from the dragon. He decided to follow him and wounded the dragon with a dagger. The more he gets to know him, the more he realizes that the name Dragon Slayer fits him. Not only can he control sword, magic, and spirits, but he can also lead people. He has already gained many followers, but there are not many who can fight on par with him and be called comrades. He watches him. He has about 6 people in his inner circle, for with the exception of Balac and Lena, they have great power and can be called his comrades. Diana Halfley, Killian Steros, Reynold Burstein, and then there was Arcania. Most of the names are known from the history books. The last name, maybe the clue will be in the next chapter, but in the next chapter it was written that they were all just crazy. Diana has a terrible temper. Killian is a muscle freak. Reynold, who wants to start a kingdom on bones. Arcania, who is always in her own world. Although Arcania is the most normal among them, she expresses herself strangely. He can't understand what she's thinking, but she doesn't do anything stupid. Will these great personalities be able to save humanity? Again, the day and month are unknown. They say they succeeded in imprinting a thunderous other. Reynold, who freed his city, smiled with one battered eye. He wishes there were no more dragons in the world. Unknown day and month. Only the warrior dragon or flying dragon with no special power remained. The decisive battle against them took place in the unknown ruins of Ernim Forest. It is said that there is a passage to a floating island there. Is it true? Everyone is already tired of the long battles, accumulated fatigue from the Dragon King, who is too strong. Only Balac and Arcania are behaving as usual. The decisive battle has come. While the rest of the Dragon Slayers are fighting the Dragon Army, a squad of warriors decided to sneak into his sanctuary. They asked Benares to come with them, but in the end they decided to go alone. The wars are back, the humans had won. Soon this long war would be over and there would be peace on the mainland. It was over, but he still had a few questions. Benar didn't kill the 7th dragon, but sealed it. Was that the only way? Let's say he didn't have the strength to kill it, but he can't understand why he chose to let the other dragons live and banish them. That the most baffling thing was why none of the other warriors objected. What happened in the case of the dragons? Why did everyone agree with this decision? After that, the warband disbanded. Killian founded his clan in the north. Diana returned to the magic tower. Reynold became emperor, and Benar said he would open an academy to educate the next generation of dragons. Where Arcania, Elaine, and Bellion have gone, he also understands it's time for him to return to his seat. The man was looking at someone at that moment. On an unknown day and month, Benar came to him. The spirit asked if it was the end of the century. The protagonist said that he found no useful information. He asked Feldrua if he knew Alan Duville, the 7th dragon and white dragon with no name. The Spirit King saw the moment of the founding of the Empire and the completion of the Imperial Castle. If he saw all of this, then 700 years ago he was with the first dragon Slayer contracted at the time. That's the warrior Benar, right? Judging from the fact that he didn't know the location of the seal stone, they had been together until that moment. So the dragon's bream, is that where he met the one who brought him back in time, or what? Surely that's when the alliance he'd staked his life on was made. But in a moment the king answered him that he could not tell. The main character asked what happened 700 years ago, that he can't tell you that either. The protagonist, of course, became furious at this response. At that moment a girl came up to him. He asked what was wrong. She apologized to him, and asked if he could still help again. The main character, Vitusha, tells her it's all useless, but she already knows without him. That's why this is her last request. She tearfully began to tell her mom, have him take her to Vita's place in the woods. Despite the fact that slavery was abolished years ago, their mesmerizing looks and voice are still highly sought after, making them an attractive target for slave traders. They lived hidden in the depths of the forests, unable to interact with other races, and their peaceful life, the existence of fairies, was long and measured, because they reached adulthood only after 150 years. This type of fairy originates from the spirit world, which they left long ago to settle in their world. Be that cause in the moment when the fairy launches her last breath, the mother turned to her daughter at this point, and told her everything would be okay. Her soul returns to the spirit world without a trace. If only they had a chance to get out of this hellish place a lot faster, if she could become an adult just a little bit sooner. Her mom protected her whole life, but she never got to protect her. But it's okay, she promised she would always stay with her, so she has no reason to cry. In his past life, the elves would have preferred to avoid their silence and fight others. They had died because of their desire to remain peaceful. Frankly, he had no sympathy for their kind. However, now she needs to survive on her own. She can't keep grieving, hoping for someone else's help nonetheless. There are times when difficulties can be overcome by suppressing your feelings. The main character and the girl went somewhere. At this point the girl turned to him. She introduced herself and said her name was Renee Nastia, Renee of the Nastia clan, apologizing, but she couldn't be seen anywhere by the hunters right now. Can she stay here a little longer? She promises she won't be inconvenienced and will do her best. Rapov, the owner, won't let a runaway slave go so easily. He thinks it's the only place the girl can be. Come to think of it, she was using spells when she attacked him. He asked me to teach him some magic. Not that it's impossible, everything is only second round, plus he's pretty strong without her. It is better to have a few cards up his sleeve, as he needs to learn magic from the basics. 1 or 2 days will not be enough. Just have her teach him the basics, in return he'll find her a place to live. By the way, he's not an uncle, he's only 17 years old. Does she know that? But the girl either didn't react to it. She asked then what she should call him. He said let her address him by his first name, the main character. She said she would call him Uncle Rood. He didn't react to that. The girl said he wouldn't start the first class. She will be his teacher from now on. So she asks him to show her the proper respect. Rood Denethos couldn't believe she'd come to her senses in just one night. Was she really faking it? She said that, simply put, magic is like painting. Well, using energy flows instead of colors to create clay. determining the nature and attributes of mana. It's kind of like choosing colors for a painting, isn't it? Anyway, the difference between magic and painting, in that you can change the weight as many times as you want, even after use. Of course, as the level of magic and the laws of magic increase, it gets more complicated. Transformations are different, but it is said that Archmagic of the 8th circle can freely control them. By the way, how many mana circles does he have? Rood Denethos said he didn't have any of that, said everything because his mana is here, and showed the wings on his hand. The girl immediately recognized the blue sky technique that was rumored to be passed down from the first hero. How did he even get it? Rood Denethos said he was an incredible person. Does the teacher wish to say anything else? In any case, apparently there's no problem with the amount of mana, and what's more, she thinks he's having trouble controlling and managing it, so they'll go straight to practice. Mana, technique and spells. Simply put, concentrate the required amount of mana. Technique can embody it through spellcasting, though stabilizing transformations, calculations and releasing mana are also important. Rood Denethos pondered over the mana and technical calculation. The girl noticed that the hero's clones had begun to conjure. Afterward, she said that he had a talent. His magic spell is flawless even if he uses it for the first time. A degree of perfection isn't realization too slow. Even a professional would have trouble completing a magic spell into seconds. Those he knows do without it. And the ones he wants to master are classes that are extremely difficult. Of course, casting a spell, shouldering, determining the form of mana, materializing magic with a single picture in his head. Is it possible that in this case he could manage to reach the level of the Empress of White Flame? Rood Denethos asked if he needed to leave, but she said he had the talent. It's not easy to cast your first spell in such a short period of time, but it takes less time to attack a chess sword throw than it does to cast sorcery. The girl said it was too early to stay and she would help him at any cost. Rood Denethos replied that she shouldn't bother. There were plenty of good books in this house. Rummage around in the study. She would find some textbooks, so just let her wait here. Rood Denethos noticed the girl's effort. The Spirit King said she had no choice but to make an effort. People want to live too. And the hero asked what it was. He hadn't said anything since yesterday's incident. He explained that magic is his imagination. It would help him a little, so let him try again. Rood Denethos said it was useless no matter how much he gave up. Magic without a spell is impossible. A spell through the power of imagination. The king asked, or if he could help a little with mana calculation and control, because he wouldn't have a problem, would he? Rood Denethos said the way out was to combine their imaginations. He thought the king would just babble in her head and that would be it. He suggested that he just accept such a compromise since he couldn't answer his questions. Rood Denethos said he doesn't mind. It's enough to use in an actual battle. The girl at that moment brought him a textbook. Rood Denethos called her teacher and asked if she was back. She couldn't understand what had happened here in her absence, how he was doing it. Rood Denethos said he just repeated the technique over and over again. Thought it might be possible to make the diagram three-dimensional instead of flat. What the hell is going on? If you lose control for even a second, Rood Denethos realized he'd screwed up. All the girl had to do was watch. Things got out of control, and there was a massive explosion. 2 weeks later, at millionaire Jillian's mansion, someone was asking the guy who was kneeling down if the bastard had the little elf girl there. The guy replied that he was sure of it. He'd been spying on him for days and didn't think it was the same warrior from the paper. The leader of the beast squad smelled of dogs. Balac the steer had been telling him all along. He tapped his hand and said, "You're welcome." That lowlife took his priceless treasure. Cyril, she should be here too. Millionaire Jillian said, "He's his doggy. Then it's time for him to work off his food." The man became furious at this and began to think about Rood Denethos. Let him not be too pushy. This guy owes him a debt. Gotta give it back. He told Balac he didn't know what his relationship with him was. However, the enemy is a man with enough skills to be noted by the imperial family and published in the newspapers. Places and rational actions were all spoken by a dark magician named Hyman. Balac said he doesn't believe in such things. Silly rumors. How can this guy be a warrior? It's ridiculous. He stomped on this paper and started saying that this guy, just a psychotic killer. The dark mage said they never listen. The millionaire asked, or is this guy really that strong? Surely the servants must be exaggerating. Even if they are, he needn't worry. They're all here to prepare for Bakan's arrival. At the same time, at the Duel residence, this technique is already easy for Rood Denethos. Even first-round magic can be useful if you combine it 100 times. He realized that he needed to learn advanced magic from some higher-level mage. The girl came out and asked what he was going to destroy today. She cleans the residence, and the mess remains the same. Let him keep his clothes on. He just bought them today. Let him take it easy and study. Just at that moment, Rood Denethos spotted the attack. He said she jumped. The girl turned back around to see what was beginning to happen. After that, there was an explosion. After a while, a few holes were left on the ground from these explosions. Balkan said it was dumb. Don't let them do anything stupid. It's not just a rumor that he's a 6th-round pick. There was never supposed to be any such thing left, and the trumpet. If this elf dies, Jillian will explode. At that moment he turned his attention to something. The girl was whole, asked the criminal hero what happened, and saw a sword in front of her, which stuck into the ground. Isn't that the sword that broke Mom's curse? The explosion didn't even scratch it. Did it take all the damage on itself, or something? The man wondered very much why she was okay. She then asked where her mother was and asked him to let him go, saying he was bad. Let her shut up. An adult asked him a question, sick of any scum. He kept asking, where is her mother? Where is she? After that the girl said they would never get to her mom. She went back to the forest. The man didn't understand what this nonsense was. It annoyed him a lot, and because of that he hit her. So be it. Then he asks her something else. Where is Rood Denethos? He's dead. How? Why isn't he answering? Is that bastard back in the woods too, or what? After that, there was an explosion. Someone attacked the man. He bounced just in time to realize that Rood Denethos had only now decided to complete the task. He called him a traitor. At that moment, the girl noticed him. Rood Denethos told her to hide and not to worry. The king told him it was a flesh-eating curse. A dead fairy was infected. Does he need a potion, or what? Thanks to the artifact he's wearing. Fixed it easily, so it's fine. Rood Denethos said they stormed in here like dogs, no beasts. The most common mongrels. The girl realized that his sword was still here and wanted to let him know that. She was surprised that he had already picked it up, but she hadn't noticed when exactly. When he called them mongrels, did they not come to a rage? For how dare he even speak so of a troop of beasts and dogs? After that, there was another explosion. The man didn't realize if it was a bomb or what. It certainly wasn't magic. At this moment, as they settled down a bit, Rood Denethos could be seen. After that, they all started attacking him together. The man said everything was a lie. How dare he act like that in the face of an elite squad? A short time later, one of the men was dead. The man shouted Big's name, at which point he was informed that something was behind him. He realized that this time it was already definitely magic. Don't let them be frightened. It was only a projectile of first circle magic. But why were there so many of them? On top of that, the explosions overlap, making it impossible to predict their trajectory. Stupid bastards. Don't let them get their eyes blown out. At this point, Rood Denethos told him that he was the one who needed to unclog his eyes. He said it's been a long time, and then called out his full name, Bakan de Steer. The girl noticed that Rood Denethos had outlasted them all single-handedly. Who is he? Anyway, in fact, who is he? This red sword creates an explosion every time it comes into contact with blood. He also had that sword that breaks curses. Just how many special swords does he have? It was necessary to just cut them off without using an explosive bloody sword. As much as he thinks about it, he can't figure out why he's so angry when he was the one who bullied him 5 years ago. The man didn't understand what mocked meant. What an ungrateful idiot. Dawn. He treated him like his own son. He'll show up in Libris afterward. Half the beast's pseudo. He's a monster in appearance. Asked what this nonsense was. For the sake of some refugee, he killed his associate, just because he made a mess of things and disfigured his handsome face. Rood Denethos is not coming down. He didn't kill half the pseudo-beasts. He was treated like a native son. The most nameless child, a refugee. Those times beastly fighters consisted of a group of wimps involved in evidence fights. Of course, there were perverts and just plain shitty people among them. Then their family died, and they came to Libris. Tepsi's beasts were no different from other mercenaries. His marriage was often strong enough to win their respect, but he was also seen as a parasite living off his brother. When they were together, he often defended him. He gained Bakan's favor and participated in assignments. That day was one of those days when his brother was running an errand. He was tired of the constant bullying and so he decided to confront, and because of this he was beaten to death. Rood Denethos was looking off into the distance at this moment. His brother happened to witness the scene and then killed half of the beast's suit. The one who killed half the ferocious dogs and left a scar on Bacan's face. It wasn't him and his brother, Asher Denethos, period. Rood Denethos asked why that is. Why did he do it? He didn't have to kill them all. His brother answered him that don't let him worry. They were all bastards who deserved to die, even if he has to leave him because of it. It was all for his own sake. Soon the manhunt was announced all over Atan. So the ruler left, entrusting it to a certain person. It was probably the best decision at the time. However, after certain events he was left completely alone, hearing on his brother years later. The fact that Bacan reacted so viciously in a world where his brother wasn't. Does that mean that everything his brother did in his past life is now his responsibility? Rood Denethos sighed heavily. He asked, or is this kind of thing going to happen every time now? At this point, the man drew his attention away. Then Rood Denethos punched him, standing on his feet, and he flew far back. Come to think of it, he probably had his reasons, but the head king listened to him and told him to shut up. Even after all this time, the beasts were a shitty organization that bullies kids. The man didn't realize how he was even speaking. A guy who's about to die doesn't need to know that. After that, there was a massive explosion. Rood Denethos realized that he was very tired. When the girl started to approach, he told her not to come this way. Better let her find a safe place. She told him to run away. This guy's Jillian's thug. He taught her, her mom. And he's got mansions, plenty more mercenaries. He's also got a dark sorcerer in there. Winter needs her, so let him run. At this point, he just took her by the scruff of her neck. He told her to take him there. What the hell is he talking about? He needs to get out of here. Rood Denethos said it would take him more than half a day if he went alone. Since she taught him magic, he'll teach her something too. There are two things to pay with. The first is kindness, and the second is harassment. At the same time, the millionaire's mansion. The millionaire and the dark mage were looking into the magic ball at this moment. They saw that Bacan was dead. The man's legs immediately began to shake. He began to be very afraid. For the man was dead. He was so green. He didn't even have time to attack. The dark mage informs me that Rood Denethos is on his way here. Let him not listen to you carefully. Let him gather all the elf slaves and invent them. Let him not forget any of that. He turned to Hyman. He knows he is spending a lot of money on his banishment from the Magic Kingdom. Let him kill that monster and there so that not a scratch is left on his treasure. He doesn't want to use his invaluable work to save this fatty. However, his research really needs funding. He started telling the gentleman that he didn't need to worry about her. They possess that. Surely they have it. His research is a work of art. They had some kind of creature in a cage. At that moment someone shouted, Rood Denethos, or does he even know where he's going? Make him stop now. Rood Denethos interrupted them all and asked the girl what it was that was here. She told him that it was. He must be swimming in money. It's full of guards. The girl asked the guy if killing was okay. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she was asking. She said that even though they may not be enemies, they were human beings just like him. He replied that they had attacked him first, despite the warning. What have the rights been extracted so far? Does he still see them trying to attack her? At this moment, some beasts appeared. The girl noticed it immediately. Rood Denethos said that he had never seen mana beasts that looked like this. It's a chimera created by combining different creatures using magic, though he's sure it was illegal. Even assuming they are chimeras, why would they unleash beasts that can't even tell the difference between an enemy and an ally? The protagonist clutched his weapon tightly. The girl said he needed somewhere to hide. At that moment, Rood Denethos noticed the very creature come out. At this moment, all the beasts fell silent. He realized that they had even recreated the Dracator. It's made from parts of dragons, beasts, and mana beasts. The girl started crying and yelling to Rood Denethos not to run. Rood Denethos said she's sleep all day. She knows, but that guy. She remembered him saying it was dangerous to travel alone. It was the guardian of their tribe, Hurt Nastia. They must surely know each other. It seemed to him that one part of the chimera was a still living elf, a guardian of the tribe. Pretty green his memory. Consciousness should have worn out a long time ago. Rood Denethos saved the girl at that moment. He realized that this creature was definitely on a completely different level than the others. At this point, just the guy. It was to his advantage. He wanted to start using techniques he'd used in past lives. Unlike the throwing techniques, these weren't that popular. They were techniques he had developed while fighting on the battlefield. Rood Denethos used a technique called the swallow. At that moment, the creature noticed the guy approaching him. Rood Denethos then attacked him. The creature realized that she wasn't doing well in combat, in which case she needed to act differently. After that, he repelled his attack, and he was ready to attack. After that, it was Rood Denethos who attacked. Rood Denethos was then in front of him. The creature was using a technique called snow clearing. As much as he was, it was still hard to fight such an opponent. Rood Denethos stood with his back to him. The wound isn't that deep, he can still fight. Rood Denethos didn't understand what the name of the skill was. At this moment, he was attacked. Just at that moment, he remembered that the technique was called Volve. King Sukov told him that he had put the concentrated sword energy bought from the previous attack into his case, calling her and another technician's name to the case. Rood Denethos told him to shut up. He used to name them when he was much younger. The name should be interesting and easy to pronounce. At this point, he began to use his sword. After that, successfully attacked the creature. Rood Denethos then looked up at the sky. It was a dark wizard who was ready to attack him. The girl recognized Hyman at once. The Spirit King asked if he needed help, but Rood Denethos said he didn't. He's out of range this time. Mages are made up of only 3 elements: mana, technique, and spells. Magic at this level can be easily destroyed by destroying its structure. As for the remaining mana, Rood Denethos told him to get what he deserved and attacked. After that, his attack reached the Dark Magician's magic. The man was surprised that his magic didn't behave as usual. No, that wasn't it at all. It's more like his magic is being eaten away. He didn't realize what kind of sword it was. Rood Denethos asked him what he was doing there. Let him go downstairs. And after that, Rood Denethos attacked him. For just one thing, he had to use magic and recovery, or the situation would have been much worse. Plus, he ran out of mana and got hit hard. The man realized that it was the reverse flow of mana. He was in a lot of pain at this point. Rood Denethos asked what was the point of being a 6th circle mage if his magic made him even more fragile than a 6-year-old child. He dealt with the high-level magic of the 6th circle so easily. How come? Even if he was the next hero, there was no point. Fortunately, he had just a little bit of mana left to use one teleportation spell. We need to run away from here quickly. When the man wanted to engage his arm, Rood Denethos pinned it down and asked where he was going. He said not everyone would forgive him. The girl was able to observe the creature in front of her at this moment. The girl began to worry. Just at that moment, Hurt appeared and rescued the man. The man realized this was his chance. He'll finish his business and call Rood Denethos a loser. At this point, he began to raise his hands. After that, Rood Denethos continued to attack. The core has been destroyed. He won't last much longer. The girl began to cry for Uncle Herta. Rood Denethos told her not to come any closer as he could still be dangerous. If he didn't die, he would be very strong. He feels he is worthy of the honor of becoming the tribe's guardian, but he won't believe that someone like him could be taken over by a dark mage. The girl was just crying and looking at him at this point. She remembered all the moments with him. After that, she asked where those people might have fled to. Rood Denethos said not far away. He's pretty badly hurt. She then asked if he would fly out after them. Rood Denethos said he'd track them down. Would she want to go with him? And he opened the portal. She said her mom would be disappointed with her, but she still wants revenge. At that moment, someone started saying for someone to come out and defend for me. Useless, you bastards, so not a single fly would come to the underground bunker. So why isn't Hyman coming? Is he even here, or what? Just at that moment, the dark wizard appeared. Honestly asked what had already happened to En. He said he had to run. Who is this guy? Anyway, Jillian asks if he's going to run away and leave him, and his treasure, behind. Does he even know what he sacrificed for it? The catalyst, the ingredients, and the taken help for his research on creating chimeras. Yet, he's blabbing about research in general when they're about to die. He's in this situation because of him. Thought so. Or has his brain gone fat? Has he forgotten that he doesn't understand anything anymore? Have him give him the keys to the stables now. He's out of mana, so they'll have to ride horses. Just at that moment, someone attacked him. Of course, it was Rood Denethos, who suddenly appeared and asked where he was going. The king asked what the remark was. He destroyed the entire treasury. It was Felia, the slashing sword. The sword cuts through space. Lion used it in his past life. It wastes a lot of mana, so he wanted to use it. The man started running away and said the guy was a monster and saved him. At this point, he ran to the elves and told them that they had all saved him, but at the same time called them useless. Then at that point the men tied up with ropes. Rood Denethos said he had a question for him. He quickly noticed another guy waiting his turn. The elf he made the chemistry out of is pretty powerful, and they couldn't produce it themselves, so how did they get it? The man answered him that it was a library black market. He traded with people wearing white t-shirts and masks that looked like dragon heads. Rood Denethos wondered about the dragon masks and white robes. Maybe it's the Church of the Dragon, a strange organization that dreams of having dragons rule the world. If they are the ones who destroyed the tribes of Nastia and destroyed their guardians, then everything makes sense. The man told him all he knew, his treasure was gone. Let these slaves do whatever they want with it. Maybe a couple are already to her, but some are still fresh. Let her raise as much money as she wants. The full hero just remained silent and stared at him. Then Solu's face asked, or did he mean it? The guy is sure the treasure behind him is thinking the same thing. Let him try to convince them. At this point, the man was begging to be rescued. He was covered in blood. He asked Renee to save him. His love Cyril wouldn't want to see her like this. Does she know that her mom protected her with all her love? The girl said she was sure her mom wouldn't want to see her like that. That's what she do. She start making energy in his body. Then she flow air through them smoothly. The air will slowly travel through his veins, his eyes, his organs, and finally his brain. May his soul never find peace. Leading, they will curse him for the rest of the hundreds of years they are destined to live. That would be fair, wouldn't it? After all, he is a displacer. Rood Denethos spiritually watched this in silence. Then the rabbit told the guy that he had taught her something good. At this point, some guy was talking about hemorrhoids. One pervert who abused illegal slaves. The other was a dark sorcerer conducting an illegal experiment to create a chimera. Both participants in this crime deserve the gas, but let it all be done to save the slaves. There are too many murdered mercenaries here to turn a blind eye. Maybe they won't do it that way then. The one who killed the mercenaries turned out to be a brainless Chima who couldn't separate enemies from allies. But he told Abel not to worry so much. The guild based in Ibri wasn't worried. Anyway, after this incident, the imperial family will deal with Autunos for neglecting the illegal slave trade and for dark wizards. He doesn't want the guy to be mixed up in this incident and stigmatized. He was incredibly violent for his age. In their time, being raised by a normal child was a privilege. He has enough skills considering the possibility of him joining the guild in the future. Better make sure his reputation stays clean. 1. Though, is taking advantage of people. This cunning would-be hero, Rood Denethos, said that he had only been here for a week. His guild is so corrupted that even after months of existence, he can't prove such basic help. How shameful! How dare he even dare? Does he even know how long it took to try to clean up after him? Rood said that actually he wasn't even the one who killed the Tig so brutally. At this point the girl was smiling, for she had done it. But she said there was nothing to be proud of. Rood Denethos asked if he would go with the rescued elves to Vernica. Then he'll go to Parma, so especially don't let him be sad when they get separated. He wondered if there was any reason why he could take the elves to Vernica. He said there were many forests where they could live and thrive, but there is no other country that worships spirits as much and treats elves with kindness as Vernica does. Besides, it's not a bad time to pay the Lady of Hearts debts. The Spirit King wondered about the Lady of Hearts. Did he mean the Great Spirit who had made a contract with the Wine Spirit King? Ty would have to end up in Wernick someday anyway, so it would be good to build up his reputation. Even on a trick train, it would take quite a while to get to the country. But you can think of it as an excursion. Since she doesn't have company, let her take care of it. At that moment the girl turned to him, and the man thought about the fact that now there was no more respect from the children. The girl at this point wanted to say something to him. After that, she just got up and ran away and said it didn't matter. The Spirit King said, what a heartless guy he was. The Chief King asked that he should decide everything from the beginning. After that, he needs to go to Parma and check out the subspace that Halfleys had asked for. He also needs to learn more magic and has to deal with the Dragon Church as well. He doesn't have time to carry a child with him, but he decided to let himself stay for a week to get away with the elves. Or what? Rood Denethos said he was completely right, but he also didn't understand why he did it. At this point on the train, the girl along with the man sat across from each other. He told her that it seemed the two of them never said goodbye. Rood Denethos was so cold, for no reason at all. It was all accurate. She called him grandpa and asked him if he thought the same. He freaked out when she called him that and said they'd spent a little over a month together. They learned a lot and laughed together. She wants to be as strong as her uncle, wants to be able to fight with her own strength so that no one else is her master. If she had been strong, he would have taken her with him then. She called him stupid, nasty and bald. Someone said she has some silly words. Doesn't she find that? At this point, Rood Denethos showed up and said he gave her clothes and sustenance. And this is how she talks about him. Why is he bald? The girl asked why on earth he was here. At this point, Rood Denethos was getting a little worried. Afterward, he confidently said he was lost. She asked how he got lost but was able to get here. Rood Denethos said it didn't matter. He wanted them to have a really cool goodbye, but he couldn't do it because he's a prankster. Is she happy now or what? He'll get back for everything he spent on her, even if it takes years. She can work, she can become a great sorceress and let her do whatever she wants, but let her repay him. And don't even think about running away. If he does, he'll follow her to the end of the continent. If she's got it all figured out, let her go. She called him a jerk, but she didn't mean it. Let him keep it up. Eventually the truth will be bald. She called him a stupid uncle and lashed out at him. He doesn't know what's going on here, but if she stays out of it now, it's definitely going to Vernica. She said it was his fault. If he'd told her before, he wouldn't have had to come here. Let her shut up. Disappeared. Didn't tell him anything. The man at this point just sighed heavily, and then said that the fisherman sees from afar for now. In the magical kingdom of Parma, in the residence of Halflay, Hennis was sleeping right on the table at this moment. The man wanted to approach her just at that moment, but someone stopped him. He greeted the countess. She said Hennis was still asleep. No need to wake her. This girl had applied for a leave of absence out of the blue, claiming that she had completed the entire second-year curriculum during winter break and had returned, devoting all her time to researching Manhwa fever, without a single day off. Innocently adorable heart of a younger sister who loves her older sister very much. All she wanted was for her to take care of herself. By the way, what happened at Hennis' place? The man answered that someone called from the station, using communication magic. Apparently ... Mistress is looking for some ... Someone said there were romantic towers everywhere. Rare tools created with advanced magic. And there was also ice cream. His sweets were a reflection of the power of human magic and the beauty of the magic way. This was Parma. After all, the atmosphere here is amazing, completely different from a forest village. Rood Denethos asked what kind of elf would even like such a place. The girl said she was very fond of magic. Someday she will be a strong enough sorceress to help him. As far as he could remember, most of the mages he knew had a bad temper. May she not become like that. The girl remembered the sorceress she had spoken of. Who was she? At this point, someone appeared and asked if they were discussing her. At that moment, Hennis appeared, greeted the guy and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Rood Denethos asked what took her so long. The girl asked in surprise what long meant. He was the one who had come early. She hadn't heard from him since they took their vacation. He knows how surprised she was when he called her. And who is that? The young mistress with him. She greeted her and said her name was Renee Nastia. She says she's Uncle Rood's secret daughter. She hopes she be well taken care of by her new mom. But Rood says, it's not like that. He explained that she was just a little elf girl he met in a town, in a city she owed him. The girl continued to call her mom and said that she had taken Rood. Rood Denethos asked if she was listening to him at all. Hennis thinks mom is kind of easy. Let him call her aunt. The girl said it was go. She had a kind and beautiful aunt. She also had ice cream for the first time today. It was the best day of her life. Hennis noticed that the girl was very cute. She didn't understand why the main player bought her ice cream on such a cold day. She should have gotten something warm, like cocoa. He replied that she wanted it herself. Now that I think about it, she knows him. But he knows that age. Someone asked Eben, or is that it? The person thinks that's it ... Hennis said at this point that age is not based on years, but on life cycle. The man told Mistress that Hennis had grown out and going on dates and having a boyfriend was perfectly normal at her age. But she was furious and told him to be quiet. As a mother, she's already thought about it a lot, knows that Hennis is recovering from Lila, but also hopes she fully enjoy life. She keeps mentioning the boyfriend, not the next character. And today she even put on makeup. At least she doesn't do that. Anyway, she has no choice but to eliminate him if he goes too far. At this point he began to ask that she put the crossbow down. Let him let her in. Would be until the next hero. Just then with the baby. Hennis couldn't understand what was even going on. Just at that moment she saw her mom. Then after that they all sat down together at the table. Hennis said that yes, he was the next hero. Rood Denethos would introduce himself by name. The woman asked if he could get closer to the case. He had come to Parma to test the subspace barrier in accordance with his assignment. It was a waste. Subspace was still in the final stages of testing, so it would take another week. But she could let him know through the communicator not to call her daughter, so he can leave. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she was so angry. He said that was right, but there was something else he wanted to ask, that he would like to learn magic from her. At this point, the woman smiled and said, he was so cocky because he recognizes he has a title. An ordinary wizard of the second circle wants to learn magic from the great sorceress Harpolia. She turns him down. At that moment, the girl heard something. She said the woman checked his magic circles with just a wave of her hand. Even you said, get up. It was amazing. It was really amazing magic. The woman said it was just nothing. The girl began to predict that she had trained herself in magic and so there are flaws in her. But she wants to become like her. Can she teach him and her uncle magic? The woman started to say whether she really thought she would do it. At this point, the girl made a very cute face and asked her again. Mother and daughter both pleaded in one voice that she was a cutie. She said that if she had nowhere else to go, she could stay in one of the rooms for a while. But she couldn't just accept a bunch of random students as her students. If they feel she lacks skills, then please let them set some conditions, like entrance exams. She thought about the entrance exam and asked how about this. He would ask her one question, and depending on the answer, she would decide whether or not she would do the practical exam. Hennis was interested in this, and in a moment, she asked what magic was. According to the book, magic is a miracle, the realization of a person's will through the use of mana. In reality, however, it is the result of mimicking the dragon's powers to kill it. The woman said it was a very unconventional answer. A proud wizard would not have uttered such words. But yes, ancient magic was solely under the control of dragons. The magic of their day is akin to a weakened spellbook of dragon magic, activated only by will and spells. She doesn't focus on effective spells with limited mana and conjures with their limited imagination. But still, human magic can suppress the magic of dragons. Sometimes growth starts with facing reality, facing reckless certainty. Still pleased with herself, but she didn't look like a complete idiot. With a single wave of her hand, she had created teleportation magic, and on such a scale, a dignified response that she promised she wouldn't start the entrance exams. Rood Denethos couldn't understand. He asked, right now? You mean right here? He's a busy man, after all. But he doesn't plan on giving lodging and sustenance to someone who isn't even a student. She offered to get started sooner rather than later. Hennis started defending the guy and said he needed time to prepare. Hadn't her mother told her that a nobleman's virtues began with the way he spoke? Rood Denethos said it was fine and asked what the exam was about. The portal in front of it leads to the Elfiel volcano, located near the eastern part of Parma. It means God's grace, as the name implies, as a huge amount of mana flows through the volcano. Elfiel is the base of a magical kingdom and a special research zone with rare resources and secrets yet to be discovered. In places where mana is abundant, various life forms congregate. Except for their research camp, this place is constantly under attack by dragons, especially flying dragons. Since he was a student of Eratium, he must realize that winter had already passed and the flying dragons were in mating season. Although they are not a threat individually, they breed endlessly until their leader dies. He needs to catch the leader of the flying dragons, who is hiding somewhere in the vicinity of Elfiel volcano. He is a week. If he can catch him in that time, she let him become her apprentice. Rood Denethos said he agreed and added that then let him not backtrack on his words. Then she said that the witch of the tower never left. Let her wait a second. That girl wants to be her student too. She won't have to take the exam, so he wants her to send that cute little girl into a bubbling volcano. Is he crazy or something? Rood Denethos said. He's actually much younger than her. The woman said she would take care of the girl, and the decision to teach her magic would depend on his success. Tabo, of course, said it wasn't fair. The girl agreed with him. She was still loyal to him, and she would have to follow her uncle. At this point she was asked if she wanted more sweets. She then waved him off with a smile on her face and told him to come back soon, as she might leave her uncle for sugar. He talks too much, she added. She told him not to forget. He has a week to complete this assignment. Rood Denethos moved into position. Rood Denethos didn't realize she had really been sent here without food or water. Everything. She provided him with something, but he didn't like it and asked if they were bullying him. All this time Rood Denethos thought it was so unfair. At least she could tell him where the nest was. The Spirit King said, "It was a little hot in here. We need to get it over with soon." Rood Denethos apparently likes it when it's cold, but he gets nervous when it's hot. The factories named God's Grace are a pretty desolate landscape. Mono comes from a different source here. Rood Denethos said of the flaming dragon emit that his veins are sealed deep inside. No, it was a dragon. Subspace wasn't the only reason to come to Parma. He was right, Rood Denethos had said. He had intended to come here, but hadn't expected it to be like this. At least it didn't take him 3 years to get here on foot, so don't let him complain. There was also a dragon that would appear in 3 years. However, this place where those guys have set up base must remember the changeability of the future, and they need to prepare for it somehow. Just at that moment, someone attacked Rood Denethos. He thought he'd been found so quickly. They were just small dragons. Rood Denethos realized that these dragons were slow. But are their scales durable? It was just perfect at the time. Rood Denethos used the annihilation technique. Rood Denethos wondered how that bastard Balac was able to use that technique with such ease. His hand went numb. The king said he concentrated a Steros-style strike and blasted it. Apparently, he can deal with these monsters without a sword. After sword energy comes sword power, and after battle power comes destruction. A rough vibration enters at the edges. But this skill creates a strong vibration in the air, so they will soon swarm here. They move based on vibration, not sound. Rood Denethos said, "Here's the ringleader." It was just that dragon, and it immediately attacked Rood Denethos. Rood started getting defensive and asking the other if he was using magic because he was the ringleader. He remembered Hennis' words that he can't even fly, so why get into a fight with flying dragons if he can't use magic? Let him start with earth dragons too. The main character said that he can fly now, but he won't need it. At this moment, he slipped his hand into subspace and began to search for the sword. A split second later, he took possession of his sword. Then he looked at them all with guns in their hands. Afterward, he told them to go downstairs and called them dragons. The protagonist then proceeded to fight them. Hennis apologized to the girl if she was stressed out by her mom, but she said it was okay. She showed her around the kingdom yesterday and had a whole feast. Her mom is very kind. 2 hours ago she had told her that she owed it to the halfway families to conform. The clothes had to be appropriate, the room clean. For now let her go, walk the kingdom. That's not what Hennis said, but her mom can't resist cuteness. Loaded up and asked if she wanted to go with the main character. The girl replied that yes, but for now she would only be in his way. She asked her if her uncle had always been so strong. He was always a little different. He got into a fight with the student council president during the commencement ceremony. He was flagged down by 4 professors, and even had one girl break his brush. When she heard that, she was furious and started asking who she was. But Hennis told her that it was a long story. Her name was Lena. She was from their class. You didn't keep in touch. Wow. How can you be so foreboding? Next time they meet she be swearing at him, and how they're narrowly in general. Anyway, all she wanted to say was that she doesn't need to worry. This guy is strong. Strong enough to overpower a dragon of 1,000 forms. Doesn't want to admit it. That any view in it is true. After all, the spirit asked, "Is this a new weapon?" Rood Denethos said, "The storm spear was an ancient weapon that had the power to summon storms. In his past life he had dreamed of using it. Ancient weapons use mana in insane amounts. A number even more required so much that he couldn't use them even if he wanted to." Rood Denethos asked if it was cool, and the king replied that it could be. He uses such weapons to fight flying dragons. His mental age is clearly one to which he has regressed. Palno said that no matter how old people are at heart, they are still kids. If he has a cool weapon, one should use all the experience of the gym, even if his enemy is a mosquito. The protagonist at this point could not understand what had begun to happen. The spirit started to ask him what was wrong and what was wrong. Rood just fell to the ground. After that, he said he was out of mana. When expected for the 4th lap, it's too hard. He out of the blue decided to use an ancient weapon because it's cool. looking at him devouring that stinky dragon meat, it's immediately obvious that his intelligence level has dropped along with his mana amount. The main character said he shut up. He thought he had the strength to at least walk, and that there's no way he can move to the 5th circle. It's been a long time since he became a 4th circle mage, and he doesn't think he lacks skills. Does he plan to take up celestial spirit at all? Rood said yes. It would still take a long time for his mana to recover anyway. It seems that training outside was enough for him, so looking inward to find the key to moving to the 5th circle. After that, the protagonist began to look inside. Then he opened his eyes. He said it's been almost a year. Now it's not as hard to keep his consciousness as it used to be. Weapons and clothes are the same. His real personality, and affecting the spiritual or what? Thought he left everything in subspace. The guy said it didn't matter. He also noticed that it was very quiet here. He asked Feldruo. In his past life he had contracted with Von Oros. Was he in these blue skies then too, or what? But he did not answer him, so the protagonist once more addressed him. He realized that the connection was lost, but if a heavenly spirit was let in here, he would also have to discover the spiritual work of the masters. At that moment, he noticed something. He noticed the doors in front of him, and didn't realize where they led. But the guy realized he had to move on. And just at this point, he continued nowhere further and there was a cliffhanger. Of course, after that, he began to fall. When he fell, he said he was in pain. And the cliff was just outside the door. How it pissed him off. Where had his sword gone in the first place? The main character really pissed everything off. So what does a library do right after a cliffhanger? At that moment she saw a mention of herself, 6 years old. The protagonist was surprised that his name was there. Magic. An image flashes through his head. It was no doubt a memory of his past life. But why is there a memory of him here in the blue skies? He didn't realize this was the place where his inner self was displayed in the blue skies, but it wasn't just his memories that were recorded in this place. It was too big. He noticed that the bookshelf was a different color. These were the memories of Lion Claire, 24. Of course, the protagonist was very much surprised by this, and he immediately went there. After that, he started reading this book. She can't hear. She was in pain. She was very tired. She didn't understand why Rood Denethos was yelling so much. He's the same all the way to the end. He really is a goddamn bastard. The main character didn't realize what else it was. His hands were shaking afterward. Then he saw the recollections of Hennis Halfley, 20. There were also reminiscences of Balac Steros, 26. Also the memories of Lena Skeleton, 23. Why are the memories of his companions here and from his past life in general? A library of unknown texts in the extreme sky. Given that all ties between mental affairs and teacher spirits have been severed, it must be his personal space. Recorded memories from his and his companions' past lives. If this was the heir's mental space, it was understandable why his memories were recorded here, but then where did they come from? The protagonist realized there was someone here. So, shit, he got into such a creepy place. But if someone warmed up to it, it pisses him off even more. He then said that when he caught this man, he would be finished. The main character started running very fast. Then he saw his sword lying on the floor. He didn't realize what he was doing here. After that, he turned around. Here were the memories of him when he was 13. But for some reason, it was empty. Then some girl showed up and said that it looked like someone was poking around. She greeted him and called him the 9. The protagonist was very much surprised. She introduced herself and said that her name was Charlotte Ervil, the 6th heir of the heavenly immortal sword. And what is this reaction to the great master of heaven? Hadn't he heard of Charlotte Ervil's golden rose? Rood Denethos said that he had seen mention of her in historical texts. She was a heavenly sword master. It was an honor to meet the previous heir. Does she know she's dead? He might think she's a ghost. But she knew that when an heir dies, his soul returns to heaven in the form of a mental body. She is precisely this mental body, the will of the heir communicating with heaven, to offer help to little 9. If you look closely, the sun is not outside at all. Did something happen, or what? The main character introduced himself by name and asked what it was. He had lost contact with not only the spirit but also the other masters. Are they inside the endless heavens, or what? She said. He was prickly. Of course the bond was broken. It was his heaven. The protagonist wondered about the fact that this was his heaven. All the divine heavens are divided into 8 parts, including both the outer and inner heavens. The outer heaven is the subspace. The inner heaven is the mental space. All 4 parts of the heavens he has visited are the outer heavens, beginning with the 5th part. The inner heavens are already there. The physical, mental body and spirit make up life. There is a place where the boundary of spiritual information corresponds to a certain spiritual work. Only the spirit of the air can enter, so naturally the connection was broken. In short, this place is the personal space of the heirs in heaven. Up until his death, all the stories and memories in his heaven will be recorded here. The protagonist asked why other people's memories and not just his were recorded here then. Could it be some external factor? There is no way for her to know this, for she is only a mental matter of the infinite heavens. Maybe it's a friend who knows something, the protagonist asked. Or did she take his sword? She said he was very curious. That is, he will only look at his character. If he knows something, he certainly won't tell you. The main character was surprised that the sword had a character. Where did it even get it from? The main character said it was Demeos who used him not as a founder. Doesn't she know that? It's the first time she's heard of it, but rude that he has a sword. It's enough to fulfill what she came for. Let him bear that sword. Let him prove himself worthy of a glimpse into the confines of heaven. All of his predecessors, including his master, had performed this test to rise to the top. A single sword strike, delivered with all his strength. If that blow even grazed her, the tone passed. He assumed that there were some conditions for attaining the 5 heavens, and the hero said she drew the sword herself, so it's not going to be that easy. Of course, this is his heaven, a place where dying is not death. He must give his best and not hold back. Otherwise, he'll die. It's a sword art similar to or even superior to a heavenly sword. So, of course she was joking. He wouldn't die. Just the pain would be felt directly by the spirit. But let him look at himself. She aimed for his neck, but he was able to dodge at the same moment. The protagonist said it was too much for a simple punch. Actually, this tradition is a long history. There are about 100 who have died in modern times who have attempted this test. It is not common to be able to put in a drawn-out punch without using tactics. Let him imagine that it is a training. Trying to kill someone, especially someone older in knowledge, can be repulsive, that after you die a couple times, those feelings are gone. Without Feldur, magic is useless. The only weapon he has in his hands is Demeos, as she said. The only option is to throw a couple blows using all of his body mana. Since it's come to this, he'll put the hits in everything. The protagonist said there's no such thing as training. The girl realized that this youth was amusing her, but she was agreeable to him. He has to show everything he has to overcome the barrier. Rood Denethos wondered what he had, an experience that belonged to his brother. The weapon my brother had. Blindly imitating, tormenting, admiring, he devoured them whole until they became as fashionable as possible. Rood Denethos began to attack her with an impenetrable theme. She was in shock. The induction was very strong. She didn't expect at all that she could have been nailed the first time. Already silent about countermeasures. After he showed his ability, he still wasn't happy. The fact that he's even ... don't let him look at her like that. After all, tradition is tradition. Afterward, she informed the 9th that he had passed. The protagonist wakes up. Afterward, he said the tradition was an abomination. The spirit asked if he was still doing a powerful wave of mental resonance in hide and seek. Immediately, when he returned, the main character said that he was fine. It was nothing compared to the dragon of 1,000 forums. What was he doing with them? The character said he learned a lot of new and developing things. Honestly, he saw some incomprehensible things. Apparently his memories from his past life had gotten mixed up during the regression, and some he didn't have any memories of at all. And what does the terrible nature of his sword even mean? Told him that the 6th heiress, Charlotte Deerville, said she had never seen this sword. Is Benares sure he used it? Yes. But Demeos he could cut mana streams again, but he had never seen him absorb powers like that. Perhaps something added to his ability, something sealed by Benar without his knowledge. The wave hero asked about the seal. Originally, the sword had 2 powers, to cut and seal. Benar used this sword to seal the Dragon King, not to engage in battle. Given that his powers have changed and the ability to absorb has appeared, it's likely that the seal could have affected this. Whatever it was, if the first hero decided to seal it, then it could have been dangerous. The main character said that if it was dangerous, it could just be thrown into the lava. He asked, or they were moving on again. Rood said that reaching the 5 heavens had restored his mana. Once entered, she test completed. It was time to do what he came here to do. He doesn't know the specific location, but in a past life, the dragon cult was somewhere around here. In this dark, rugged terrain, they use special signs to navigate. They also organized patrols to prevent enemy attacks. Looking for them himself would take too long, so he would destroy everything in sight and then they would come out on their own. At that moment someone turned to Miles. He asked Mirtha what had happened. He replied that recently events troubling Elfiel had changed the course of the future. The hero had just destroyed one of their signs. Could he find out the real essence of the dragon cult? Let him worrying. Let him be a dragon slayer. Still remain just an 18-year-old kid. He might have noticed the observation magic in the signs. That's right, even if he did ... Why not just kill him? The bishop said to avoid the conflicts of the new day. However, eliminating a serious threat, the dragon cult, and putting to rest the soul of the slain dragon king would definitely please the cardinal. All was right. The cardinal also said that the time had come to spread the doctrine of goodness and grace among the innocent lambs, and that moment had come. At this point, the bishop said it was very nosy. The girl was almost pointed. He had come in person. They were just watching the would-be hero and his destructive actions. As it turned out, it was a woman. She was thinking about destructive behavior. I wonder what that brash young man was thinking when he decided to cross here. They asked her if she personally planned to take any action. She hadn't been practicing much lately. A light walk won't hurt her. The protagonist said they should have shown up by now, but they still haven't. The spirit asked what he would do then. He said that he would kill everyone, leaving one alive to find their base, and instead work on finding the other branches. The protagonist said, "It's not the kindest way." That's impressive to him. He is capable of development, after all. The protagonist told him to be quiet. He's been through enough in his past life. The dragon cult wasn't the type to withhold information under threats and torture. They were spread throughout the continent. He was asked what he thought was important in battles. Rood Denethos asked if this is an indomitable spirit. He was asked if there is anything other than that. Weapons, spiritual power, skills, information are all just as important as strength in understanding your enemy. He came from another life, knowing far more than they know about him. Proper use of this information will allow them to pull the advantage to their side without spilling a drop of blood. The dragon cult has spread across the continent like a plague. Their goal is to bring back the 7 dragons. Due to secrecy, their true identity was only exposed after the continent had already been ravaged. The cult members were behind the defeat of heaven in the past. There are 3 cardinals that serve all bishops. Their skill level is equal to the best dragon slayers. After them come the ordinary priests and the faithful. Dragons are honored with privacy. They use masks that cover their identities. Even without knowing each other's names, they maintain absolute hierarchy and obedience. Since he brought it up himself, let him do his part. He needs a bishop in control of the Elfiel branch of the cult, so they'll need his power. He asked if the guy wanted to use his power. Even after reaching the 5 heavens, his mana wouldn't be enough. Levantius' winter sword, which was highly effective at using ice magic, would be enough for him. For the plan to work, it would be ideal if one of the priests showed up. That's a lot of trouble. Did she really need to feed someone's front yard like that? Rood Denethos was lucky they showed up on their own. The guy mockingly said that next time he would ring the doorbell if he saw it. Nice to meet you. One of the dragon cult's family of bishops is the great mage Griselda Valentine. She was surprised he knew her. Even among the priests, few know her name. He's just an ordinary kid. The protagonist said he didn't say hello correctly. He said dragging her dragon wings. He is the protagonist, the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migral. He has come to deliver his father's message. How does he know that name? She went into a rage after that. That said, she admitted she was surprised. He gathered a lot of information about the dragon cult, a future hero, but he's overreacting. Pretending to be one of them could be considered a daring stunt. However, she dares to claim that she is his adopted son. She cannot turn a blind eye to this brazen lie. Dares to interfere with his father's message. Does she think a cult could beat and tell a child like him the great cardinal's real name? The reason would be revealed when she got his neck back. Did the stupid Sky Dragon Slayer really think that if he showed up, they wouldn't realize where he was from and started talking nonsense? They'd believe him. She doesn't know what stupidity brought him here to provoke them. Given how much he knows, they can't let him go alive. Rood Denethos told her not to do something she'd regret. He knows how much she loves his father. She did everything she could to live up to his expectations. The bishop who had threatened to kill him knew his father would not be easily disappointed. Let him shut his sly mouth before she cut off his tongue. He would say anything to survive. How could anyone be trusted? At this point, the main character started talking about the celestial crush 10 years ago. That his father was involved in this incident is classified information that few people know. He knows his father picked him up in Duel back then. How is that even possible? The home of the enlightened one serving the magnanimous divine dragon. Judgments about the measure of life's fait accompli. Owners of the foul world. Militant dragon worshippers. He will say it for the last time. He is the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migral. 7 anti-heroes. Rood. Did she realize that 10 years ago, during the Thousand Forms dragon incident, the guild responsible for the village was destroyed? Not a single survivor has been found. The southern part of the continent was completely devastated. The power of the original dragon, the Thousand Forms, Dragon Slayer, Archmage of the Eighth Circle, Black Star Griselda Valentine. She, who had mastered the skill of magic as a child, realized this right before she died. Human magic is insignificant compared to the magic of dragons. She was completely right. Everything depends on the will of the dragons. Originally humans were not supposed to go against the will of their god. A black star, her mind clouded by the delusion that humans are superior to dragons. May she be saved by the truth and the reading of the hidden worlds, for salvation is her only path to true radiance. Her senseless life was saved by His Highness. If he knows what happened that day, he just has to be Adam Migral's adopted son. Afterward, she fell on her knees and said she had committed a mortal sin. She hadn't heard anything about him before and didn't expect the cardinal to have an adopted son in the academy. Rood asked if Cardin is obligated to report everything he does to mere followers or if her loyalty is weak. She started saying it wasn't all true. Rood Denethos said he didn't care if she doubted him. He's just going to tell everything he saw today. He's here to check on the progress of the work, so let the goat walk him through it. She said she understood and would show the way. The Spirit King said he was glad to be free of restrictions, but was it really necessary to make such a show of it? This is where the would-be dragon was sealed. Rood Denethos asked how the process of unsealing was going. It's going well. At this rate, in 3 years. Rood Denethos asked if she thought it was not bad, because that's ridiculous. She apologized to him, just as he thought. It would exactly coincide with the time of the other dragon's appearance. Even if he succeeded in defeating the Grand Dragon, there would be too little time to prepare. He needs to somehow seize this opportunity to greatly reduce the ranks of the enemy army. It is time to preach the doctrine of grace to the young lambs. By cheating, the Heavenly Sword Warrior was given the title of future hero. He was gathered with those who would fight against the Grand Dragon, all according to his father's plan. The goal of this battle is to gather the strongest, kill the dragons in one subspace, and destroy all of them. On the day of the battle, there will be warriors standing outside, in case of emergency. One of them will be the Crown Prince of Althea. The royal bloodline is hostile to dragons. It's an obstacle that will still have to be removed. While he fights the dragon slayers in space, she will have to lead the faithful and kill the prince. Rood Denethos said it was his father's orders. Does that mean they should reveal themselves to the world and start a war? Rood Denethos confirmed it. A few dozen warriors wouldn't be enough to deal with the knights of the guard guarding the prince. He will gather all the men and kill them. The girl said she understood. Rood Denethos replied that that was fine, but now he was off. He would tell his father absolutely everything he had seen today. She asked him to wait, then said she just wanted to apologize again for what happened. Could he not tell the cardinal about her mistake? She knows she was wrong, but she's willing to do anything to avoid disappointing him. Rood Denethos asked if Lena was really willing to do anything. She then asked if he needed anything, such as gold or treasure. Rood Denethos replied that he didn't need money, but she could give him useful facts. As an 8th circle mage, she must have plenty of them. Of course, about the chain of fog, no matter where his enemy is. Rood Denethos asked what she was doing. Did he say to choose? Let her bring them all, and he'll take the one he likes. After he frowned, she said she would show everything. Rood Denethos asked if that was all true. She replied that there was nothing else. Let her not try to play with it. Let her give up what's in her hands. Let her give him the wings of darkness. She began to beg, just not them. The wings increase her mana reserves. Without them, her magic would be much weaker. Rood Denethos only chuckled slightly. She didn't do what she was told to do. His father couldn't look at it anymore and gave him that title at such a young age. He'd be honest. What were they going to do besides this shit? What about the Dragon Slayer? When the Sky Warrior killed him, what did they do? Did he think he would turn a blind eye if he got the artifacts? Or she doesn't want to, so she thinks he's nothing. The Spirit King had said that his true nature was showing through more and more than his pretense, so what did she end up giving him? Rood Denethos said that would be enough. Let her open the gate so he can return. She's so pissed off about this piece of shit. Rood Denethos opened a portal. He said he'd made some good money today. He looked pleased. He can't wait for the moment when they realize he's been lying. Rood asked her why he looked a little different. What he saw appeared to be his manifested form. That's right. It was some kind of influence. Since the spirit depends on the experience of those contracted, he must have been impressed by his majestic appearance. Maybe he's right. He just thought he was rounder. What do you mean, rounder? Did his balls go over the rollers or something? Rood Denethos said that if everything goes according to plan, the members of the church on Parma during the battle with the Thunder Dragon. The prince's knights of the guard are strong, but they are not many in numbers. He thinks he should call on them. The Spirit King asked if these were the guys we were talking about. Hennis wondered if she had lost her mind. What were they even doing here if they didn't know where Rood Denethos was? And it's exam time, so what? Did someone tell her to go after them, or something? Balac said that pleasant heat through training tortures even lakes and glory turns into ordinary hot springs. Is this true? Then let him get into it and not come out. Rood Denethos said that's why he hates geniuses. Just at that moment they all noticed him, and they all had smiles on their faces, except for Hennis, for the guy descended on her at that moment. Rood Denethos said they showed up at an astonishingly good time. He wants to make a big contribution to the battle with the Thunder Dragon. That was the only reason he had returned with them to the free residence of Halfley. He officially became a student of the Bar Tower and began his study of magic. Working tirelessly, Rood Denethos didn't notice a month had passed. Battle with the Thunder Dragon. D1. The ceremony preceding the battle with the Thunder Dragon. It was epic. It seems they want the entire continent to pay attention to the upcoming battle. You could also say the legendary dragon is one of the 4 dragon happenings. 1,000 forms, 10 years ago. It was horrible. Oh, and on top of that, an ordinary 18-year-old boy leading it all. Such a thing might not have been big news. To be completely honest, he came here to see the leaders of the SLAYER Guild. There were indeed a lot of people at this incident, but he can't see any of them. Lying down, but notice the owner of the Crimson Tower in charge of subspace. Maybe they had a snack before tomorrow. At least maximize us middle prince. Iris said that he was a very lazy student. Who does he think is the main character in this ceremony? The guy said he was a little tired. He needs to take care of her. What do you mean, tired? Someone's busy getting ready for subspace. She had to feed and shelter his friends who came after him at her residence without warning. And to top it all off, he makes his teacher take responsibility for the banquets. After that, he dares to say he's tired. Rood Denethos realized he was wrong and apologized profusely. She then said she would take care of the girl herself, and let him go and show himself to those annoying bones. It's amazing how much the imperial family supports him. Rood Denethos said he didn't ask for anything himself. That he was able to become a 4th circle mage in just a month was very impressive. Although Renee was also talented, no matter what she says, she doesn't forget anything. Unpleasantly persistent and hardworking, like looking at her daughters when they were little. Well, let him go and show his face. Oh, and, his friends are looking for him. In a previous life, 5 days after this day, Leela Halfley died. Now, even if he tells Hennis about all the ingredients for the cure, only she will be able to get the exact recipe for the concoction, just like in his previous life. He trusts that she figure it out after a while. The only problem is that the last ingredient to cure magic fever is a part of the ice dragon's body. Rood Denethos stood up and said the schedule was going to be tight. At that moment, someone noticed him. It was Hennis, and she wondered if he knew how many times she'd gotten around here trying to find him. So why was she looking for him? Because he's the most important figure in this event today, and he's not showing himself. Here's why. There's also something she wants to tell him before the battle tomorrow. Let him see it. Surprisingly, the protagonist grabbed her hand at that moment. The girl didn't realize what he was doing. Why is she so clumsy? How does she even drink wine? What did he even say? Why? Even said alcohol doesn't count. Does she want him to repeat what she told her mom, or what? He's really pissing her off. He was just wondering why she had become such an alcoholic in her past life. And it turns out she was rotten from the start. Rood Denethos asked what she wanted to give him. Let her give it to him. He's a meanie. And then she threw her glove at him. The Eduardo factor ... She made it herself. Charmed him. And he's resistant to electricity. She doesn't know how long he'll last against the Thunder Dragon. Rood Denethos said it would be very useful, but the design is certainly stupid. The fact that this guy is making her heart skip a beat is starting to annoy her. What news? It's all nonsense, romantic feelings. She didn't want to lose her friend. He doesn't even have feelings like that. Rood Denethos said it reminded him that he had something for her, too. He showed her the earring and told her to take this. Hennis wondered, was that an earring? But it was a transforming staff. Aren't they very rare? In addition to enhancing magic, it also increases mana reserves. It's a top-level enchantment, a legendary artifact. Where did he get it? The protagonist said he tricked someone into taking it from him. Let her not worrying about it. It can transform into an earring, so it will be comfortable for her to wear. He knows she doesn't like to hold heavy staffs, but it's not even asked for there. The girl wore what is known as an earring. She had a smile on her face as she thanked him and told him he was the best. Rood Denethos said you're welcome. It suits her very well. Hennis at this point for some reason began to get very anxious. Then she ran off and said she was going to go show off to her mom. The guy didn't understand why she was suddenly acting like this. At this point Alaba came in and told him that a lot of people were looking for him. Rood said he didn't know any of them like that. Isn't this just the right time to meet famous people? But let him make his own acquaintance. He's already quite famous for his fine muscles. Rood Denethos said okay, and asked that he hold something. At that moment he placed some kind of ring on his hand. The guy started telling Rood Denethos that he had a lot of respect and love for him as a friend. But unfortunately, his feelings aren't any different than his feelings for him. Rood Denethos has figured him out. It's not what he thinks it is anymore, of course, calling him a jerk. He said that this ring of protection is disposable and a tatum that can protect its wearer once from mortal wounds. Since he is always reckless and doing crazy things, let his daughter wear it. He's not going to criticize his fighting style, also knowing that fighters have their own pride. So this is not a protection spell, but an artifact that will give him a second chance. This guy will have enough, so it's a friendship ring. He said Steros don't wear armor, but if a close friend insists. Rood Denethos said if he continues to wear it, he's in the nose. At that moment, someone approached him. Lena walked in on them and told them that the engagement was null and void. If they were going to get married, it would have to be over her dead body. Rood Denethos asked for a suitcase. She asked for a suitcase at all. The guy explained to her that it's just a friendship ring, but symbolizes and subtly how much Rood Denethos cares about him. But the guy whole line said he's just a dummy. So that's what this is about, and the hero for not going out with a blue like him. Also she informed Balac that his dad was looking for him. She saw it that way. Why the need to make jokes? How did he know to hide his presence? Her on purpose? Did he send her? But did he ask, or is Rood Denethos a dog? He said no, but started mockingly stroking his head and saying of course not. He's not a doggy. Prickly porcupine. Good boy. Rood Denethos didn't realize what was going on. Then she said she had a present for the good boy. At this moment, Rood Denethos was surprised. He asked, or is it from the spirit stone? He guessed right, it's inhabited by spirits, but for now it's empty. So it's nothing more than a pretty stone. He's a handsome hero, which means something like witchcraft. We don't have any at all. Who knows, maybe he'll die in the upcoming battle, but I wouldn't want them to be separated like that. In the event of her death he could become a spirit and dwell in stone. Then they could live happily ever after together. Gee. What a reaction. Of course she was joking. Rood says she say no. He knows how important he is to her. How does he know that? Did his dad tell him or something? But actually in her life she mentioned and that it was a keepsake from her mother. She said it's okay. She can have him. It's her decision. It was time to come out of his peaceful garden. Still, if it doesn't become too much of a painful request, could you do her some kind of favor? The hero was curious as to what the favor was. She knows he respects her, but she'd like to be a trusted friend to him like Hennis, Balac and Lena. Rood Denethos said she is already a trusted friend, even more so than she is now. She wished they could talk to each other comfortably. Does he know what she's talking about? It's no big deal. Rood Denethos said that of course it would be easier for himself. She said quietly open. Because it is a very beautiful garden. Does he want to look with her? He doesn't mind. And don't you have to go back to the packet, it'll be supper soon enough. Rood Denethos heard. An imperial cook, an expert in cooking meat right now, had been invited by him, but the girl had already run. He wondered about the garden. Surely it must not be as stuffy there as it is here. Rood Denethos went to this garden. He said, "You're so beautiful, but they're probably artificially maintained to since they bloom in this weather." Rood Denethos said that if they stopped being cared for, they wouldn't be able to grow naturally. Why waste magic and money on something like that? At that moment, someone said he had finally arrived. The girl fell right into his arms and said, "Here's a real flower." He was waiting for her, wasn't he? "Have you looked everywhere, or what?" The protagonist said no, and just let her go. She came in furious and asked why he dropped her. Rood Denethos laughed, said it was a pathetic look, and sat down. That he was looking for her, she's right. Rood Denethos told her to stop with the nonsense, he just had something to say. When the battle begins tomorrow, the dragon cult will attack the entrance to subspace. She wondered around the dragon cult. Did that happen in his past life, or what? Rood Denethos said, she didn't give up the trap he set for himself. The dragon chicken is an obstacle in their path to destroy the dragon family. He has tried to get as many people involved in this attack as possible, including the episcopus from Elfiel. He needs her help to kill them. To be precise, the epic is declared as an 8th circle mage. Even if all of the others assassins and imperial parents gather together to defend this place, the battle will still be a favor. So she need to help others until a team comes along. But why her? Why is he only talking about it now? He could have told everyone when they got together. The main character said that the members of the dragon cult are humans. They could all kill dragons, romantic beasts, but none of them had ever killed a human. I'm sure they'll step in like this. But what about her? I mean, does he think she'd be okay, or something? The fact that he'd seen her future didn't mean he knew everything about her now. Maybe in her past life she was fixated on a place and could easily kill, but she's different now. She only wanted to help him in the first place. Why should she help others? Don't let her get mad. It's not like that at all. She is very different from herself in her past life. She is already much stronger. The protagonist knows that she can't easily commit murder. But the reason he tells it all is not only because she's the only one who knows about it, but because she's the strongest of all the others. She is the kind of person who is able to defeat the enemy in order to protect those she cares about. After that, she called him an evil asshole. Wave's hero apologized to her. Even though he's saying all this, wouldn't this conversation be pointless if he just killed the Thunder Dragon and came back in one piece? Wave said it was true. In a past life he had one. But he had his brother with him. This time they have him. Well, then he was too weak to be useful. And then they also had Moonshine. She asked that he stop belittling himself. He's also much stronger than he was last time. Even though he's regressed, he's still much stronger. He's trying his best to find a better solution. He knows her mom will be at tomorrow's event. 2. They will win no matter what. The protagonist agreed with her. He feels like she just knocked his tooth out, but no need to exaggerate. She only knocked him around a little. Rood Denethos even bled. The day of the Thunder Dragon battle, someone asked, wouldn't they have a send-off ceremony? The royal family of Parma has already done so much and prevented them from using subspace and organized this stupid ceremony and on the curation to them. The imperial family should do a lot of things so that people don't criticize them. Why are the heirs to the principle of affairs all the way to a dangerous battlefield if there is no send-off ceremony? Maybe it's a tangle of the Burstein family's ingrained hatred of dragons, or maybe he wants to appear in a good light to the press. The guy at that moment turned his attention to something. He turned to Rood Denethos. He said he was going to be a real hero today. The main character said that no, he doesn't deserve such a childhood. He won't be able to belittle himself like that. If he doesn't deserve it, why is the Imperial One going out of her way to support him? The protagonist thought to himself, had he even asked for their support? For one thing, doesn't being recognized as a hero enter the jurisdiction of the Holy See? He's heard of heavenly proofs, but no one is even considered. Is he talking about stigmata or something? What was in the Second to First War? After being recognized by the god of light Arnik, the power of light instantly saves the dying. He didn't think he would be the one to believe that. He, the hero, said the Church of Arnik, the national religion of the Elthian Empire. Didn't he? He had witnessed his brother get it. He told him that religion is just religion. What is needed now, the world is not the power of light, but the power of man. This is a time when a sword slashing a dragon is more important than healing wounds. He thought the boy agreed with that. Rood Denethos really did agree with him. Being recognized by heroes was completely different. Let him not worry. After the successful completion of the battle, he would speak directly to the Holy Prophet to recognize him, and he didn't need to. It's about time. Let him stay alive so they can meet again. She will open a passageway to subspace. It is connected to Elfia and exists because of her mana. Thus, it will be permanent until she, the caster, dies. The only condition for breaking the seal is the final death of the Thunder Dragon. If the city doesn't get support, it won't be possible until it is successful. Honestly, this place looks more like a barrier than a seal. If their village is destroyed, the Thunder Dragon will break into the heart of the space. No matter how large the amount of mana is, the strength of the space will be reduced and will not be able to last for long. She doesn't have to tell them about the catastrophe that will happen if space collapses. Well, good luck to them. Everyone told the protagonist to be careful. Please let him come back. If he dies there, it will kill him. The captain was persuaded that he should win. Then the space closed in. The master was saying it was finally safe to start hunting. After that, they didn't get the seal stone. After that, he began to take action. Everyone was watching it closely. The protagonist, of course, was no exception and was also watching. The professor was watching, too. She was once surprised when someone said about the Thunder Dragon strategy. The protagonist said that by chance he happened to get his hands on one of Comrade Benar's diaries, in which the adventures are recorded. It details the battle to seal the Thunder Dragon 2 weeks ago in the meeting room. The boy was greatly surprised when he heard about Comrade Benar's diary. If this was sold, so much money could be gotten. The master shut up and said, as the protagonist continued, as they all know, the 7 dragons are either dragons themselves or draconites. Among the dragons, the Crime Dragons are the only ones who can change form. He would be fierce, but he can also escape or change his form if he feels he is at a disadvantage, so he could be caught off guard. The dragon didn't understand. Lying down, it's been 700 years. Who awakened him? At that moment he saw the hero, said he was a simple man and asked what his name was. The protagonist said it was none of his business. He's here to kill him. That sword ... it's Manhwa's that smells like Benares. The dragon asked, or is he his heir? Afterwards he just laughed and said how interesting. The Nar didn't look like a human, but he certainly wasn't someone who had been putting up here for 700 years. He made it a piece of trash. This strange place is his handiwork too. How? That the man thinks a simple creature like him is capable of doing anything to him. A mere cough would be enough to teach him a lesson. He does not know his place. He has destroyed his city and has been spreading for 8 years now. He is the incarnation, the harbinger of doom. He is the Thunder Dragon of harm. He said the main character sat down on his knees. It was really hard for the main character to stand on his feet. Fear is the dragon's unique mental technique that overlays the mental business of battle. Everyone here will be able to resist the technique, but must be careful because it can overwhelm them. Their first goal is to destroy the bastard's mana shield, Karma's shield, which has lightning properties and extreme durability. When they use tactical squares, the shield's area of effect is reduced, so they lead him to use area attacks, sort of like a breath attack. Unlike attribute magic, such as lightning strikes, breath is easier to defend against because it only releases a large amount of magic. If he has to deal with too many people, then he will use a stronger lightning strike. If his subscriber is the only person, then he will definitely let his guard down. The dragon said, he lasted a long time, but it would definitely be over now, and after that, he let out a flame from his mouth, thus using his breath. The protagonist shouted to start getting started now. Abel's skill called Cloudy allowed Rood Denethos to hide in his shadow. The moment he uses his breath, the operation will begin. Just at that moment, a guy showed up. Lena will take charge of the breath defense, and they can easily handle it on their own. As long as the breathing is blocked, the craftsman will need to make cracks in the shield. A hole the size of an arrow will suffice. The crack in the shield and the shooting of the Heavenly Disciple's arrow would result in a violent explosion, one that can shatter Karma's iron defenses. They were really starting to get good at breaking down his defenses. After that, his defense was completely shattered. The dragon said it was another despicable heir of Benares. It's shameful to hide like pathetic worms crawling on the ground. All right, let her show him all those pathetic tricks. He will make them feel what real power means. He was ready to attack them. Lena said he was using a lightning strike. At this point the master turned to the bull. The protagonist used a counter formula called game point. The guy was telling Abel to be quicker. Lena asked then how he planned to deal with the lightning strike. Dragon magic is different from human magic. Instinct and will replace spells, so magic is not fixed to any particular form. Hundreds of lightning bolts have their own unique structure, making dispersion impossible. Since they can't dodge, they need to counterattack. If they narrow the path of the lightning strikes with a wall of white flame, the wizard will change their trajectory. The sky shield style is perfect for defense. Therefore, let him provide this area to him, and the many that slip through, let the celestial archer deal with them. Of course, easier said than done. The main character said that either way, if they succeeded in breaking the barrier, following would bring him down to earth. He is very careful, focusing on rebuilding his shield, using higher level magic. Abel will have to perform the binding formation in time for them to hold out. Shadow binding is not a technique that can hold one of the 7 dragons. It would only cause a short-term stiffness. If it turns out to be a success, that will be enough. Their target is the True Shadow Sword era. True Shadow Sword is a skill that resolves the target's essence along with its shadows. The man said there was a connection. She couldn't believe it. Clear preliminary research, optimizing strategy based on individual characteristics. A simple 18-year-old boy has this level of judgment. Of course, the dragon was furious and asked how dare they even dare attack him. It's even more incredible that everything goes perfectly according to plan. Who is this guy? Just at this moment, the protagonist was ready to attack the dragon. That's exactly what he did. The dragon said there must be some sort of piece of metal, told them he'd grind them to powder, fry them and stomp them into dust. They won't get off that easy, all 6 of them. But at that moment, he noticed something. Just at that moment, the protagonist was on it. At that moment he realized it was him. The main character recalled his question about what his name was. He said that he was the 9th inheritor of the heavenly sword technique, Rood Denethos. The last thing the dragon had time to say was the name Balac. The protagonist told the master to get him. The master was furious, for these chickens were measured. To speak to him like that, in addition to cool weapons, let him remember to take his manners with him. At this point, they were continuing the battle. The connection was failing, running out of power. Let it cut sooner rather than later. Not deep. Is the mana shield fully restored, or what? The dragon began to say that they were nasty pigs. Just at that moment, he threw Rood Denethos off of him. The dragon said, "What a hold it has, let them get away from him." The protagonist bounced off him and landed on his feet, and the rest of us just the same. After that, the dragon took over the initiative in this battle. Lena noticed the multiple spells. Just at that moment, she was thrown backwards. Now he must admit, in his half-asleep state, he had opened a breach in his defenses by the insidious design of these vermin. After forgetting oppression for 700 years, people have changed too. But let them see what they haven't accomplished. That's not progress, that's defeat. Everyone was listening to him intently at this point. He kept talking about how they were simple creatures that could barely live for 100 years. Do they really think they can kill 7 dragons? They were able to break the wings of the dragon queens, and made her stand on the same ground that insignificant insects step on. That alone was all they could not accomplish. He will pay for this humiliation with their screams. Especially him, the main character. He dared to look high up at the Dragon King. He was the heir to Benares. He will destroy every life that knows his name. He will look at it all without being able to close his eyes for even a moment. In his final moments, he will go insane. Sound will personally burn him through and swallow him. Let him consider it an honor. He will be his last pleasure. Suddenly the sky. The girl noticed that the mana was fluctuating. Could it be? Just at that moment, they saw very many dragons over their heads. Everyone started yelling that it was an ambush. Iris started yelling for them to move the protective barrier immediately. Hennis didn't realize what was happening. She didn't feel any fluctuations in mana. Even more surprising, how could creatures of such a low level attack in packs? At that moment, someone was spotted. They saw people in front of them. At that moment, the girl greeted them and called them pitiful lambs, and separately greeted the Prince of Althea. He asked how they tamed the dragons. It was simply impossible. Their minds must be controlled. Who are they? The Dragon Church does not follow the magnanimous Dragon King and does the world a great service by being underground. The prince didn't understand what this Church of Dragons was, what this forbidden secret society made up of idiots serving dragons. They are no better than shit. With their deaths, the world would change for the better. The girl said he should be more careful. Watch your language. It's too vulgar for the last words of a member of the royal family. The prince became furious and asked how she dared to speak like that. She said she shouldn't be in such a hurry. There was no doubt about it. She wouldn't forget to kill him. So, now that she's finished her greeting, they're starting to hunt. Protecting the prince is not prioritized. Though they outnumber them, they're unhappily experienced fighters. Since when has there been a rebel army of this magnitude on the continent? At that moment, someone turned to him. It was Balac. Never thought he'd have to fight humans. It's either kill or be killed here. He has no choice. It was a terrible feeling. At this point, the girl was begging to be rescued. Balac decided that he would fight to save everyone. Let them destroy those in disguise. Let the mages attack the wyverns. A couple of the guys here are more capable than she realized. Are they academy students or what? The only target is the prince, so the rest won't be a problem in the future. We need to cut it off at the root. Of course, where he is, there's the manipulation of space. Iris Halfley. Iris turned to Archmage Griselda and said that she thought it had perished 10 years ago during the dragon's defeat of the 1,000 forms, but here it is. Safe and sound. How nice that she recognized her right away. What does she look like, by the way? Doesn't she want to become enlightened? Tell her to cut the crap, since she's gained it. She should have stayed in the shadows, believing dragons are gods and worshipping them. She is an embarrassment to all mages. The girl replied that Iris hadn't changed at all. They hadn't seen each other that long ago. So why can't they just be happy? As her academy graduates, she show her how much stronger she's gotten. 7th round. I'm sure she tried her best, but nothing compares to her black star. If she hadn't gotten busy with her family nonsense, she could have become an archmage herself. The woman asked what family nonsense meant. After that, she turned her gaze and told the woman to sway. At that moment, there was a magical explosion. How many explosions have been superimposed here? Even the slightest mistake can kill. What kind of psycho would use magic like that? Just at that moment she turned around to see who it was. She saw Hennis and thought it was another halflay brat. How could she do something like that? Where did she get her staff? At that moment a realization came to the girl. That she was fooled. That vile piece of shit. The existence of the Church of Dragons has been revealed. Now that they know it's a trap, shouldn't destroy subspace. It was nice to meet again. But she kill her. Kill that bastard. Kill absolutely everyone. Afterward, the mother saved her daughter from this and that. Then they disappeared. The girl asked, or did she think they could get away from her? Lena was watching from afar at this point. As it turned out, she was holding the girl at this point and said that she seemed to want to attack her. Then the girl said to let her go and get out. Why is she in her way? She must take revenge on this girl. She's the one who destroyed their tribe, Hert's uncle, her mom. For all of that, she's fully convinced she wants to take away everything that matters to her. She's going to kill her. Lena explained to her that she would die immediately. After all, it was a mage. But of course the girl didn't understand the situation and said she didn't care even if she died. And does she want Iris Halfley in danger because of her or something? She realizes the girl was furious. Well, let her think of the others, the ones until she was strong enough to protect others on her own. Let her just wait. Think about how upset Rood Denethos would be if she died. What is it about feeling like something is missing anyway? She put an invisibility spell on her. So let her stay here. Let her promise her. Let her not worrying too much until she gets stronger. Just at that moment she was surrounded. She said she would protect the girl. The mono reaction stopped. Did the mistress of the Crimson Tower block the space again, or what? She senses that the black star went in that direction. She wanted to attack, suddenly, when the moment was right, but Hennis prevented her. At that moment someone turned to her. She was abruptly grabbed by Hennis and told that she had seen the whole thing, but had done nothing, just shamelessly looking on from the sidelines or something. That she should be the one questioning her. Why is she here alone? Hennis tried to explain, but the girl asked her beforehand, or had her mom abandoned her? It was obvious. She was just a nuisance who does nothing. To be honest, this whole situation is the result of her carelessness. Instead of fighting with her, It would be better to let her go look for her mother. Hennis became furious and started saying that the girl was starting to piss her off. After that, the girl in the moment slapped her right on the back. As it turned out, it was the enemy, and she said she was very annoying. I have to admit, they're great at wasting time. Hennis touched the blood that was on her face. She realized she was warm, blood that she'd already learned a second ago. She has to move. She can't just stand there like an idiot. But it was human. She could kill so easily. She realizes that if he doesn't, he'll kill her. But still, at that moment someone approached her. It hit her that she came to her senses and asked if she wanted to be killed here. Let her stay focused. She felt completely confident, yet she hadn't expected something like this, or what? If she's going to be a burden to her, she should go home. How pathetic she is. Hennis couldn't take it after all, slapped her and told her to shut up. Make her stop whining. How dare she hit someone? Is she crazy? Who is she to sing to her? Anyway, to call her names. It's pathetic that she's going to turn out to be pathetic to her, or everyone has already started trashing her. Swan. She's grateful that she helped her, but will give her advice. Realizes her self-worth by bringing someone else's closer. She can solve her own problems, then could have slapped her. Why the need to fist bump? Don't let her act like a child. She knows it doesn't hurt that much. Yeah, she's pathetic. She feels so pathetic that she doesn't even know if she's been able to make any progress this year. She knows she can't be as strong as she is, and she knows that killing isn't going to get any easier because of this slapped in the face. Still, if she can do it, she can do it too. After that, Hennis just disappeared. The girl looked at her very much in surprise at this point. The girl asked if she could wait for her. Iris, someone said that at least she was persistent. And where did she hide her little girl? She's got to get her wings back. She's got to kill her. That's a lacuna. How many things do I have to do? The curse, it's on the verge of depletion, is a powerful enemy in itself. In addition to that, the magic circle supporting the space is still consuming her mana. Will she be able to repel the attack? At that moment, someone told her gently. She couldn't tell whose voice it was. Griselda couldn't understand why she felt weak. Wind spirit. Whatever it was time for her to say goodbye. Just at that moment, Hennis showed up and saved her mother. Of course, she hadn't expected to see her daughter at this moment. The girl said as she crawled back, how stupid was that? Just at that moment, she was attacked from the back. The girl managed to wound her. After that, she began to deliver a series of blows to her. She called them damned losers and went on the defensive, not realizing, is this girl human? She's so much stronger than these weak attack forces and unwavering onslaught. Many times at this point she noticed her bow in her ear. The girl said there was nothing to be done. She said a black star exploded. The essence of an 8th circle magician is great magic. The girl was using arcana at this point. Hennis noticed that her magic had collapsed. Was it the black star blocking the mana flows or something? She didn't realize what was happening, but a healthy snake appeared right in front of her. Then someone yelled for her to step back into the parlor, but I pushed her. At that moment, Lion appeared. The girl was just controlling the snakes. She said the girl was a real monster, and in fact she was. But let her look at herself first. Lion flew backward at that moment, jamming with a shockwave. The girl had said she'd kill them all anyway. She could barely stand up. Curious, so she couldn't help but wonder about it, thinking she'd take her confession as her last will. Lena understood why she couldn't use magic. Let her head do the thinking. Well, if she doesn't want to answer, she kill her and then find out for herself. So how could she kill them? Using the harness against them, such weak opponents, would hurt her pride. She thinks killing them in a more primitive way isn't such a bad idea. At that moment someone reappeared and asked what she was babbling about. The blow really almost came all over her. The professor said that the only one who could be her student was her. The man at this point asked what that expression was, even in derision. Which one is it anyway? How many times had they already tried to break his impenetrable shield? And despite their best efforts, the dragon continues to regenerate, showing no signs of fatigue. Is he really gonna go in there and die? Well, then whatever they've done will be for nothing. The master said not to buy it. Anyone with a living heart beating in them will die sooner or later, unless they are a god, meaning there is simply no way to avoid it. He asked, or became fearful because he was tired of the humble man. He told Roderick not to mock the humble man. Let them break the mental link between these two already. It certainly wasn't all for nothing that the first time they could penetrate its iron wall, It was difficult to make the slightest crack in the armor. Even with all their efforts, the protagonist continued to fight the dragon. He continued to attack him, but it was easier to penetrate behind it now. The density of the shield had decreased, and that mana, it's centered around his neck. There's a reason he's protecting it. At that moment, the dragon sensed Feldrew. He said that even after 700 years, the Spirit King is serving the people. What the hell is a Spirit King? I just saw he is such a strong shield. Spirit magic is not to his liking. Now is not the time to choose. We need to take advantage of at least that. The guy asked. He thinks they could make it. What are their chances? He was asked. Or is it somewhere around 95%? In a past life it's already been like that. It's actually 100 here. One of those present marveled. 95. That's almost a win. And he was. Is he betting again, or what? The professor told them that they only had one option anyway. They couldn't take the battle of attrition any further. Let the protagonist do as he sees fit. Everyone here believes in him. After all, they've been through so much already. They are gagged with their lives to make up for the remaining 5%. The professor told them all to run. He called her stupid people risking their lives for nothing. What do you mean, for nothing? They actually have 95%. If the stakes are that high, he's willing to risk his life. The dragon was sure they couldn't overpower him. In order for her to aim for the dragon's heart, you have to concede to melee combat. But now especially the bashing needs to somehow gain access to its heart. We need to try a concerted attack to get him moving. Once his shield and wall, it would become difficult for him to intercept them not coming from different directions, even with high-level magic. They won't undertake a square's attack again, and he'll let them take that advantage. The guy kept attacking. The protagonist turned to the dragon and called it the bird of unfinished business. What is it that makes it so sluggish to attack? Risking themselves to these insignificant insects, or what? Scared or something? Dragon asked how dare he even say that about him. Does he think the same flavor can fool him twice, or what? The protagonist watched him carefully. Let them change direction. There will be a payoff. So let them hang on. The protagonist began to hold on and struggle. The dragon realized that these people could do nothing but scatter like cockroaches. At this point, the professor was ready. Takova began to scream. The dragon didn't care how many times they hit him. They weren't going to make it. The swords continued to stab into his body. The professor said the regeneration was stopped. It would last about 30 seconds. The dragon thought it was another useless blow. The protagonist didn't understand why the direction was pointing this way. Afterward, he said he would set Rood Denethos up like a fly. Then he lifted his head upward, and then he collapsed. Of course everyone was surprised. It was like he was having a tea party with his late grandfather. Let him stop already and shoot sooner. After that, the guy called him Grandpa and said he was about to shoot him. At this point, the dragon realized they were attacking him en masse and called them pathetic bugs again. Rood Denethos reflected on the fact that golden blood was as hot as molten iron, the likes of which could be avoided by being extremely careful. The dragon realized that this was a taunt. If he has an explosive blood sword, then that's when it becomes a chance. In his past life, he was able to notice the exact location of where his back had been struck. The protagonist knew where the dragon's heart was, a crystal that all dragon kings have, the source of their powers. Unlike normal dragons, the hearts of the kings endow them with immense power, which ironically is similar to the workings of the human heart. At this point, of course, he felt pain. The protagonist didn't know how it really worked, but the guys are about to run out of mana. They've done everything they can to make sure they run this attack. There won't be that chance here. The hit has to be for sure. Rood Denethos promised that he would tear him apart and rip his heart out. At this point the guy with a brace on his face said they had made it. Rood Denethos understood what else was not yet taken. He could hear the sounds of a heartbeat. It was at that moment that he noticed the polymorph in front of him. Someone said he killed him. A grand dragon. He killed the Dragon King. It was a miracle. He was the next hero. An unimaginable 19-year-old apprentice. He turned to his brother afterward. If you think of his brother then, he was calling Rood Denethos at this point. The protagonist didn't realize only that his brother was bored. Just at that moment, Rood Denethos was attacked right on the heart. The professor couldn't believe what she saw. She immediately began to run to Rood Denethos to save him. When he landed, he can't believe he had to resort to this because of that. Over the past 700 years, the imitation of heroes has become quite believable. Yes, he had let his guard down. Last time it was the same. as the threat had proven to be unintimidating. The master realized that he could not repel such an attack, that despite all this, not with all their might they tried to save themselves and defeat the dragon. Dragon said he doesn't make mistakes like that. Those filthy hands. Archer said to create a recovery field. The dragon went on to say that this mouth was casting a strange spell. The teenager at this point grabbed the girl and gagged her. The master told him not to touch it. After that, he saved her and attacked the dragon. Then the archer shot him, but the dragon easily caught that arrow. He said he had a cocky look in his eyes and called him a brazen magician. And just at that moment he sent his own arrow into his eye. But the guy sent him off at that point. Out of respect for the fact that they were able to make it this far, he would do the same to them as the humans usually do. At this point he started saying something about the name. He asked, "Or is his name Rhines?" The master said let her fit, if at all about changing her face. At this moment, the professor was breathing heavily and looking at Rood Denethos. She realized that the lightning strike had pierced his heart. Resuscitation and pointing mana should be down at the very least. She tried to heal him and pleaded, "Die bomb, come to your senses." Just at that moment, the protagonist gave signs of life. The woman realized that nothing was working. She was only panicking and that was it. What to do now? Just at this moment, a fierce battle was taking place behind her. It was a futile struggle, he said. He called them the scum of Benares and said that their friend's body wasn't that sturdy. The master didn't understand what kind of technique this was. There were countless sword techniques mixed in here that he hadn't even heard of. It must have been the techniques that they had learned over 700 years of fighting. Suddenly he asked to sit here quietly while he dealt with the rest of them. He planned to kill him especially slowly to capture the moment. He looked at the professor and asked, "Or is this the last she that dared to cut off his leg, or what? And what am I supposed to do with her? I thought about chopping off her leg, but it won't be enough. Maybe a hand would be better then." The woman became furious and started telling him to stay away from her. At a glance, it seemed like she was casually swinging her sword. Did he really understand her plan? The dragon said it was an amazing technique, for in this watch they are connected to each other. Just at that moment, he attacked her. He said that in the end teaching insects to crawl on the ground was all futility. She was split. The time she had spent all her life on her swordsmanship training ended up being nothing but food for him. Then she asked, "Do I think too much of myself? Spend a lifetime to kill one dragon king?" It wasn't enough for her. He was surprised that she had already joined the shadows, so the sword attack was only a distraction. She called him a lizard and said don't underestimate people. Was it not deep, or what? At this point he went into a rage and called them vile creatures. He said she would crawl on the ground and beg to be saved, but he had already made up his mind, would give her one choice. Because humans are stupid, he would let her choose her horrible end. Well, let her take it into account. He's not just gonna kill her. At this point, the main character recalled being asked if he was okay. Nothing would happen to him, and nothing happened. But he told the man not to touch him and to move away from him. He was telling Rood Denethos that he would not die. Never would he die. Just at that moment, the protagonist got to his feet. The dragon, of course, immediately took notice. At that moment, the so-called hero was shaking desperately. But a brother, even if he is a desperate man, dragons really became scary at this moment. The protagonist said he's ahead of him here. The Spirit King was telling him to come to his senses. He asked if he was okay. The connection was lost. The protagonist replied that he was fine. Let him not yell like that in his ears. The dragon felt the stigmata, but he raved that it couldn't be. It wasn't supposed to happen. This was never supposed to happen. After that, he literally chopped the guy's arm off. But at that moment, something really surprised him. Rood Denethos said it was exactly like that and began to rebuild his arm. This glow was exactly the same as he had seen 700 years ago. Everything was correct, but there was something strange. How could he not have noticed before? He really is the reincarnation of Benares after all. Rood Denethos said no. How many times do I have to tell him again? He takes the role of his big brother again. Stigmata, a warrior's mark that his brother also had in a past life, is defined by the way of strokes. It utilizes a mono-carrier, turning her into a fierce force. The duration of the effect is about 5 minutes. Once the strokes are gone, the powers can no longer stay the same, so you need to end it before it disappears. Rood said he was in too much of a hurry to finish this nonsense. Let him shut up and attack him. The dragon got furious and told the guy to watch his mouth. Benar lost. That monster that didn't even look like him was already dead. His temper still suggests he's changed. Yeah, even so, he's only human, not a creature on this planet. In a past life, his brother had a sacred friend who granted protection and vitality. Back then, he was constantly facing his lightning strikes, so he needed to anticipate the battle. Right now, there was no need to anticipate the strikes, only to break through. And the other thing was that there was no need to make a mistake now, so he needed to finish this before the light disappeared. How could it be? The great Dragon King took the form of a human and lost his power. The dragon became furious and told Rood Denethos to shut up. He mockingly said he was scared and asked if it was the effect or the sword dance. Right after that, he confidently attacked the dragon. Dragon told him to stop messing with him. You have to keep your distance. He wasted his energy while he dealt with the other bugs. Can't let him even one step closer to his heart. He wants to peel off his arrogant face now later. Just at that moment, there was an explosion behind the dragon. He turned around, for he smelled something. The master asked him if he was running in from people. At this point, of course, he felt fear. The dragon didn't realize what it was, for they were all at death's door. One last thing, he puts the final transfer into recovery in case he turns into a polymorph. It will be a brutal battle, but if they concentrate hard enough and force him to change his form, victory will be on their side. If they don't give up until the very end, they will hold the victory in this battle. The dragon was furious and told the guy to stay back, but Rood Denethos continued to attack even though his face was burning in flames. It really succeeded. The hero hit on his heart. Of course, the dragon felt unbearable pain at this moment. Rood Denethos said he changed his uniform again. Has he lost his mind, that he wants to tear up space? The dragon said for it to open. Let it open. You have to break it. Why doesn't it break? What the hell is that? What kind of mana is that? Floating dragon. This pure dragon was used by humans. Rood Denethos asked where he was going. The dragon says he doesn't want to die. He doesn't know anything. Fear is his destiny. It's something humans don't need. He is only a mediator in this chaotic world. A magnificent thunderstorm. Rood Denethos told him to just shut up. Dragon went on to say that this world doesn't need anything like that. Balac outside noticed the sky was tearing up. It couldn't be. Subspace was destroyed. That was their end. Just at this moment, everyone could observe the dragon, and then they saw that their unit had also returned. Here's the moment. One of the attendees noticed that it's a headless thunder dragon. That means. The prince finished his sentence by saying that it meant he was dead. The thunder dragon is dead. Let them destroy the heretics. The girl couldn't believe that Karma was dead. It was impossible. It was the end of the curse. Should they retreat, or don't they? The prince's heir is here. So they didn't lose. Just at that moment, someone attacked her. It was Rood Denethos who asked her if she was leaving already. Of course, she recognized the damn guy immediately. But it was too late, and Rood Denethos plunged his sword straight into her heart. The professor said she jumped so fast, just like a rat. Does she have a holy-like emergency escape magic in her pocket? However, with such a mortal wound, even holy magic won't help, so she won't live long. Since all the sectarians were almost killed, we should help the knights first. Hennis and the girl immediately started running towards the protagonist. Hennis asked if he realized how much she'd been worried. Lena said he'd been gone so long, and she'd thought he was dead by now. And the girl told him to let him hug himself. Everyone was glad he was okay, asking what had already happened outside. Make it seem like everyone is safe here. Now Empire and Parma are investigating the Thunder Dragon's body together. Or will they? Fortunately, the battle with the Thunder Dragon was successful, but due to the presence of the Empire's Dragon Church here, his queen house. The girl apologized for missing. The protagonist said that was enough. Afterward, the guy asked if he was now hero. The hero from the legends, or what? Did he hit his head? Don't worry, even if he hit his head, he'll recover soon once he starts training. After that, the girl just smiled. How can a hero be like that? A week later, the victory over the Thunder Dragon, the appearance of the Dragon Church, and the second coming of the hero. These events caused unrest across the continent, marking the beginning of the House era. The rulers of various countries were frantically trying to get information from Parma and Althea. Interest in the participants in the battle with the Thunder Dragon, who had miraculously survived, was at its peak. But though it was good, all participants were seriously injured, causing them to end up in Arnek's chambers, a ward of the Holy Throne of Light where outsiders were forbidden to enter. Holy Throne of Light, Arnek's wards. So Adeline and Oyana are already recovering. That was good to hear. Rood Denethos said he visited them recently. They're having a quiet drink, so they're almost healthy. He said the holy magic is awesome, of course. They even sewed his severed arm back on. How fortunate that the sacred solstice magic was at the ready to provide immediate medical attention. Yes, it was only because he had brought his arm with him. But no matter how good the holy magic is, how can it be compared to the true miracle of the stigmata? Immortal warrior, Rood Denethos asked him to stop saying that. Everyone has already been making fun of him for the last 2 days. 2 days ago, the Holy See. The master asked, why? Isn't that the illustrious title of the second hero recognized by the Holy See itself? But that would be bullshit, even if he is a public figure. It's all just to put on a show. By the way, how did he like his first meeting with Daddy? Rood Denethos said it was no big deal. The forgiveness had gone through, not as dramatic as he thought, but he was in his early 20s. Probably hiding his age with magic, and how it is. Immortal warrior, judging by how awful his characters are, so. Well, what's the big deal? Doesn't immortal warrior sound cool? It's a cool title, immortal. It's tongue-in-cheek. He will not laugh at him. Let Rood Denethos come back, but let him leave him alone. He thinks he needs to be alone. Thanks to the stigmata, recovery is quick. It is nice to be able to move around freely. Rood Denethos hopes he doesn't get better soon, but they need to stop being so annoying. Everyone said he was an immortal warrior, congratulated him on being recognized as a hero, and called him such an immortal warrior again. He is immortal anyway. He would die of shame. Rood Denethos thought they were being bullied because they themselves were not affected. Wow, he doesn't even had anywhere to go. At that moment, someone approached him. Some man came up to him and asked him what he was doing here. The procedures are about to begin. Let his condition be satisfactory. Not much is known about his stigmata. It's still unclear when the side effects will appear, so for now, Rood Denethos says he's got it all figured out, and he'll go. At that moment someone approached him again. It was William, who said they'd finally met. He's glad he looks healthy. Rood Denethos asked angrily why he had crawled here. The boy replied that he had assumed that after the battle with the Thunder Dragon he would be treated in the wards of Artek. It so happened that he was also interested in consecrated magic, so he applied for training in time. Moreover, the academy director had written a good letter of recommendation. Rood Denethos said he understood, so he should shut up already. You didn't have to do that. The guy apologized. Could they please leave them with the protagonist? They have something to discuss. The man said okay, but they would need to come back before doing the procedure. The protagonist replied firmly that there was nothing to talk to him about. The guy asked, by the way, how his ancestor's diary was, if it helped him. The protagonist asked if he caught it to show off or what. But really, it was like that. He was just curious if he was able to help in any way. Also let them hear him out. He did some research on the Church of the Dragon and the Church of Light. Firstly, there was rather little information about the Dragon Church, for they operated in the shadows. However, since the time of the war, their remnants began to appear one by one. Then he had an interesting hypothesis. There may be a connection between the two religions. The teachings of the Church of Light tell the story of humans and bugs in mythology, and the emergence of the dragon world. To generalize, the ancient evil god who destroyed the world then persecuted humans was a frighteningly powerful being. But then Arnik, the god of light, granted them redemption. An ancient evil god from the Church of Light and a dragon god from the Church of Dragons, could they be somehow related? In addition, the Church of the Dragon has sunk deeper roots than we realized. Given their scale, it's natural that they have a connection to the Church of Light, a religion that has spread throughout the continent. I wonder what the connection between the two religions is. But for now, these are just theories, as there is little to no information about the Church of the Dragon. The protagonist asked something. To make a long story short, he found nothing. Let him wait. There's something else. The Church of Light also looked rather strange. For example, the person who passed through here had an unusual aura. What do you mean? Came here? That strict priest, or who? He said that yes, his name was Marvin Berthold. When he joined the church, his acceptance of the path was impeccable. However, there was some slight feeling of discomfort, available only to his gaze. So he continues to observe. Let him keep it in his head. After all, it was just theories. The protagonist asked if he was doing creepy investigations of the past at an ordinary event. He was a crazy bastard. All his beliefs start with a hypothesis. The protagonist told him to fuck off. He wasn't the only one wasting his time. The guy replied that next time he would come with more valuable information. The protagonist began to climb down. The protagonist asked Feldruel what he thought of the same face. He asked if the guy suspected something, but would have acted that way anyway. The protagonist replied that he was certainly weird, but his suspicions were usually well-founded. In his eyes he was human. Doesn't know. Maybe the source of the strangeness was Manhwa. Such things are easier for humans to sense than spirits, so he means he doesn't know. He could have done it right away. The girl noticed him and asked where he was. Everyone was looking for him. Lion said that white girl ate all the brownies in his room. Lena said not to lie. She only took one. The protagonist asked if he didn't need to go home. Visiting time was over. Hennis asked, had he been wandering around the wards all day just to avoid meeting them, or what? Balac asked, the guy was practicing. Why doesn't this hospital have a training room? The main character freaked out and asked if they had nothing else to do. Let them go home. Lena said she had to visit her mom in the next room. They would see tomorrow. Lion said she had dinner reservations. The girl said she would see him tomorrow. The protagonist asked if they all think it's a passing yard. Hennis told him to set them straight, not just worrying about him, but he replied that she should go too. The girl freaked out and whatnot, but how rude the main character was. Rood Denethos asked if she knew anything about consecrated magic or anything about Arnex's chambers at the Church of Light. It's a very broad question that he's interested in, like anything about priests. Or is it about Marvin Berthel? Hennis didn't understand who it was, and she asked about it. Rood Denethos realized it and told her to forget it and just go away, but the girl didn't understand, because she was worried. What is it that's so rude? All right, she leaves, let him recover. But the girl wondered about that last name. The Berthold family is known for their sacred magic. Last time she exchanged contacts with a girl in a social club. It's late and the wards are empty. There must be a device for magical communication in such a large building. That's when she found the device. She dialed and asked if it was Haley Berthold, but introduced herself by name. The girl said they had seen each other recently at a social club. She had a small request. Would she happen to have time to meet her now? But she said no. She apologized. Can she call later? Or is now not the time? She just found out about her uncle's death. It had been 3 days since his death, but no one knew until the body was discovered in his home. After the girl said about her uncle, Marvin, Hennis immediately remembered what he had asked. But just at that moment, Marvin appeared behind her. Rood Denethos stood up abruptly, and the Spirit King asked what had happened. Rood Denethos said that someone had cut off his Manhwa flow. The surrounding space was blocked by something else, maybe a barrier, though it doesn't look like magic. The security here is tight, but someone was still able to sneak in undetected. Besides, this strange aura is not an ordinary person. Rood Denethos turned to the man at the door. He asked what kind of creature he was. The man said he was upset and called the boy his fake son. He called him father, though he didn't even recognize him. Rood Denethos asked how he was supposed to know if he was constantly changing his identity. Hennis still didn't understand what was going on and looked at the main character with fear in her eyes. Rood Denethos asked if it was Adam Migral. Of course Rood Denethos knows who he is. The guy realized that this was the worst possible outcome. The cardinal of the dragon cult is Adam Migral. He appears without warning and leaves no trace. He is able to change his appearance at will. An ability rather closer to special powers than magic. In his past life, he rarely appeared, but shed blood wherever he entered. His brother may have defeated him, but he himself said it was a fluke. So strong was he that even Lion had never realized who he really was. Nothing pretending to be human. The Spirit King said that he can't say he's fully human. He is not a dragon, rather closer to a chimera. He asked Rood Denethos if he wants to fight, but he can't since he has taken Hennis prisoner. As things stand, he can't win. If Adam has brought a prisoner with him, it means he has something to say to him. First, he will try to save the girl as soon as he sees an opportunity, including he can use ice magic. Even if he dies, let him protect Hennis at all costs. That's an order according to their contract. Adam asked Julie, since the guy wasn't going to multiply the sword. Well, the man is ridiculous, fooled by lies. Someone like Griselda should be able to assess the strength of an opponent. Rood Denethos asked her if it wasn't natural for such an idiot to serve as episcopos. She told him everything, even though she knew she would burn. He accidentally wounded her very seriously. Adam said yes, that's why he killed her. She had lost many followers and couldn't even provide protection for the Thunder Dragon. He was deeply disappointed when he realized that the time he had spent in the quiet snows had been wasted. It was a useless death. Rood Denethos told him to stop lying. He doesn't even know what disappointment is. He's just playing the part of a man and pretending to have feelings. Tell him to stop talking about things he doesn't care about and let him get to the point. Immortal War studied him as well. A survivor of the 1000 Shades Dragon incident, traitor, the beginning of a typical hero story, but it doesn't matter. Just some things don't add up. Isn't it too unusual for a boy who was a mercenary to suddenly smash such talent in just 2 years and become a man capable of challenging a dragon king? He asked the girl if she felt the same way. There was something wrong with the guy. And why is the weirdest guy in this room talking such nonsense? He said he would finally die, and she turned out to be calm. Turns out she's been conjuring wings of darkness all this time. It's like a copy in a kid's hands. He'll get it back. Just at that moment, he attacked her. He, Rood Denethos, saved her in time. Afterward, he asked Feldrua for someone to secure her. From what he sees, the guy really is a hero. His stigma probably hasn't recovered yet. Risking his life, losing his hand ... Is this girl that important to him, or what? He feels like leaving her would greatly increase his chance of survival. Rood Denethos told him to watch his mouth. Tell him to stop screwing around and get straight to the point. He knows he was the target. Adam said the guy was right. How did he find out about him? How did he get the information about the 1000 Shades Dragon incident? Rood Denethos said his daddy told him. Of course, he immediately went into a rage and stripped him of his other arm in a second. Hennis, other than just watching, didn't have much to do. Adam asked how he found the seal stone and the Thunder Dragon. Rood Denethos said he just brought it up. Immediately afterward, he solved it with one foot. He began to say that the Thunder Dragon should not have died such a useless death. It would be great if the seal was broken at the academy, just like during the 1000 Form Dragon incident. Because of the lightning strike that broke the seal then, more than half of the disciples were modeled that day. The lightning couldn't be identified. All the tragedies in the past life in the case because of that bastard. Who is he really, who's angry about a disaster that never happened? A reincarnation of the hero Benares, but he doesn't think so. Therefore, he came to the following conclusion, that the guy was a throwback. Was he a hero before he regressed to 7 dragons, the dragon god? Did he kill them all, or what? A year ago, the connection to the floating island was suddenly cut off. The Void Dragon's seat was vacant. Interestingly, that incident coincided with the time he entered the academy. He realizes now he is the toy of the dragon Genesis Karna. That white guy. First time hearing that name or something. Dragon god, dragon of Genesis Karn, father of all dragons, including the 7 kings and dragon gods, creation. Don't you have to be at least a god to be able to turn back time? He seems to like him a lot. So that's who the dragon cult worships, to Dragon of Genesis, a name I've never heard before. A god with the power to control time. Rood said he didn't care if he was a god or a jerk, but this time he'll kill him for sure. It would be impossible to pull that off with only one remaining leg. Unfortunately, since he found out he's Karna's burden, he can't kill him here. His curiosity is satisfying. Maybe a little more gently next time. It'll be a problem if he dies. At this point, Rood Denethos simply said that the next time they met, he would kill him. Adam just laughed and said that's fine. He wished him luck with that. At this point, the master coaxed only that he enter. The man asked the master if the knights had already left. He replied that how could they make him, old and sick, participate in the investigation for 3 whole days. He was tired of it all. The professor says that they attacked as soon as he was recognized as a hero. Not much time had passed since the battle with the Thunder Dragon, so the guards in the wards were tightened. And it was an unusual occurrence after all. Judging from their conversations, they seemed to be conducting an internal investigation, keeping all information from the newspapers. The reputation of the heroes is important to them. This incident could negatively affect the reputation of the Imperial Knights and the Church. The master asked if the kid was awake already. Was he healed early, or what? The man replied that yes. Thanks to the help of the high-ranking priestess, he has regained consciousness since he has the stigmata. He would be fine by the time his mana recovered. The man asked, was this the work of the Dragon Church? What kind of bastard was able to attack them without leaving any trace? Rood Denethos was injured then, and he managed to completely incapacitate his hero. Since they considered they had declared open war on them, they couldn't attack whenever. They can't waste any more time. The seal of the next dragon may be broken sooner than they think. Did Rood Denethos say anything special, or what? They didn't get a chance to have a proper conversation. Captain Black Wolf came by to ask him questions about the incident. Did that little scumbag come by, or what? He certainly shouldn't be acting aggressive and getting into a fight. This is the point. Did someone ask someone else, or is he joking? Was it Rood Denethos asking, or was he deaf in there? How many more times does he need to repeat himself? He was sleeping peacefully during the attack. The man said that on the day of the incident, the Imperial Knights had doubled the number of guards around the chambers. In addition, several of their Black Wolves were also assigned here on the orders of His Highness, the Crown Prince. But he claims that someone managed to get in and out undetected. Does the opinion make sense, or what? Rood Denethos asked, or is he complaining to him about his weak subordinates? Sacrifice is the seed here. Could he have any of his greatest knights casting fingers, or something? He was saying that that person originally took on the appearance of a tenant just because he had been throwing around accusations here for 3 hours. The fact that he was completely unaware of the intrusion when the academy's student knew doesn't change. The man told the guy that he probably didn't realize the gravity of the situation. If the public, i.e. the Holy Throne, His Highness, the Crown Prince, who considered him a hero, found out about this incident, they would become a laughingstock. Not only did he entrust the name of the imperial family, but he also acted foolishly. People like him shouldn't be called heroes. Kill the Thunder Dragon. He can't even protect his own body. Surely all the work was done by the guild leader and he appropriated the achievement for himself. How dare an infantile country bumpkin, a former mercenary, claim such things? Rood Denethos said it was said by the person who booked the room next to him. Will he keep cracking up, or what? The man came in angrily, started saying he was an ignorant bastard. The captain was asked to calm down. Well, just at this point Rood Denethos didn't even make a move, just blocked his punches. The man was very much surprised and decided that he would show him the abilities of the captain of the Imperial Knights. Afterward, the man said let the guy not overestimate himself just because he has a stigmata. This is the moment Rood Denethos said ouch, surprised that he passed, but there was no way someone like him could beat him. The man asked, or so he realized now, is that what real skill, sharpened by experience, means? Immediately afterward, the protagonist punched him right on the chin. The boy immediately began to worrying about the captain. Rood Denethos asked, or did he dare to attack the patient? As he says, he's in a bad mood today anyway. Whatever happens next is self-defense. Did he realize that? The captain of the Indian Knights flew off after the first strike. If word of this got out, not only Highness, but the entire Black Wolf Knight Order would be in trouble. Guy asked Rood Denethos to calm down. It seemed their captain had succumbed to a strong influx of emotions. The guy asked, not seeing the bastard aiming for his eyes. It's a fatal blow to a sick man like him. Does he realize that? The boy apologizes. He's willing to do anything to appease his anger. So please let him not tell His Highness about it. He asks him to complain over them. They say people of high position often ignore their subordinates. He's sure the captain sends something to. Rood Denethos asked, what is this nonsense? Let him back off. Give a reason why he should let them go. The guy said he'd give him something in return. It's an artifact His Majesty bestowed upon him. It is said that it was made from Vernix World Tree. The effect of the artifact is quite insignificant. He can't guarantee that it's really made of World Woo, but since it was a gift from His Highness, it's definitely valuable. Rood Denethos fell silent and thoughtful. He said he would let them go this time. Let him go and take the captain with him. The guy took the captain with him and said then they would go. Rood Denethos didn't think he'd find him here. The spirit crawl was sure that he was truly made from a branch of the peace tree. It shouldn't be the crazy reasoning of the weapon and the sacred tree binding this world together, that the one who used it, his past life was a complete nutcase. The Spirit King asked who the sinister creature was. The protagonist said it was his daughter, Lena. The Bug King said that since the world tree didn't resonate with the artifact, it was nothing more than an ordinary branch. Actually, it was even unbelievable that she could even use it, as expected of his awesome daughter. And what else is there? Rood Denethos asked, who the hell is this other scumbag? How did she get in here? Visitation is forbidden in the central wards. She was called here to investigate. Though she didn't get a scratch, she was involved. She heard him wake up, so she wanted to at least see his face. After all, she was the reason he'd gotten all this. Rood Denethos asked what was she talking about. She wanted to give it back to him. It's too much for her. She's going to go, so let her give it back. Rood Denethos took her hand and told her to come with him. He suggested that it was a neat place to start. It's neither his nor her fault. No respect is in order, so that's enough. No need to feel guilty. Hennis said he almost died. Rood said it was just a reminder that he still had a long way to go, and asked if she had gotten a haircut. Hennis realized he just wanted to change the subject and told him not to. If Lion was in her place, he would have fewer wounds. Rood asked, "What is she talking about? He knows she's trying really hard." While he was away, she had trained hard enough that she was constantly suffering from mana depletion, but she only slept for a few hours, the rest of the time spent in the lab, swinging her dagger until her arm was worn out. But no matter how hard she tries, she still remains a burden to him. He can't even fight as he tries to protect her. Just when she thinks she's finally caught up with them all, they keep ending up far ahead of her. She was wrong, just pretending that she's trying to chase them all down when in truth she's only delaying them. She doesn't deserve the wings of darkness he gave her. Impossibly pathetic and utterly useless. It would be better if she never existed. Rood Denethos asked, "And what is stopping her?" Rood said that if he cuts off the part of his body that is holding her back, but she will still grow back. After all, he is an immortal warrior. The girl asked him to stop joking. After all, she was serious with him. "Oh, come on. He's really fine. Let her hold him off as long as she wants. He's fine as he is. Besides, no one is born perfect. There are no people who stay perfect until they die. Everyone lives at their own pace. Everyone has a pathetic and useless stage at least once." Does she realize that? What he's trying to say is that she has her value. She can't become a second Balac, Lena or Lion, but the same goes for them. They can't become anyone. Surely he would need her in their future endeavors. So let her stop with these thoughts. She should keep trying her best and do what she's done so far and keep investing until she gets her share. That's fine. He's been doing that too. If she understood, then let her finish crying and come back. Then could she detain him one more time? Rood returned to inquire what she wanted to ask him. Rood asked, "What is it?" Hennis said she liked him. And just as it turned out, at that moment their entire conversation was overheard by Lena. Hennis just laughed afterward. It always seemed to her that coming clean by crying was the ugliest thing you could do. Who knew she'd be the one to do it? The girl asked, "Or am I completely out of time?" But she doesn't expect a straight answer from him. That's just what her heart says. Rood was still alive and continued to be silent. He apologized to her, but she'd said she might not answer her now. In any case, she didn't expect him to accept her confession. He's too sensitive when it comes to that, so she wants to know. Lion continued to listen with the hope that Rood would reject her confession. Hennis asked, "Or will he reject her because of Lion?" Rood shook his head with a disgruntled expression. He said they are all friends and comrades to him. You don't need to play with their emotions right now. Besides, how can you make any promises when you can die literally any day? To be honest, Lion's feelings towards him are stressing him out. Immediately afterward, the girl who heard this started running away. Rood apparently noticed at once that she was eavesdropping on them, and said, "That should be enough." Okay, she understood what he was trying to say, but had he ever heard such an expression before? Love flourishes even in times of war. She laughed and said it was embarrassing, but now she was relieved. Glad she had even that small chance left, Rood asked. Or was she definitely listening to him? Of course, now she'd really go to keep trying her best, just like he'd said. So she offered to meet up when he was released from the hospital, as if nothing had happened. Rood agreed and told her to come home safely. The Spirit King said he rejected two women at the same time. It's been decided. He will go to hell when he dies. He congratulates him on that. Rood Denethos told him to shut up. In his past life, they two had only been comrades to him. In fact, they would have rejected him themselves if he had made the first move. They both acted that way because they misunderstood his regressor behavior. After all, they were still young. Even though he's regressed, the time he's in now is reality. But does she really think she can ignore those feelings just because she's seen the future, or what? Rood said he didn't have time to think about such trivial things right now. Adam Migral, one of those Dragon Church cardinals, realized he had regressed. And Rood also found out that the one who turned back time is the Dragon King, the father and creator of all dragons, the Dragon Genesis. However, what attracted the Dragon God, and why did he say his death would inconvenience him? It doesn't make any sense. Rood Denethos knew that damned oath kept him from telling on him. So far, the more important person is INVINCIBLE. He may be a cardinal, but he really just knows a lot. There is not a trace of true faith in his words and actions. So he had a theory. What if INVINCIBLE regressed to him? The King of Spirits pondered over this. Like the guy before his regression, not a single person in the entire continent believes that this kind of magic is possible, whereas INVINCIBLE immediately suspected him of this. But if he regressed, and he did, some things don't add up. His relationship to the Dragon God and his incredible power are all identities of beings that aren't human or beasts of mana. It's actually the result of regression. Also, that skill that night, though he didn't try to resist it, he had extreme instincts turned on. He couldn't read his movements, but there were no surges or distortions typical of spatial magic. It's like time stood still. The Spirit King asked, or does the guy think he can control time just like a dragon god? I mean, he knows only gods can control time. Did Adam make some kind of deal with Karna? Anyway, it's just a theory. What he needs now is a solution. He has already reached the fifth heaven, but he still lacks strength. He can't just sit back and wait for his comrade to fulfill his potential. From what he said to him that night, he's not going to go out and kill him, but if he doesn't do anything, it won't make much difference the next time they meet. From then on, cannot fully rely on the experience of his previous life. You need to find a way to become stronger as soon as possible to be ready to face it. The master appeared and said that looking at the way he had resumed wrestling, apparently, he was already feeling better, and he offered to talk. Based on his testimony, Imperial investigators will continue to pursue the Church of the Dragon, that they shouldn't expect much from them. No matter how much influence Althea has on the continent, they won't be able to bypass the autonomy of the other queens to investigate. All they can do is ask one of the guilds for help. Rood said he didn't plan to rely on them completely. He wants to act on his own. When the third year begins, the internships will begin as well. Third-year nicknames in the guilds. He would try his best using his position as a hero officially recognized by the Imperial family. The only thing he needs is time. Master began to say that since he had reached the fifth heaven, he had already been to the inner heavens. Does he understand correctly? He must have also passed the test to enter the inner heaven. Though it depends on their character, Sun Air stay with him in spirit form to watch his growth after passing the test. Who conducted his tests in the first place? Rood said Charlotte Deerville, the sixth heir. Come to think of it, she must have been her apprentice, and since he's the seventh heir ... The master was surprised at this point and asked what she looked like. Rood said, probably like she was having a good time. She chopped his head off very vigorously. The master lowered his head, smiled, and said he understood. He echoed Rood Denethos' words that she looked like she was having a good time. He assumes the guy knows that time flies faster for spirits than it does for them, humans. If he had the right opponent, he could make up for the lack of time by training in the inner heavens. I mean, should he ask her to help him with his training or something? That was right, she'd be happy to help him. Master said she was a good teacher. He couldn't even compare to her. The future will definitely be different from his past life. That's the best thing to do now, for he doesn't know when, who, or what will break the seals of the next dragon. That place can be called an imaginary world. Spiritually, he feels the same pain as he does in reality. Real fights will help him much more than just training. Yes, it will save him a lot of time. The next goal is the sixth heaven, which Professor Daniel reached. The foreman said they would take a look. Rood believed that dying about 365 times should do the trick. Rood began his training. Charlotte, judging by the look on her face, was trying her best. At this moment, Rood appeared right in front of her and was approaching to strike. Afterward, she said it was impressive. He maintains mental calm despite the pain. For the stab part, his magic level has increased. If he uses the stigmata, he can even win. Rood said that ultimation techniques should not become conventional science. By the way, even though it's just training, it's okay that he spends so much time in the celestial realm. She likes his company. But doesn't he have a guild internship there? Rood replied that he was almost done with the task at hand, so she could take it easy. Charlotte said, it's a relief to her. It seems as if it was only yesterday that he entered heaven and asked her for training. She feels proud looking at his progress. After a long time, she could feel the passage of time. Though it was hard for her to kill the cute student hundreds of times, she put his heart on a skewer today too. So let her correct him from those empty words. It's just my teaching style. Let her have a hard time. She teaches strictly and encourages gently. So the nasty character of the master is to be thanked to her. Now that it was brought up, he was curious about something. How did she die? The records said that she had peacefully retired, but the appearance of her spirit looked elderly. There shouldn't have been anyone who could overpower the greatest warrior of that generation. Charlotte was really interested in the matter. After a whole year, he finally asked a question about how to kill her. Since today is such a momentous day, she tell him. All night long, asking to subdue the Dragonoids is right moron. At that time they often cross the mountain range. He knows her abilities. Then she finished the task quickly and was on her way back. But on her way back she discovered a dungeon. Rood asked if she was referring to the ancient frozen labyrinth. Yes, a treasure house from the mythological era. It was dangerous territory with dragons and ladies, so no one had ever gone there before. But he knows she couldn't pass it by. More to the point, it wasn't a dungeon. It was a passageway, a shortcut across the great mountain range, leading to the snowy plains where the Draconids dwell. So what she's saying is that the Draconilians created a passageway through the mountain range. The girl said that it probably wasn't happy news, so she was going to go right back, but she was caught off guard. It was a fierce battle, quite exciting, until the one that came. It was the leader, living there, of the Dragonoids, incredibly strong. For the first time in her life, she thought she couldn't win. So what was there left to do anyway? She destroyed the passageway. If they had gotten through it, it would have been a disaster. And that's how she died. If the records say she stepped aside, that means I honored her last wishes. So think dramatic story. Rood Denethos asked if she wanted to be together. Her student. He's probably her teacher now. She'd raised him since he was just a little snot-nosed kid and a crybaby. Rood Denethos couldn't even imagine his teacher as the woman described him. He was a gentle and kind soul. If she had asked him to avenge her, he wondered what recklessness he would have gone to. She didn't want his life to be consumed by it. Besides, he couldn't refuse her request. Rood Denethos said it was selfish. Her life is her rules. If she's upset, let him kill her next time. The girl asked. She piqued his curiosity. Rood thanked her for telling him. Now he would feel better. But at that moment she stopped him. She told him not to let him devote his life to it just because he was used to death. Rood said he would keep that in mind. But those left behind made that decision on their own. He asked the spirits if the lad had returned, for he had been there longer. Rood asked how much time had passed and was told approximately 4 o'clock. Rood said his whole body was aching. A professor came in to see him and said that this is where she had information pertaining to the assignment. She apologized for asking for it right after returning from her previous assignment. The dragons around the rival kingdom have gone crazy lately. It's a complete mess. It wasn't even mating season yet. She could take it easy. That's what the internship was for. She seriously realized that his internship was almost over, and it was getting sad. Maybe he would stay with the Dead Dragon Guild for a 4th year. She begged him, but Rood said he would like to. But he and Abel had a pact. Rood asked Alez, a new assignment in the Wildlands. Would he be there for the first time, or something? The Wildlands is officially the westernmost territory of the Kingdom of Ribal, but in reality no one considers part of the kingdom. It is a barren wasteland with only one city, Seminole, home to vagrants, refugees, bandits, monsters, and dragons. The children of the land are wild indeed. He remembered hearing that even before she was taken in by the Dead Dragon Guild, her hometown of Lion was in the Wildlands. He would go, but could he be alone this time? There are many places in the Wildlands that he would like to explore. Of course, he had been mentored by Thompson, who had fallen ill after the last mission. However, she was a little worried that he would be alone. It would be nice to bring a companion. The woman asked if he had made up with Lion. She was just asking. Let it go to her head. We should meet again before he leaves tomorrow, but for now, let him rest. Ever since the day Hennis confessed to him, Lion has completely ignored her. As a result, the entire Dead Dragon Guild tiptoes around them. He said he knew she was there and had gotten what he wanted to some extent, but to reject her so harshly was perhaps too much. He didn't think she wouldn't talk to him for a year. He tried to make it up to her, but she would stop any conversation, plus she was too busy practicing to pay attention. Honestly, even that is much more comfortable than dealing with over-attachment. Just at that moment he saw Lena in front of him, and thought about the fact that it happened as usual. Right on time. He welcomed her back and asked if the assignment was completed. When she didn't answer, he told her not to ignore him, but the girl replied that she wasn't ignoring him. Busy. They wouldn't talk later. Rood Denethos noted that again. It's later. He apologized for his harsh words, but it's been a month. How can they resolve things if she won't talk? All sorts of people are on pins and needles over this. He's not asking her to be friendly, but they need to communicate so they can fight together. She said she would help join the guild, become an ally, or wanted to recant at the academy. The girl said it wasn't that. Okay. She apologized. She be more careful. Rood looked at her. He told her to rest and not to worry. The internship with the Dead Dragon Guild would be over soon, so let her be patient for a little longer. But there was something else he wanted to say. They passed each other, and he told her to take care of herself. Lena looked at him afterward. She said that's what she was going to do. Rood coughed at this point. He said that even a volcano would be better than this. The western part of the rival kingdom, the wild lands. According to the map, there's got to be a hideout around here somewhere. The Spirit King told him to give him the map now. He doesn't want to waste any more time in the middle of nowhere because of some idiot. Rood tells him to fuck off this time, and if they go wrong, got it. Well, let him not be ridiculous and think to himself why he was given the stone of return that will take him to the guild building. If he thinks he's lost during the mission, let him use this deciding stone. A sandstorm in the wilderness can easily disorient him. Let him not force the search party to look for him again. Rood asked if they had ever been to the wild lands. A dumping ground for criminals, a den of refugees. This place had many unpleasant names, but it was special to him. After all, it was in the wilderness where he first met their daughter Lena. In such an environment, it is very hard for a young child to survive. The spirit said he could see a hiding place. Rood walked into the building. Everyone took notice of him at once. The man realized it was a new face and asked the guy if he was a mercenary. Rood said he was a dragon slayer, but the man thought he looked too young for a dragon slayer. He was sure he wasn't a criminal trying to sneak into the wilds undercover. Rood asked if this was about him, what the man was saying about himself. Of course, the man went into a rage and said he was vile, but at that point he was restored. The other man said he apologized on behalf of the Seminole Rangers. The wildlands are particularly out of touch with the outside world. They've had a turbulent time here lately, so they're cautious about making new acquaintances. Where's he from? Rood said he's from the Dead Dragon Guild. The man wondered about the guild and the dead dragon. Apparently they're busy with those flying dragons too, judging from his first impression. He seems capable, but still let him be careful. Even the thieves are already mad. They're leaving, and he wishes him a good stay here. Let them go up. They bastards won't go. Rood was surprised that they had left, for there was something he wanted to ask. The woman replied that the town's rangers were pretty savvy. Careful, the sandstorm will end this afternoon. What could she do for him? Rood said that if there's no water. The wildlands was the beginning of the fall of the kingdom of Ribal. It became about 6 months to the day that the illusion dragon had attacked Siren in his past life. The dragon rampage that preceded the attacks also began around this time. If everything goes the same way, the attack will happen in the same period as in the past life. The problem now is that it's been 6 months. Guy figured out that the past life dragon's escape was in response to the illusion dragon Manhwa. It should have already started to awaken in this time period. So why hadn't anything happened in the last 6 months? He had many theories, but the most likely reason was that she had not yet reached her best form. Therefore, she could have used those 6 months to regain her strength after breaking the seal. But in the end, a theory is just a theory. He needs to find where the illusion dragon is now, but he doesn't have any clues, except that it's somewhere in the wild lands. Just then, a boy and a girl walk in, and he tells Millie that the sun doesn't rise in that forest. It turns out that rampaging dragons keep fleeing from that forest. There are even rumors of dumb Rissis roaming around. Said she came to the wilderness because of this dragon rampage. That's right. Eddie's boss told them to stay away from the northern part, what the adults there call that forest. Rood heard them talking and asked where this forest was. The boy was frightened and asked who he was. Rood asked where this forest we were just talking about was located. What did he want anyway? He called him a stranger and asked if he was some kind of criminal. The girl had said at one time that the Collins family wouldn't just let her go if she did something to them. Are they that proud to be part of a totally unimportant gang of thieves or what? Let them tell him where that forest is. After he hit the guy, they immediately started to scatter. Rood asked where they ran to. Let them answer. Though they hadn't left yet, Rood started to tell the guy that he had knocked him quite lightly. How can a man even cry? At this point, Lena appeared and said that she would not forgive the abuse of her children. At that moment, she recognized the guy. She asked what on earth he was doing here. What a surprise! Who would have thought she would meet Rood here? She had heard from Rene that he was from the Dead Dragon Guild. Rood said he was more surprised to see her here. What is she doing in the wild lands? It's not like she's interning with bandits and thieves. Of course she isn't. She's an intern at the Bells of Radiance Guild based in Althea, that the guild members recommended an assignment in the far lands to broaden her horizons. I'm sure they sent her far away because she was doing poorly there or something. The Spirit King said there was no way her daughter would do something like that. Let him watch his words, I mean his thoughts. Rood asked what about her mentor. She should have a mentor with her, unless there was some other reason. She wondered about her mentor. If they had lost each other when they went out into the wilderness, he should be fine. He can handle himself. Rood said, of course, it doesn't matter. However, how badly had she lost her way to work for some thieves, and to keep an eye on the children? The girl said she wasn't following them. They're here to deliver some stuff. She joined them a week ago. She froze the wyvern pretty hard with one punch. The girl said she met these children when she was doing work for Seminole merchants, clients of the Dragon Slayers Association. She took them home because the roads were dangerous. They treated her to delicious meals, so she is indebted to them for the rest of her mission. The Crawl of Spirits was honored by his daughter, a heart so pure, just like a saint's. He understood. Enough talk, for Rood was tired. This is the Collins family camp. She doesn't know what he wants to find out here, but if it has something to do with the wildlands, the head of the family should know. The kids started calling him over here and telling the boss they had a guest. At that moment, all the people came out and looked at him. At this point, the man asked if he was Lena's friend, or what. It was the Collins family boss, Eddie Collins. What had brought a warrior like him to the wildlands, and even to them, the Collins family? Rood was surprised he knew him. People living in the wildlands still have access to news from the central lands. After all, travelers are not friendly. He may think they are no different from other thieves, but they don't steal only from criminals. Also, unlike other groups, their family is mostly made up of people unable to fight, such as old people and orphans. Rood said he didn't have to make excuses. He came here to establish public order. He wanted to ask for directions. Naturally, I'll pay accordingly. The man asked for directions. Rood wanted to ask for directions to the Forest of Darkness. The trees are over there. That was the Forest of Darkness. It was once an ordinary forest, but about a month ago, it had completely drowned in darkness. The main character asked what drowned in darkness meant. That the sun doesn't rise in the forest. He's under the influence of Manhwa. Maybe that's why there are restless dragons roaming around. Even ghouls have appeared. On top of that, their entire family had almost died. He would recommend gathering more people before he went there. At this point, the man was very much surprised that the two of them and the girl had come down, and asked if they would go right away. Lena told Eddie not to worry and went back inside. The family needs their boss. The main character said it took them a whole day to get here from the camp. They don't have much time. He asked me to stop by on their way back. He'll buy them lunch. Lena said she would be looking forward to it. The protagonist asked, or what he was talking about if he had a bunch of hungry mouths. Does he know if he has a family? That's very nice. You can find warmth with them, food, even though he acts like it. He gave them quite a large sum for a normal escort, didn't he? That money is from the Empire's pocket anyway. At that moment they stopped near some corpse. The main character said that even the entrance to the forest is terrifying. Lena looked at one of the corpses and said that it didn't look like a dragon wound. These men must be vigilantes from Seminole. Lena noticed that he went alone and asked him to wait for her. The protagonist asked if she was really going to go with him. Of course she is going to. After all, she is a respected senior. However, she lost that status as she stayed for her sophomore year. The protagonist was sure that this mana seeping out of the forest belonged to the illusion dragon, so definitely her seal had been broken. But why was the forest so quiet? It seemed as if someone had already slaughtered all the enemies before they arrived. The girl said, "It's a very creepy forest. Everything here is asleep. Literally no signs of life." But at that moment, she noticed something moving in their direction. The ghouls appeared in front of them. Lena said the rumors turned out to be true. She had met many different monsters, but this was the first time she had seen ghouls. Rood Denethos didn't understand why she was happy. A ghoul is a monster that eats corpses. The more dead people it eats, the darker it becomes, more human-like. It is a very rare monster. These creatures have appeared here due to the influence of the dragon of illusion, although they are usually found in swamp dungeons. Rood Denethos told her to take something, and the girl immediately asked what it was. He replied that it was a weapon made of spiritual water. She was surprised that the weapon was a necklace. The main character told her to try to resonate with it, since that was her specialty. Lena began to scrutinize the object carefully. Then the gun showed up and she said it was really cool. She stated that she is about to chop everyone up with this thing. It's so light. Rood Denethos said he had already killed everyone. Lena said it wasn't fair, but it's weird. Ghouls don't usually go in groups because of the competition for food. At this point, the main character noticed the symbols on their bodies and said that they were not ghouls. It was the undead. That the undead are the creation of necromancers, forbidden's magic that joins soul and corpse. Is there anyone here capable of such a thing? The puppeteer, whose eerie gaze he had felt on him from the moment they entered the forest, must surely belong to him. The girl asked who he suspected, and the protagonist said he did. So let her come back. Lena didn't understand what he was talking about. He said, and gave her the return stone with the coordinates set on siren. Let her use it, and he would go alone. But the girl confidently replied that she didn't. Rood Denethos said she was a nuisance and to stop being stubborn and leave. She said no. So why doesn't he always listen? He's always like that, wanting to die alone. Does he even know how he feels, or has he since the incident a year ago? Balac, Lena and Hennis. Why is everyone trying so hard? When will they be ready and when will it be at all? If he dies before then nothing will make sense. Rood Denethos told her to stop. Does she even realize how great a dragon lord's power is? He's having a hard time dealing with the bishop of the church, and there's nothing she can do now. That's all. Is this puppeteer he suspects a bishop of the dragon church or what? If this is such a strong opponent here, then all the more reason for her not to leave. At that moment, someone appeared and asked if this was the lovers' quarrel. Young people nowadays consider the street as their own home and discuss their nonsense under someone else's house. He'll tear his mouth open. The protagonist killed him and said he was the one who had been secretly tracking them. He asked if he was a Vora and asked him to stop hiding behind dead bodies and show himself. As soon as he heard the protagonist ... a black star appeared and said, "He's an arrogant bull." Lena was surprised that she was still alive. Rood said that no, it was only her corpse, actually him. An inadequate gambler who prolongs his life by splitting his soul and moving into other people's bodies. The second bishop of the Church of Dragons, puppeteer Albert Riddle. He was surprised that the protagonist knew who he was. But not that surprised, it was probably the idiot who blabbed it. He can't believe the ignorant fool has a bishop as he puts it. Her face ... head flying off her shoulders was a sight worth seeing. Only he could use that forlorn body as material, even though it's only a doll. The protagonist said that in his opinion, he was as much trash as the original owner of the body. And at that moment he pointed something with his finger at the girl, like a maggot parasitizing corpses, with no true form. What makes him think he's any better? He doesn't know what brought him to this forest of darkness, but that's only a plus for him. An opportunity like this rarely comes along, a chance to make him a doll. The protagonist approached the girl, but she said she knew everything. Apparently Adam Migral hasn't come forward about his regression, doesn't know what his intentions are, but that's to his advantage. In his past life, it had been quite difficult to kill a creature with no physical form. If this forest was his base, it was even better. He is here to break the seal of the Dragon of Illusion, as is Griselda. Does this mean that the upcoming half-year break will be because of him? The Dragon of Illusions has yet to awaken. In any case, his sudden appearance clearly disrupts his plans. Rood Denethos said, in that case. Keel flipped the whole board. At this point he started saying the guy was just a nut job. He doesn't even know you can't just destroy everything in this forest as you please. Rood Denethos asked what he would do about it. Just at that moment, the weapon came close to his face, but he managed to dodge it. Lena was right above him at that moment, and then she attacked again, but he managed to dodge. Damn, so she's not just a burden to him, but who'd have thought it? There isn't a free soul in this cursed heart. If it breaks, it's the end. More importantly, if she wakes up to this commotion, it'll be a disaster. He's still running out of time to materialize. His great plan needs at least 6 months. The main character said that if he feels cornered, he will move into another body. We need to destroy it so it can't be used. Let him not overdo it like last time, but also let him not miss anything. Indeed, kill the Thunder Dragon. It means something. He wants it a lot more now. That making a bigger mess here will lead to more problems. He must call upon the Keeper. That's when the explosion happened. Someone said that it is unfair for a hero to fight two against one. Does he agree with that? The protagonist was surprised to see this man. Just at that moment, he couldn't watch his face. To his surprise, Charlotte appeared right in front of him, and the puppeteer offered to play fair. One heir against the other. Forgotten heroine Charlotte Irville, the perfect body for the role of Keeper. I have to admit, it's the most special of his priceless collection. The protagonist asked where he got her body. He asked, and lying down, he recognized this woman who had died painfully 100 years ago. That's right, he had heard that the bond between Heavenly Sword heirs was especially strong. The protagonist asked where he got that body. It's almost certain that all Heavenly Sword heirs possess this heavenly spirit. The protagonist realized in that moment, unfortunately, the person who gave him this body has severed the connection between the body and the heavenly spirit. There is nothing he can do, for trying to overcome such a separation is considered very dangerous. But he's glad to see his aggressive reaction. Apparently, he's still interested in his body. Prominent personalities, history, kings of different races, archmages. He had made countless dolls from various corpses, but there had never been a hero corpse among them. He asked about the stigmata on his right hand. Would he be able to use it when he took his body, or what? The main character said he would give it a try if he could do it. The main character called him a miserable bastard. After that, explosions began to occur. To better the quality of the corpse, the less changes will have to be made. Of course, this body's soul had returned to the blue heavens, and since he had to fill those deficiencies with his own soul, he has to use demonic energy instead of this body's mana. However, he can perfectly reproduce the various techniques in this body's memories. An oblique strike, flipping the trajectory of an opponent's sword with minimal movement. How does he manage to execute his teacher's technique so flawlessly? Isn't he? Besides, since it's just a doll, maybe it's unlimited by the limits of the physical body. Right now, it is much stronger than she was alive. This is the result of his long research and the pinnacle of soul transmission. At this point, the explosion and the battle continued. The protagonist asked the crop impeccably. It was delusional, in his opinion. After that, the man flew into the air. Such an attack. Then with a smile on his face, he looked at the god. The main character said, he's no match for the 6th generation. But she lasted longer than expected. Unlike that character, she's useless in her own way. Lena realized that her restraining spell was about to end. She could see no other way. Lena realized that she needed to make the most of this thing. The protagonist once said that it's not magic. Just have her imagine that she's preparing the formula directly inside her body. Just swing and chop. After that, she used the power of the sword. It wasn't perfect, far from perfect, but she did it. The man tapped his foot at that moment. The girl immediately flew into the air because of this. How absurd. She realizes she's out of mana, but why use spirit magic? Throwing herself at her with a scythe. She has a death wish. No matter how weak her body was, dealing with her was still easy. It would have been better if she'd hid somewhere and waited for the hero to come rescue her. That's the kind of thing she'd do. After that, she attacked her. The girl actually succeeded, and was able to wound her opponent. She said she was pitiful, but so weak, so unhelpful. He had thought she was special, able to use spirit magic, but now he realizes that such glassy eyes are rare. Maybe she's a blender, and he finally figured it all out thanks to his special memory. Who would have thought Ellie Selkett would have a daughter? Lena looked at him in surprise at this point. The child of her and an elf, she doesn't have the typical pointed ears, hired eye. She's annoying looking like her. The girl realized that they needed to calm down and ignore all this nonsense he was talking. She must wait for the right opportunity to take back the white bird. She asked how he knew her mother's name. Ellie Selkit was his student. This surprised her very much, but not exactly an apprentice. He had taught her his spirit magic in exchange for something. He'd wondered how she, wielding spirit magic, would use that knowledge. And now he realized, no matter how close they were, she looked too much like her, like the girl had pulled out her soul and cloned it. Everything was clear to him now. She was an Ellie Selkit doll. At that moment, they both looked up at the sky. The protagonist, of course, continued his battle. The sky was torn. Is the keeper losing the fight? She went to him at once. She rose to his defense at that very instant. Rood Denethos said he was only roughly aiming in that direction, but who knew he would take a hit with his body? The man said the guy was a bastard. He ruined everything. The plan he'd been working on his whole life. He ruined it in 6 months. Only 6 months to go. After only 6 months, the soul in the main body would be permanently displaced into unconsciousness. He could become the strongest being in the world. He conducted these investigations for hundreds of years. He turned his body into dust and tore his soul apart. He could barely contain her arousal, but he'd ruined it. He woke her up. The protagonist told the man not to tell him that he tried to steal the dragon's body. Just at that moment, the dragon woke up. The protagonist recalled how the girl did not advise him to follow her. Let her return to her companions. She could easily slay the dragon and illusions in her current weakened state. If he goes with her, he will only be a distraction. Rood Denethos asked, maybe he doesn't want to go back even if he dies. It's his life, what does she care? Let him know his place. He'll die a senseless death if something goes wrong. So now she cares for him, or what? But asked him seriously, let him just go. The protagonist at this point asked if she felt it too. The illusion dragon Mana. She is so filled with power that even at such a great distance, he can no longer locate her with his mana detection. In addition, his companions are weakened as well. The girl asked if he now understood what he had to do. The main character said he understood everything, and then asked if she wanted him to cover for her. She freaked out and told him to do what he wanted. Maybe he had put on a brave face then, but in truth, he almost threw up from the effects of the illusion dragon's mana. Sure, it was much stronger now, but the intensity of the mana was on a completely different level than it had been in his past life. He hadn't encountered her yet. By feel, she already surpassed all thunder dragons. Plus, Lena's mana was almost out, and it would be hard for her to withstand even the presence of the illusion dragon, especially when he had already used more techniques twice. If they engage her now, they would surely die. He said she should listen. They should retreat now, but how dare they leave without his permission? So they want to run away after making this whole mess? No, he won't let them. The protagonist has to pay for destroying everything he's worked his whole life for. Let him not even think he can escape from his grasp. He'll tear it apart, even if he has to use hundreds of harvested souls to do it. The main character said he had to die, and it was his time to die. Let him look at himself. He's made a mess of things here because of his dementia. How dare that nasty bastard? How dare he persuade such a thing after ruining his dear forest and his desired dream? As punishment, it wouldn't be enough to just kill him and feed him to the beasts. When did it change ownership? The dragon came out to him. Man said that she didn't allow such a thing to happen. Lena immediately recognized the dragon of illusion, Lostia. She read his shadow, a bishop of the Church of Dragons. What a funny religion. There had always been people who worshipped dragons, but that didn't apply to him. He had joined this strange religion because of his thirst for immortality. And this body belongs to one of Bonar's heiresses. She can't steal from people, and he also said such interesting things to her while she slept. She needs to touch him a little. The dragon of illusion has to know everything, right? That guy over there is the second hero, the heir of Benares, the sworn enemy of the dragon god. Disgusting, he needs to be killed here and now. Dragon asked if it was true. It was all true. This was the horrible hero who had killed the sepulchral dragon while she slept. For the dragon god's sake, she must not kill him first. She had already spent quite a bit of mana while fighting him, so she would easily be able to finish him off. They understand the greater purpose. But does he know he has to punish the bad kids first? Rood Denethos began to fight back as hard as he could. And that's when she killed Albert. After that, she said it was the guy's turn. What's his name there? Dragon breath has tremendous destructive power, but it's not enough to instantly kill the bishop of the Dragon Church. She added the power there to kill the man who tried to steal her body. He didn't feel the slightest intention to kill. There's something wrong here. His demeanor and facial expression are the same as a madman, which is completely different from the creature seen in his past life. If Albert Riddle in the past life successfully got the body of the illusion dragon, the attack that killed was influenced by Albert. So it really is Lazio. Why not? Let him not tell her. He's not a deaf-mute with such a pretty face. Lena is hiding herself even now. He doesn't sense any hostility from her, so they can take this opportunity. Rood figured they were playing and introduced himself by name. She said it was a nice name to go with such a character. He's much better than Benar, and he has a nicer expression, but she senses a soul within him that has survived hundreds of adventures, a little complicated, but pure. She likes that kind of thing. He's piqued her interest. Wouldn't he like to share his delightful memories with her? Just at that moment, she attacked him. Rood fended off her attack and told her not to overreact. They had only just met. She said how rude, that she'd kill him, but she wouldn't. If she had wanted to from the beginning, she would have already killed that young girl enjoying a game of hide and seek. She's his friend, that's why she's not touching her. Lena realized she had been discovered. Rood said that if it was the dragon, because of all the troubles, that he preferred not to trust a word of it. Manage the human population with disasters. That's the job the dragon god gave them. But not all dragons are the same. At least she's not as ignorant as that thunder dragon Karma. She loves people and doesn't want their bodies to be damaged. She just wishes everyone to have a happy dream, the kind she wishes. An eternity of floating in this endless ocean of dreams. It would make them both happy. What does he think? Wants to have a sweet dream with her. Rood told her to back off. Everyone would be better off when she died. She said he better not challenge her. You don't have to always reach a population threshold. Right now she doesn't want to take too many lives. She would give him a head start of 2 months, let him take his loved ones and run. Lena noticed that she had removed her stealth spell. She has almost no mana in today's move. What should she do now? The dragon said she would destroy the city near the forest, so have her try to run away somewhere far away. She's going to kill everyone anyway. How dare she pretend to give them a chance? She laughed and said he was probably too young to understand her generosity. She doesn't want to die. Now that she's awake, she has a job to do. Let him make his mistake, or she have no choice but to say goodnight. Lena began to worrying about her father. The man told Rood Denethos that he would merge with Lena's soul. It was their only chance. Rood Denethos already knew that. The girl used the resonance of the soul. Rood shouted to the girl at that moment. She took his hand and told him so. Just at that moment, the dragon began its attack. After that, she didn't have time to attack the two. Let them go and run as far away from her as possible. She called them her darling babies, and they woke up at that moment already in another place. At this point, someone apologized to someone else and said they knew they had the day off. The commander was told that everything was fine. After all, there are no days off in a hospital war. The professor asked how she was, noting that the magical poison had spread through her body. So it would be hard to move for a while, but her life was in no danger. She regained consciousness within a couple days. It will take time to repair the mana pathways damaged by the poison. Of course, she won't be allowed to use mana until then. Is this girl also a trainee of the Dead Dragon Guild, or what? No, because she's with the Glow Bells, need to contact the guild leader. She knew she couldn't send him alone, now she did. At that moment, Renee walked in on him, and the woman immediately asked what was wrong. She replied that Rood was waiting for her in her office. The woman replied that she had lost track of time. The girl replied that she could take care of Lena, let her leave it to her. The woman said she was proud of her, and would not leave her in Renee's hands then. Let her remember to call them when she woke up. The girl then began to approach the girl, and after that, she leaned on her. So he means that the dragons of illusion will awaken from their slumber in the forest of darkness and destroy Seminole in 2 months, or what? Rood said yes, because Seminole is the only city in the vicinity of the forest of darkness. She knows him too well to realize that he won't joke about such things. She realizes that only something serious could have caused them such damage, but if his statement is true, even if she tells a whole continent about it, no country is going to do anything about it. Wilderness is abandoned land, and he himself knows what people think of this town, the only city in the wild lands. There are countries that not only don't recognize it, but have also outlawed trade with it. Moreover, the kingdom of Ribel, where the Dead Dragon Guild is from, has long been hoping for the fall of Seminole. The wildlands are officially part of the kingdom, so this growing city is like a speck in their eye. Rood Denethos knew that His Highness, the heir to the principal, had promised to support him. The same goes for the great teacher and teacher Daniel. The situation here is the same as with the Thunder Dragon. Instead of sacrificing a large number of ordinary soldiers, it's better to gather a small number of individual strong men. Fortunately, the Illusion Dragon uses a spell that affects the psyche, so she's not as aggressive as the Thunder Dragon. Of course, it remains to be seen what happens if her plan to destroy the city is thwarted. More importantly, they need to deal with the second bishop of the Church of Dragons, the puppeteer Albert Riddle, as soon as possible. That bastard had lost quite a bit of strength, though he had disappeared along with the Illusion Dragon attack. Rood was sure that he was still alive. Albert had lost his original goal. He would either stay with the Illusion Dragon to survive, or he would act on his own, driven by his own resentment. The guardian of the made bodies of the 6th era, the heaven-piercing sword technique. He will be a difficult opponent if he continues to regenerate power using the hundreds of souls he has locked in his heart. On top of that, they must be prepared for the large number of undead he can summon. She really wanted to ask how it happened and that he had fought a member of the Dragon Church, stumbled upon a dragon of illusion and lass in the wild lands, but she would not ask questions as she had promised. After all, she had made a promise that she would trust his every word, but still let him answer this. The Illusion Dragon nature will attack in 2 months. Is he sure of that? Rood said, absolutely. For a dragon never lies, lying is for the weak. All right then. They mustn't waste any time. Once the news reaches the royal palace of Ribel, these weirdos won't keep quiet. Things could become much more problematic, so the Dead Dragon Guild needs to act independently. We need to go to Seminole right now. It would probably be best if he kept Heavenly Sword company. Rood said that he would give it to him. Then she asked about his body. He hadn't slept a minute since they got back. Renee was worried about him. Maybe they would eat, and tomorrow they could monitor Lena's condition a little longer, but Rood said he was perfectly fine. The situation is developing much faster than anticipated. Once Lena was hiding and someone said she found her. She was asked, or was she hiding here? The girl said she had found her, and now it was Mom's turn to hide. But she said she'd had enough hiding today, so he better not wander around. True, but she finds it too quickly every time. Next time she hides somewhere very far away, she surprise her. She's serious, even if she can't find it at all. But that's when her mother disappeared. She saw some sort of glow in front of her. She couldn't figure out what it was. But at this point she was being told not to do it. Lena couldn't tell if it was a memory from her childhood or not. Her childhood memories were always blurry, as if buried under the snow. Her mother's face looked a lot like her, but she couldn't remember what happened after what she had seen there. Then she woke up as she remembered the puppeteer's words about the girl being Ellie Suckett's puppet. She immediately jumped out of bed. She turned to her father and said she wanted to ask him something. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Renee noticed that the girl was awake. She was, of course, surprised that Lena was awake, and started asking if everything was all right. Lena immediately started to ask where she was, but the girl preemptively said that she was in the Dead Dragon Guild. She had been unconscious for 3 days. The priest said she should rest for at least a month, and not use mana if possible. Let her just rest and take care of her health. The girl said she understood. Renee asked if the girl knew how surprised she was to see her in such a serious condition. Rood left again without saying goodbye. She apologized for making her worrying and asked where Red had gone. She said Seminole, and said he was preparing for some big battle. She didn't mind him going, but he could rest for at least a day. It was clear she had become a burden to a lot of people. At that moment, Lion walked in on them and asked in surprise if Lena was awake. Let her not be tired. She came in for a little while before leaving. This thing will help her regain her strength. Balac and Hennis had sent them. Most of the guild members, not counting the guards outside, had left for Seminole. Let her stay still unnecessarily and focus on recovering. But the girl was worried about her guild. Lion replied that they had already contacted her guild leader, so let her stay here with this thief. Renee replied that she would call her insulting. Lion asked what offensive meant. and thought she wouldn't notice as she went through her food supply. It wasn't that serious. How silly. Lena said something to the girl. How would she get to Seminole? Maybe she'd tell Rood Denethos her apology. These people are serious. They piss her off. She's not a messenger or some. She apologized to him in person when she gets back. They're going to say the same thing to each other anyway, so why make her do it? Renee looked at the girl. She offered to have lunch, because you need to eat well to get well soon. She thanked her and said she might need help with something. Renee said nothing is needed. Just let them rest. Lime came out and said she was leaving the mansion in their care. This was the first time so many guild members had left the building at the same time. Something serious had happened. He apologized for being late. He'll take over. What a surprise. I didn't think he could be late. The man said there was something important to do, but it was just Albert. That's why they'd been making cookies all day, hoping she wouldn't say nasty things to them anymore because they'd replenish their food supply. There was no need to steal in the first place. Sharing is caring, isn't it? Lena. She's beside her. Does he want to talk to her too? Rood said no, he wouldn't leave it at that. He's a little busy right now. Why exactly does she keep getting in touch with him? Rood said he's about to buy something tasty on the way back, so let her take care of herself until then. Renee asked if there was anything tasty, but don't let her buy weird and boring sweets like last time. There's a thing that's popular in the capital now, called ... He hung up the phone without finishing. The professor said they weren't in such a hurry to hang up the phone so quickly. Rood said it's okay, if you let her loose. She talked like that all day. All right then. The heavenly Sir Master has already arrived at the city gate. Who would have thought there would be a telephone in a tavern? It's not as simple as it looks at first glance, that's for sure. After all, this town has been around for about a century. It is said that the first wanderers in the wild lands gathered in this place to build this castle and mountains. They also founded an organization called Rangers to establish a minimum level of order and discipline. Though they had a pretty good start, the city is in its early stages of development. Their wariness of strangers has increased greatly due to the large number of refugees arriving here after a series of disasters. All of this made her worrying if they would even open their doors to them. But judging by the way they were walking towards them, apparently, they were hoping for support to help deal with the dragon's activity. How slow he walked after all. For her to even run would be too slow. The professor didn't understand why he had even come. How dare she call her that? The professor said they haven't seen the guy in a while. He's gotten a little older. Their last meeting was when he graduated. They'll have to fight to find out who's taller. The protagonist said he was through a celestial spirit and so told everything he needed to know, so it didn't take long. He thanked him for his hard work. At that moment, someone turned to the great teacher. The master said he wouldn't go to the castle. Rood realized that he apparently had rather conflicted feelings about the puppeteer, that he was surprised for him as her apprentice. Some guy approached the strangers. He said the lord of the castle had agreed to a cash meeting. He welcomed them to the city. He was Lord Seminole McHale Gates. This is the first time he's welcomed strangers into his castle as guests, so he asks them not to judge his hospitality harshly. The woman told the lord that they had informed them in advance in letters of the reasons for their visit. Could they regard the fact that they had opened the castle gates for them as a sign of willingness to cooperate? The leader of the Dead Dragon Guild did not recognize him as the lord of this city, unlike the rest of the country, like Rival, who perceive him as nothing more than the head of a criminal organization. It was his duty, Lord, to protect this place. They had probably already done it all themselves, but the village just outside the city walls was now deserted due to the recent increase in attacks by dragons and other monsters. Any surviving refugees have taken refuge inside the castle. Fortunately, Seminole has enough resources thanks to mines and magic cranes to handle the current situation. Dragons continuously descend from the northern forests and target the city. The amount of fighting is enormous. If they continue this war of attrition, sooner or later they will run out of resources. To top it all off, they had lost contact with a group of rangers they had sent into the northern forest to scout. It was then that the dragon slayers came to him. They had no choice but to accept them with open arms. A guild leader known for being the strongest dragon slayers in the entire empire, a hero officially recognized by the imperial family, wishes to help them. That the reason for all these problems, he believes, is not to defeat the critter that lurks in the northern forests. 2 months from now, the illusion dragons will attack Seminole. They say it's one of the Dragon King families. Apparently, they are going down the same road and destruction as the Caliban kingdom. Instead of taking steps towards their coveted dream of having the city recognized as a city-state, he will cooperate with them. He hereby presents them with access to all parts of his territory and allows them to be housed in the castle, so they can engage in battle with the illusion dragon. Every effort should be made to provide them with troops and supplies if necessary, so be it. His dear warriors will win. The professor said there was no need to go that far, but Rood said that wasn't the point. He believes that they have misunderstood something, and they think that killing one of the kings and dragons is something incredibly simple. He also believes that they think they came here because they so desperately need the cooperation of the city. However, their ultimate goal is the dragon and illusions. However, if that was their only goal, the well-being of the city would be the last thing they cared about, and they would head straight into the forest of darkness, preparing for battle as they understand it instead of requesting feudal cooperation. That's because they are one country on this continent that has no business dealing with the city. They may even be hoping for its downfall. In such a situation, when they can't rely on the support of other countries, defending the city becomes their priority goal. Defending the city first, and only then the battle with the illusion dragon. Shouldn't they be the ones receiving requests for cooperation? Even the clueless government of the Elthian Empire gave out some pretty generous rewards for defeating the Thunder Dragon. Seriously, an entire squad of outsiders wants to fight, but they act like they've been given an incredible honor to enter the city. The man asked what they wanted. Rood said, "It's much better out there," and he can't believe the heroes of their generation are considered this scoundrel. He understands the argument about magic stones, as it's quite a valuable commodity. What purpose does he serve by bringing in a gang of thieves as troops? What else would they do? It's their only option. They will see if this hero can protect Semina. The professor said, "Let him look at himself. He built himself up to be a tough guy, and fooled the Lord with such a nonchalant face." However, the other professor disagreed and said that it was not fooling. Rood had only demanded a fair payment for their work. The guy replied that many people see heroes as unpaid workers. He did good. Really, you have to take what you deserve. He should have told her beforehand, because he understands how nervous she is. The master said that since the negotiations were over, they should start making preparations, because they still had 2 months to stay here and this puppeteer could make any headway. Rood said that was right. Who was he? As a member of the Dragon Church, and it would be difficult for him to go up against a dragon illusion twice. Excessive caution wouldn't hurt. The master said, okay, and suggested going around the castle and looking at the wall to get rid of the pests. The professor asked Adelia if she wanted to have a drink with her, but she refused and asked the guy where he was going. Rood says he's in Parma, wanting to pick up the weapons they made for him. Half a day is more than enough for him if he goes to Siren with the return stone and uses the warp gate. The Spirit King thought about the returning stones and remarked how convenient it was. He says that human magical engineering is progressing so quickly. Why don't they go to Parma right away? Wouldn't that be even more convenient? After all, return stones are magical stones that have the magic of space. The farther he wants to travel, the larger the stone has to be in size. That's why every capital city has a large portal with a magic stone, which is what they called a warp gate. The timing of his birth was very unfortunate. If he had been born 100 years earlier, he would most likely have died tragically in a shipwreck due to a volcanic eruption. In those times, the low efficiency of traveling magic was even slower than horses. People had to navigate by the sun. The main character said that if it was slower, he would run out of words. The Spirit King called the guy a bastard. The capital of the kingdom of Ribal, Siren. Rood said they were very expensive, but they were effective. All right, it's time for him to find the warp gate. Rood Denethos turned his attention to something. He thought about looking at the guild base and the dead dragon she wanted him to buy. Something there on KR. Now he was becoming a typical father too. He asked the guy to buy something for Lena as well. Rood asked what wasn't found in those lumps of sugar. I wonder when this fool will grow up. Lena said that she couldn't even summon the smallest wine spirits. If her recovery takes too long, she won't be able to participate in the battle with the illusion dragon. She could have easily killed them, but why only send her so she couldn't fight? She said she was her mother's doll. She never got to talk to her dad or the main character about it in the end. If this absurdity turns out to be true, at that moment, someone behind her said he had found her and called her Ellie doll. He can smell her. she smells like that. The mana of the dragon illusion that flowed into her ankle knows how many centuries he had lived buried under that horrible mana. He'll be able to smell her across the ocean and suggests she come with him without making a fuss. Lena asked if Albert had come to kill her. In a way she's right, but not completely. His heart longs to see her dead body when he thinks of how many of his dolls she destroyed. Because of this, he wants every body he can reach. If she is the one who stole part of her mother's soul and is truly a great spirit doll, then she is worth it. Or does she wonder why else he would go this far and infiltrate here, trying to avoid Lazia's displeasure? Whoever picks up the abandoned doll first owns it. At that moment Renee appeared and told the girl to lie down. Immediately afterward, there was a massive explosion. After that they flew out of the window because of the shockwave. Lena told the girl to run away from here and asked her to stay still so as not to aggravate her wounds by forcefully using mana. As she landed, the girl asked if she could stand and if she had to get out of here. At that moment, Albert landed in front of them. He came in furious and said she was a damned girl. Renee took a hit on herself at this point. How dare an elven wench raise her hand to him? Lena began to defend her speech so that the man would not dare touch her. Let any spirit, anyone at all, answer her call. Albert was furious and told her to shut up if it wasn't for the heroic bastard. Although he was injured after being hit by the illusion dragon, he wasn't going to let some wench hit him. It was an insult to the great puppeteer Albert. If it's so embarrassing, let him come over here and die. The man said she was a piece of trash and was almost dead. He doesn't know if she be as helpful as Griselda, but it doesn't matter now. He'll pay for her shame. He can't wait to meet this character when he's in her body. I wonder what his face will be like. Even he couldn't have predicted his trip to Siring, since she didn't tell him she was her mother's doll. Now they will go. Let her say goodbye to her fake soul. The girl isn't afraid to die. She's afraid to stay alive after failing to protect what she loves. She doesn't want to cry helplessly because she lacks the strength, so she tries with such persistence. Renee told him to take his hands off to become as strong as the main character. She'd do anything. She then began to approach him and told him to take his hands off the girl. He immediately threw it out of his hands. Albert said that this rat still can't understand that he doesn't need her. Let her die already. Lena, at least, is not like that. Renee said she wouldn't let him take her. Albert asked how dare she even do such a thing. Renee was furious and said he was burning in hell. Renee held up her weapon with all her might and told him he was going to die. Albert called her a goddamn bitch. Lena couldn't stand it and told them not to stop. After that, she began to use her power. Renee went on to kill Albert. Just at that moment, Rood appeared and grabbed the girl. Albert didn't understand what he was doing here. How did he even know? Maybe the king friend had warned him, but if he thought that was the end of it, he'll be back thanks to Lazia's generosity. He'll fly out of there for sure. Rood Denethos listened further and just crushed his skull. Lena started screaming and begging Rood Denethos to get her dad. Her father was here at this very moment. Her soul is wounded. Her body cannot be healed now, not even with magic and potions. Where did it all go wrong? So why did Albert come after Lena? Revenge. A body. But it had to be him. There's something he doesn't know about, or it's his fault for leaving the girl alone. He shouldn't have brought Renee here in the first place. Lena started yelling at him to get the spirit stone she gave him. They have to try everything, or he wants to just let her go. The spirit stone she gave him before the battle with the thunder dragon, have them use it as a medium to hold Renee's soul until she returns to the spirit world. They can't waste any time. Have them hurry up. The father tells the girl that he understands their feelings with the protagonist, but it is an act against the laws of nature. A taboo should not be broken just because she cannot accept it. Besides, in her current state, it is impossible. That the girl didn't care. The passageway between the real world and the spirit world they used to move between dimensions. As a daughter of spirits, she can enter that passageway. And also, he won't be affected by the mana path there. He can get Renee's soul back with this spirit stone. It's worth a try. Rood asked Lily if she wanted to turn into a spirit and go into the passage. If she got lost there, she wouldn't be able to get back, and time would flow differently there. She knew all that. The girl said that the family should stick together. They should not be separated. Rood asked if she was sure she could do it. The girl replied that she was sure, so let her father believe in her too. If they both want it, he can only help to the best of his ability. He told his daughter that he had opened a dimensional rift. Now she could come out. If she felt her soul slipping away, she would have to return. Did she understand him? Lena told him not to worry. She would be sure to bring Renee back. She'd be back as soon as she can. Let him not make that face. Let Rood better punish that guy for that. She was sorry she wouldn't be able to fight beside him. Rood said he was sorry. 2. A month passed. Lena entered the spirit passage in search of the girl's soul. At intervals, she sent short messages through Feldrua. Fortunately, it appeared that her journey was going smoothly. However, even the Spirit King couldn't say exactly how long it would take. After that day, Albert completely disappeared, as if gaining strength for the big battle ahead. Apart from the increase in the number of dragons and mana beasts that the illusion dragon's mana brought, there was no other development. The attack on the city was already less than a month away, so they had no choice but to start preparing and focus on pressing matters in the Parma and Asenia kingdoms. They couldn't just trust Lena and wait for her return. Guild leader and master of the hammer, Valdemar, told Rood Denethos that he had finally arrived. He had been urging him all along to finish on time, and asked him why he was so delayed. Rood Denethos said he was busy and asked where what he asked him to do was. Let him pay first. The great Valdemar was personally doing his bidding, so the price would be high. The Spirit King said that's why dwarves are considered idiots who don't care about anything but gold and steel. He's the Spirit King. Let him not belittle other races, that's his payment. The man asked if he was demeaning the half-empty bag. Does he think it will be enough to pay for his services, or what? Clearly, these aren't gold coins, but magic stones. That's more than enough, isn't it? Should be worth about 500,000 ribbons. That's not enough, considering the materials involved. He should get about 1 million ribbons. Does he think it was easy to make a Dragon King weapon, or what? Then let him consider such a rare opportunity as part of the payment. Yeah, it didn't matter. Better let him look at that sword. Rood Denethos asked about the celestial sword and added that he didn't care about it, but he would recommend not touching it, as it liked to absorb mana. The man took his hand and said it was interesting. He was clearly rejecting it. A magical sword with character. It must be a weapon from the Golden Age. Rood asked what from the Golden Age meant. The man explained that people also called it mythical. Those were the dark times when the ancient evil gods were earned. It is said that it was during this period that weapons of legendary rank were created, and definitely this sword was forged in that age. But that's not all. Something sealed inside the sword itself, most likely mana absorption, is an additional effect associated with this thing inside. The man asked if he had any idea what it might be. Rood said not really. He had never really thought about it that way. The man said that the ability to absorb mana was very similar to the dragon form's power. Maybe that fact was insignificant at the time, but he had pierced the dragon's heart with that sword. Apparently this action played no small part. This thing inside the sword rejects anyone but it. Its inverse then similarly did not mention in the past life. It was free to use the ability to absorb and release the mana of the dragon 1000 forms. This meant that there was a vial inside the heavenly sword in the past life. It apparently awakened when it made contact with the heart of another form. The man said it was very interesting. He'd like to know what it's made of, but he can't even touch it. Well, it can't be helped. The man provided him with his promised weapon, his masterpiece forged from the heart, bones, and skin of a thunder dragon, a great bow with the power of lightning. His name is Karma. Rood Denethos said how original it is. He asked if Harm's thunder bow would now be his name. The man said it was his first time making weapons and creating a Dragon King. It was difficult, but what a good time he had. After that, it seems like his other products are complete garbage. Let him take it and get the hell out of here. His heart bleeds at the sight of his child leaving him. Rood said, it's not like he doesn't have a wife, so they pretend he's married to his tools. They'll see him again. He'll come again and order for him. The Spirit King asked if the red-haired lad wanted to return to Semina right away. Rood said yes. As the day of the dragon illusion approaches, the dragon attacks will become more and more fierce, and there is no time to rest. After that day, he destroyed every Albert doll he encountered. Well, since the keeper never showed up about her, he figures Albert is going to show up in this body on the day of the battle. At that moment, Lion appeared in front of him and said she needed to talk to him. Rood, of course, had not expected her to come up and asked what had brought her here. He hadn't slept well once since he'd returned from the children's land. He didn't look well. Rood asked if she had come all the way to Parma to tell him that. She understands how he feels with so much going on. Situations are especially difficult right now, so she can understand why other countries don't want to help them, and why he didn't tell Hennis and Balac. Totally understands why he made that choice. Lena was seriously injured when she accompanied him, and now that a similar thing has happened to the girl, she knows he feels immense guilt. He worries for their safety, but the more he thinks about it, the deeper he will delve into the subject, and then someday he will make the wrong decision. Is that why he asked his mom to do it, or what? And her exclusion and ISPA the coming battle. Rood simply remained silent at this point. He said it was the most rational decision, but the girl asked him to be quiet. She was struggling to understand why he had made that decision. She then asked who she was to him. Then he told her that they should communicate, to fight shoulder to shoulder as comrades. He considers this and her comrades, wants her to shut up and let him protect her, to watch him get wounded in battle. If he was going to treat her like that, why did he even tell her about his regression that day? Why exactly was he so obsessed with their insecurities? Was he telling her all this to justify to himself for sacrificing his life to protect them? Let him answer her. Rood said it was all his fault. He was worried to death about them. He was sorry for what had happened. But did he expect them to do something stupid? Had he ever told them to stop fighting and hide? He'd only asked them to stay in a safe environment until they gained experience, so he wouldn't worry about their deaths anymore. She could try again and again with sweat, blood and tears, even for a whole year, but it would be for nothing when she died. Damn it, she didn't understand anything because he spoke softly, did he? She still lacked experience. If she didn't want to die, let her shut up and stay out of it. After that, the girl smiled and asked if the guy was afraid. Rood Denethos asked what was wrong. He replied that he was afraid they would die and his past life would repeat itself. That feeling of helplessness when he can't watch those close to him suffer and be on the brink of death. The feeling that his skills aren't enough to help in any way. Does he know how many times he's made them feel? But when he should experience similar feelings, he's too scared. She recognizes that they are not yet experienced, not yet weak and young. Since she's not the lion Claire who died protecting him, the notion he has of her. He was stuck in his past, and right after that she hit him. Her past life has already spoken of her standing here in front of him. It's not her life, it's only her potential. She's not going to take this attitude from him anymore. Let him stop judging them and trying to lead them. She would decide for herself whether she would take part in this battle. If he wants to stay in the past, let him, but it will go forward, into the future. Rood didn't realize if she'd been practicing her punches. It hurt wildly. She usually slaps, not punches with her fist. The Spirit King was telling the guy that his daughter is stronger than he thinks. Of course, he cares a lot about her too. He knows that they have gotten much stronger in the past year. If they continue like this and reach their dawn, they will be stronger than they were in his past life. But for now, he didn't expect her to calmly do as she was told. He had no right to do that, and no one should follow his orders. It would be exactly the same whether it was in the past or the present. The girl lowered her hand at this point. Nothing goes the way he wants it to. At that moment, some sort of hand came straight out of the ground. It was Albert who said that he had barely made it, and treating this body should be hurried before the Dragon King destroyed everything around him. So much anger has built up over all this time that he wants to kill that damned hero with his own hands. What kind of mess was this? He was able to collect all the souls that had been set aside for a rainy day, but it wouldn't compare to the amount he had already spent. If he had more time, he would have taken some precautions, but now it was too late. In any case, this body wouldn't participate in the battle. In fact, he had nothing to worry about. His little keeper spot will suffice. It is His Majesty's time. Soon the nation of unbelieving fools will face death. So Albert offers this body to Her Majesty Lozia, a dragon king and mimicking a human. What kind of farce is this? As he had heard, it was the most unique of the 7 dragons. The dragon asked Leon if he was here again. How persistent, really? Is it already time, or what? An army of corpses, like countless other servants, await her orders. The invasion of the city is advancing even right now. With her permission, he would be willing to clear her path into the city as atonement. If she wished, he would gladly destroy the entire city, if she would just let him say so. Dragon asked if he was trying. However, when had she ever asked him to do something she didn't order him to do? Albert started shaking with fear and tried to say something. Afterward, Lozia told him not to be afraid. She was just kidding. Honestly, she didn't care. All those who wanted to escape should have already done so. A city of people, and she doesn't really want to destroy it. Their endless stream of ideas born from inner desires always seemed new and refreshing to her, just like a story formed by the interaction of their so interesting feelings. The city is like a beautiful little flower bed where all the flowers are gathered together, but it was born to be a disaster. Her role in this world is far more important than her interests. A terrible fate forces her to hurt the people she holds so dear. She can't be free until she breaks those chains. Dragon asked if he said his name was Albert. Let her do as she pleases. She's in no hurry to go anywhere. Albert said as she wished. Of course it will work. Let him wait for it. The prologue to the destruction will start from his place. The second line of defense is about to go. It's more like they need to get the avant-post back. Need reinforcements at the South Tower. 3 packs of wyverns are flying here. The heavenly sword is on its way. Have it concentrate opposite Kaland. The earth dragons were gathering in the west. She was already tired. How much more fighting would she have to do? And why does she get the feeling that the more they kill, the more enemies they make? At this point some guy was asked if his wives were okay. He replied they were fine, and they told Mrs. Claire they would finish up here, have them please help on the east side. So he wants them in the battle. Even though Seminole never directly attacked or stole refugees from the wild lands, but they weren't kind to them either. They were even forbidden to go inside the city, so why should they? It's a chance for him and his family, a chance for refugees and bandits and barren land to earn their right to marry into the castle. Their city doesn't want to accept refugees, so as long as she has all 4 limbs, let her go and fight. More earth dragons, they must kill them all. From a place where he can be clearly seen by the people of the city, he must prove his worth. Immediately after the flashback, he started killing the front line, which the soldiers tried to hold at the risk of their lives, is being pushed back. It has been reported to the Lord that it is dangerous to be outside. Their citizens and outsiders are fighting to defend the city. He, being the Lord of the city, cannot hide behind its walls. Let the Dragon Slayer engage in battle on all 4 fronts. It's only a matter of time before they can hold out under these endless waves of attackers. At that moment, the Lord of the city noticed something. The man said that the darkness was coming. The real battle would only begin now. He also noted that they seemed to be stirring. The protagonist said that the attack was earlier than the illusion dragon had promised, and it was a good thing they hadn't listened to the master. As speculated, the puppeteer's main army was hiding elsewhere. He himself is probably hiding somewhere nearby, controlling dragons and corpses. Rather the opposite, he hides as far away as magic's reach allows. He's an unusual coward. In his past life, Albert enjoyed the spectacle of distance and only showed up when there was a need. He was always the most annoying of all the bishops. However, no matter how strong he is, it's impossible to control all those monsters alone. He probably hid some items around the battlefield. To maintain his magic can't be aware of what's going on. The master said he would have to show up if they destroyed these items. Then someone asked what subjects they were talking about. Her favorite student has already found one. She tells him that this little cutie is very on the eye. Why? Did they have a fight or something? Rood said it wasn't exactly like that. The professor didn't realize when they were going to make up already. Okay, if this works out, they won't have to fight all those monsters. Master said he assumes everyone has already warmed up. Then they'll start the real battle. Let them destroy them. This huge wave arose instantly. It's like watching waves collide. They're breaking free. An army held together by magical transmitters falls apart. A dragon, influenced by the madness of the Dragon King, cannot independently distinguish between humans and the dead. It may be a large army, but in reality it's just a collection of uncontrolled savages tearing the flesh of their own comrades. Well, his hideout is collapsing. He's going to keep hiding. Let the puppeteer crawl out. Albert realized that something was wrong. He was losing his transmissions too quickly. There was no way his transmissions could be everywhere. He was sure they didn't have a mage capable of doing that. If the situation continued as it was, his magical network would soon collapse. If it happens before they invade the castle, the army won't be able to coordinate anymore and everything will end in chaos. He should go out there and make new transmissions. He didn't want to join the battle this early, but he has no choice. If they really have someone capable of finding his magical transmissions, then they can track down his location. Right now though, They must be busy searching for the transmitters. At this point, he began to recite a spell. After that, he was attacked by someone. It was Rood who called him a worm. Man said he'd found him at last. Rood asked if he should put his desires into action. The man answered him that runes are a magical technique unique to the dwarf. They are not the embodiment of their faith, which is a prayer supplemented by a wish. Their work can only be completed once they have applied that wish. Depending on what he wishes to accomplish with this weapon, and what desires he endowed it, runes will react accordingly. Rood said then his wish. The Spirit King informed the guide that he had just discovered his Manu. Rood said he was about to fire a shot, and let him get some help with this magical technique. He then used a lightning bolt that split the sky. It was a high-speed skill that would teleport him to the coordinates of the target. It's a very good thing he killed Harm. Albert was greatly surprised to see Rood Denethos. That can't be true. Could it be that he was also a mage using a detection spell? How could he make such a leap through space so quickly? Thunder Dragon Force. Definitely, she can sense traces of space-ripping magic. He used the coordinates of the target to move to her. That is, he calculated and executed this sophisticated technique, which is outrageous. What an effective way out. This time he came alone. His title of hero is too much for someone who has ruined his carefully laid plans for the second time. Rood said that's nonsense. Do you have to ask permission from the slaughter bucket to dump trash out of it? Let him look over here. Does he think he can keep shooting in a random direction? And with a weapon made from a thunder dragon, his ignorance knows no bounds. It took him almost 100 years to learn the mana of the illusion dragon. He was too lazy to know how much mana was required to use even a fraction of the Dragon King's skill, especially for someone who hadn't even lived half a century. It didn't matter how strong the lightning was. Its power was designed to destroy the body. If his body is destroyed, he can rebuild it again with his soul. Let them shoot him all they want. His body will turn to dust before he uses even a tenth of the souls he possesses. Rood said how he talked. It always gets scary. Just let him admit he's jealous. He also didn't say he came alone. Just at that moment, they attacked him all together. The professor said it was the first time she used the power of lightning to move. Her whole body ached. The master replied to Rood Denethos that he could go on. They would sort it out as agreed. Albert, furious, said he was a son of a bitch and ran away. But of course, he can't let him do that. The master said he had searched half his life, searched every mountain range, but could not find a single trace. And it was all because of him. Albert started laughing at this point. He said yes, and okay. He no longer needed to hesitate. They, poor creatures, think that an ordinary man without stigmata will be able to match him. Until now, they had let him do as he pleased, for his hands were bound by the Dragon King's orders. But now that it was time to do justice, he would no longer restrain himself. The humiliation he has suffered will set him straight and show them who is truly strong. Let them see it with their own eyes, and the true power of necromancy. What the hell is this? Why did he only summon 3 dead people? Let them wait. These corpses are much stronger than the others. The professor said Lion, but she understood at once. The girl replied that at last there was an enemy worthy of battle. An enemy who has reached the pinnacle of spear mastery and leads an entire country. A sword that was way ahead of its time. A mage standing shoulder to shoulder with Halfley. These corpses, which he personally collected and culled, let them fight all they wanted. On Insect City, all the warriors here, especially this hero who escaped like a rat, not everyone worships him. Master's reaction at that moment was this. He said he had to loan a ton for a walking funeral director. Albert asked how dare he do that, interrupting him in the middle of a speech. The man said that he had begun to spread his mana, and as soon as he received a signal from the celestial spirit, he would act at once. The master replied that well, he would try to open the core as much as he could. Albert was furious and told them all to die. He was an unusual person without a stigmata or a sword capable of absorbing mana. It would be difficult to remove even one of the hundreds of layers of his soul with this piece of iron. The man told him to get off his back. All you gotta do is keep an eye on that freak. The 7th generation of the heaven-piercing technique is currently the strongest dragon slayer, the heavenly sword. The one who escaped was already the 8th generation, so that means he too is carrying the burden of a disciple, because tradition is meaningless. After all, he too could not surpass the body of his teacher while she was still alive. That is why a strong soul should strive for immortality. The master asked what was all this nonsense, for his soul sorcery was nothing special. He offered to train this figurative lowlife in the two traditions of the heaven-piercing technique. He was surprised that his vortex had captured his energy. The power of the attribute proclaiming the born nature of man through purified mana began to irritate him. He materialized rivals and laid out his own. The master said the first is to attack from the rear, and the second is to defeat the predecessor. The man used an azure and white technique. Albert began to laugh. He said it was no joke. He didn't even have a scratch on his body. What could a trash like him do if he couldn't even penetrate his mana shield? What did he just hit? Don't let him say he hurt his heart. After that, there was a massive explosion. So why would a person capable of cutting souls appear at this particular time? First his key transfers. Now it feels like they've analyzed all his weaknesses. Albert had said that he had gathered them all in this body, in his original soul Albert, and if it were broken, the master said it would be the end. Albert was at this point telling them not to make him laugh. They thought it was the end, but it wasn't. Albert was sure he would be saved, not thinking that a genius like him was often born into the world. Even that arrogant Adam Migral needed him. His life was worth more than theirs combined. His sorcery of souls, his life's work, they know neither the true meaning nor the value it carries for humanity. The Queen of Illusions' time has come. Let her not go in to see them. Let Naoyuki on these heretics of death save his follower. He asked for her to save him. He also asked for Adam's help. He called himself immortal, but it was over. The core of his soul was broken. Even if he had steal from his soul and body, he could not keep his own. That was more than enough. This battle could have lasted a lot longer, but thanks to In and Rood Denethos, it was grudgingly easy to finish him off. It was also thanks to this that the poor student got the chance to meet his teacher. Everyone has their prime in life, that moment when their abilities and skills reach their peak, when their life is filled with happiness. In their organic life, these moments last only a brief second, but because these brief moments are fleeting, they can be called the golden time of his life. So let him not live only for the future, but enjoy life itself, recruit more disciples to continue the legacy. But if he doesn't want this crazy legacy, then the beating of disciples will end for his generation. I mean beating. How dare he belittle her teaching of love? He is full of regret, but she was right. His golden time, the time they spent together, was actually very short. Over the past 2 months she has seen many things, a century of people and their stories, may even more interesting and intense after 700 years. That's why it's so sad to break her heart, that she have to destroy everything with her own hands. She's already feeling so tired, so maybe ... At that moment Rood appeared. She asked him if he might not resist and go to sleep. Rood asked if she was done talking, then she might finally die. Lazia said that those who have short lives act like this all the time. They are too blind to see the whole picture, and they always jump into the fire. It makes them so beautiful that she wants to kill them.